to the special, going to the certain classroom and asking them for the answers to your test. You know you're not going to get it, but it's going to be fun listening to it.
This is the kind of attitude we wanted.
That's a great fucking way to start.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I saw the timer.
Hey, the autistic kids are the ones who are brilliant about trains.
You would know. But yeah, no, it was just. I was just thinking, like, I was watching a thing earlier. James, have you seen that video of like what the hell channel was that, Jake? Like I don't remember the name of the channel itself, but you know the video. Wired, maybe.
I think it was Wired.
Yeah,
it was one of the liberal fucking magazines that has their own YouTube channel that.
And so they had like this test set up of like, who do you think is going to score highest by IQ? Blah blah blah. Who's the most educated?
Are you talking about the lineup of people, and the one girl is like, I have a PhD, is like,
yes, yep, exactly. So I was watching that, and then I was thinking about just people that I've met just in life in general, not just in the military, but like in life, in college, in fucking, whatever. And I'm like, does education equal intelligence? And I do not think so.
Nope.
Well, it's a good thing to talk about.
I think here's my just overall, like, really super original and freaking,
all plagiarized.
Not plagiarized, but like opinion is like, basically, I think you're either intelligent or you're not, and that's not a big deal. Everybody can fit in, right? Everybody's got a place in life. That's fine. If you're intelligent and you go and become educated by other intelligent people, you learn what you're good at and how to apply it to benefit the world and society, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're unintelligent and you become educated, you have a false sense of, well, you just basically have a shield going, well, I'm educated, so therefore I'm qualified. Well, kind of. It's like a I'm educated, therefore I can do. And I think that's a big problem that's happened in the past, I would say, I don't know, past century, I guess, is when I started noticing that. Like, really, it could have been going on for longer than that, but like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, I've noticed that whole false sense of intelligence and competence being passed on through higher education. So, James, what do you think?
I mean, degrees don't equal intelligence. It's just the reality of it. I mean, so the other night we did a Jeopardy with some friends of mine. And it was like World War I Jeopardy, right? So it's a bunch of historians. And I made the comment that I'm going to lose because I have specialty knowledge, and some of the guys that were on here have very good general knowledge. And in that case, they were smarter than me. And they kicked my ass at Jeopardy, right? Because my work is very specialized and very specific, and I know how to get into the nitty gritty details and information, but I don't have that, overall knowledge, and I'm more educated than they are, right? But they kicked my ass. So I think it's obviously a subjective conversation, because we can apply this in a million different realms.
Oh, right? That's why I wanted to kind of
because you can do just the basic, right? If we just did that, like, you get a room of historians, they're all gonna be smarter than the other in certain areas, right? But I think this conversation is where it falls is just dealing with the general public, and especially in any historical role. I mean, especially with museums, nothing's worse than like that person who walks in and starts trying to tell you what they know, even though you know it's wrong, or they're trying to tell you how to do your job. Like, well, why don't you have this? And I'm like, sir, this is not the place for you to info dump on me. Mm-hmm. I know you're smart. and you obviously know this topic. Now you're an idiot and everything else, but you obviously know a lot about this one subject. Does that make
Sure.
him intelligent? Not really. The guy's an idiot, right? But he's smart in a certain area. So I think you need to define what you want to mean by intelligence versus educated.
Well, there's a bunch of different kinds of intelligence, right? And that's been, obviously EQ, IQ, all that shit is like, those are a couple of them. I don't know. It sounds like kind of fucked up, but like when I talk to somebody, they're either intelligent or they're not. Overall, like, you know what I mean? It's a very macro way of judging somebody by talking to them initially, right? But I get that hit. I'm like, they're either intelligent or they're not. And it's not a bad thing if they're not, because they're still probably going to be a good person, right? And hey, we can, just hang out and do whatever. But I also get that with people who are quote unquote educated. I'm like, you're actually not as intelligent as you think you are. You're just regurgitating shit that I know because I've heard it before, because I went to college as well. And I know exactly what you're regurgitating. It's not an original thought. You might be at a stage in your life, you're 21, you think that you're sounding so smart, you're trying to find your place, but you also can't formulate an original like conversation. You know what I mean?
Well, no, that's technically with this semester teaching, I realized like I had to teach stuff that I don't know, right? I had to teach the full U.S. military, so French and Indian War to Afghanistan. Hard to do in a whole semester.
Oh yeah.
And I know nothing pre-Civil War. So it was me reading and listening to documentaries and reading up and then regurgitating what I read to my students, right? But it's because my knowledge level was only above them because I did that. I regurgitated it, right?
Right. That is one thing. And here's the thing is, so I'll kind of supplement that with the fact that if you were not actually intelligent, I don't think you'd be able to do that in that short amount of time and be able to learn it and then teach people about it. Whereas these people that I talked to when I was in college and stuff like that and other places, I don't believe they actually knew what the hell they were saying. You actually know what you're saying. When you read it, it makes sense. Okay. Because I have a bias. Of course, I know you personally, and like I've talked to you a lot, and I believe you're an intelligent person, but like there's people who maybe I should spend more time with or should have spent more time with, but I didn't. Who I just believe they're just regurgitating things. They're parroting, basically. Yeah. They're parroting without actually knowing how to teach, how to express themselves, where I believe you do, and I believe that's a difference.
Well, and I think some of these comments I'm reading here in the chat are fair. Like one says, I know a lot about a few things and a little about a lot of things, which is fair. That is what, that's like a different level, right? That's someone who is intelligent, right? But in their own right. So that's why I'm also trying to say we need to define what we're trying to say with intelligence here, right?
Sure, absolutely.
Because that's intelligent, right? But people that are, and I'll just use my family, for instance, right? They're all, most of them all blue collar jobs, right? But they're great at what they do, right? They're all experts in what they do. Until all of them, I am like the most intelligent person they know, right? And I'm an idiot. We all know this. I know it's weird, but that's how they see it, right? Is like,
no, I get it.
James is really smart, right? But so to them, intelligence is like those levels of he's this educated, or he's really smart. This is that distance between educated versus intelligence. Because again, Andrew put up education is reading from a book and accepting as it's written, but intelligence is digging deeper, which is fair. That's how we would consider intelligence.
Yes,
so I think there's levels of looking at this, right?
Yeah.
We're coming from people that have degrees because we all have degrees. And so to us, it's not a big deal to have a degree. But to someone that doesn't have a degree, to them, having a degree is the intelligence, right? So it's a different perspective.
So how do you think that happened?
I think a lot of it is, so I would say a lot of it is one, just that stigma. Again, like my best friend, he's a nurse, very smart. He always says I'm the smartest idiot he knows, right? Because I am. I'm not. I'm kind of an idiot. We know this.
I had to change the word dipshit. That's what we use up
Yeah,
here.
exactly. Right.
Same.
But I'm also very educated, right? And I have it, but it's just the idea of people think degrees equal intelligence, right? And that's personally, I think that's a flawed educational viewpoint. Because I'm like, we should promote, especially coming from small town Oklahoma, we should promote more trade schools and skills, because those people may be some fucking idiots, but like they know what they're doing, and I trust them with my car. I trust them to build my house, right?
Absolutely. Yep.
You trust those people because they're intelligent in what they do.
I've got a point to make on that if I can just jump in.
Yep.
So my dad, boomer as fuck. He's 70. He's going to be 74 years old in just a few days. Boomer as fuck. Flunked out of the. He got held back 2 years in primary and secondary school. He was born in 1950. He didn't graduate high school until 1970. Didn't go to college. He went to a tech school. He went to Chippewa Valley Tech when I was 3 years old. So late 80s, 89-ish. That man is not intelligent. Well, he's not educated. He can't read worth a shit. He's borderline illiterate. I mean, he can read. He just doesn't like to because it's hard for him. But that man knows more about welding and fixing things and making things out of metal than anybody I know on the planet. Anybody I personally know on the planet. He can make stuff that works. I mean, it's not pretty, but it'll work.
Yeah. I was once told by a preacher that I had as a kid, didn't like the guy in general, but right before I went to college, he said, the only thing college is good for is determining how hard you're going to work. Because, there are ranchers that are millionaires that have never made it past the 8th grade, right?
Yep.
They work hard to make them, and I always thought like whatever, but now I look back and I'm like, he has a point, right? What do my degrees really mean? It means that like I don't have to do shit. I come in, I teach my class, I run the museum, I have my institutional knowledge, and my degrees make it look like I'm a lot smarter than I am, right? But the reality is, and I think some of these guys, again, in the chat making good points, is that just because you have the credentials doesn't make you smart. It's what you do with the credentials that makes you smart.
Agreed. And
it's like Mike having a bachelor's, like that just underscores everyone else's bachelor's, right? If a monkey can get
it, you fucking fag. All right.
It's one of those things that, like, again, a bachelor's used to be a big deal, right?
And then everybody started getting them.
Yeah, and then when they pushed education to like everyone should go to college and get a bachelor's, and now grade inflation is so bad that it's easy to get a bachelor's, right? If you can afford to go to college and you stick to it, you're gonna get the degree.
Well,
right?
Dude, that's the thing that I was saying. I think I said this on a stream before, but like, when I went to like tech school, my tech school was harder than my fucking 4-year.
Right, exactly. It was like, so a bachelor's is nothing. So then it's like, well, people that have a master's, and like technically, my master's was the easiest degree I ever got. It was only 2 years. Yeah, it was it was like 4 classes, maybe 6 classes, and then I wrote my thesis, which was 100 pages, and like, boom, I have a master's degree. But but now master's degree is that new level that people are getting because that's the new bachelor's degree to show you're educated. And then PhD is the like, oh, that's the hard one. And I know more people that fail out of the PhD because it is a bitch to get.
Well, you're not one of them.
No, but it's one of those bastions, like the last bastion of like actual difficult academics. And it's not that it's difficult; it's that the process is such a pain in the ass that most people don't want to go through.
You've explained it to us, and like it's that's fucking insane.
I am so pissed off at the education system, especially in healthcare right now. My wife's got an associate's degree as a occupational therapy assistant, and she's been doing the job since 2009 when we were in Iraq. She got her first job in her career field with her medical license in 2009, and she still does it. She's doing it part-time right now while she's raising the kids, but she still does it. So we're talking 15 years she's been doing the job. If she wants to make that step up to go from the occupational therapy assistant to the registered occupational therapist, she has to go back to school for another 4 years to get a master's degree now, When she started 15 years ago, the occupational therapist was only a bachelor's degree program.
Well, we've done this in our discussion because one of the guys I was in grad school with wrote his thesis on this. Like, he wrote his thesis on medical history in Oklahoma, but he made a good point. He's like, all the doctors that created the like board and requirements to be a doctor, they all got their start like reading books and on a wagon trail and just fixing people with broken arm. Like, they had no formal training, and they just worked, read the textbooks they could afford, learned knowledge on the trail, and now they're like, no, you have to be educated.
They're
like,
the
you weren't
gatekeepers.
educated.
They're the
They're
gatekeepers.
academia is gatekeeping.
Who wrote the fucking books?
Yeah,
Who
but
wrote the books?
academia
The people
is
who
a gatekeeping area.
the people who wrote the books didn't have the fucking degrees.
I know. My dad told me with the PhD, because I was getting so pissed off at the dissertation stuff. He's like, look, it's just pissing on a rock. Everyone has to piss on the rock. All right, you have to have permission to do it. You're gonna piss on the water. It's nothing but a gate. It's stupid, right? But
I'm fucking proud of you, dude. I'm glad you fucking got it.
It's apparently. I'm
you want
happy
to
to be
announce
done.
it or no?
Well, I mean, I don't think we had done it last time, right? I completed my dissertation. Right, you got it defended, passed, boom, PhD. Am I any smarter than I was 2 months ago? No, I wasn't. Right, I just opened the gate, and now I can be like, oh, I'm a
But
doctor.
you actually did the work, like you were saying earlier. Is like you were willing to go through the fucking work. And
right. I was willing
the
to go through the bullshit, but that's, again, I'm no smarter than anyone else, right, that has a master's. You put me up to someone that has a master's, I am no more intelligent than they are, right? We took the same classes because they, and once you get to grad school, it's PhDs and master's students will take the same classes.
Sure.
So I have no different classes than people with master's degrees. And the only thing separating us is that I sat down and wrote a dissertation, right? So I technically have no more skill than someone with a master's degree in my same program. The only difference is I paid more money to get the dissertation done.
Yes.
Right. And even then they argue like, well, this is, you have to create original research, which is fair. It's fair. It is an effort to write a book.
Well, and it's a title to be called
right?
Doctor,
Right. I think that's needed.
Thing. Yeah.
Yeah. But the gate is needed for that. Right.
There
But as soon as I did this, like, everyone now thinks I'm more intelligent. You know how many people are like, oh, Dr. Gregory, can you come talk on this? I'm like, I don't fucking know anything about that.
Yeah,
right?
What the fuck? Like, that's the thing is like, because you and I were talking when we were in Ohio last year.
Yeah.
And, a little bit over a year ago. We were just sitting there bullshitting and we were talking about things. And I'm like, yeah, you're a cool dude. You're intelligent and everything like that. And I'm like, yeah. And I went through college. I got my bachelor's and I thought it was the easiest fucking thing in the world. And other people that were there were like, oh, this is the hardest. God, this is so hard. But you didn't have that attitude. You had the same attitude that I did. You're like, no, I'm just going to fucking do the work. It's easy. Like,
once
I can do it.
Follow the instructions.
There
right?
you go. There you go.
It's not that hard to do this. But I think then the reality is education means nothing more than the skills, right? But you can still learn without it and be intelligent.
There you go.
You can still do it. So intelligence is the key in the whole thing. But it's like I think for me, what always bugs the shit out of me is the the old guy that wants to be, I've been doing this for 70 years, son. I know what I'm talking about. I'm like, no, you fucking don't. Like, you think you know, and you've had a confirmation bias.
70 fucking years. Yeah.
Right. You've had a confirmation bias. Right. And we've talked about that watching Dragon Man shit, right? He thinks he knows everything.
Everyone here has had that moment.
So he's there, like, but he's not. He's not intelligent, but people think he is because he sounds like it. Right. And I can sit here and personally, I think it's a lot of fun. I've been seeing people do it where they you all have to make a PowerPoint on some ridiculous point and argue it as if it's a real thing. And then you really see, you can look intelligent arguing, like, how do you milk an almond from almond nipples? Like, I guarantee I can make an intelligent conversation. And you're like, that guy has a fucking point, right? But it doesn't matter because it's not actual intelligence. So
I have nipples, Greg. Can you milk me?
I mean,
meet the parents.
maybe. But I don't know. I'm trying to think of people that, of course, I've seen them. People I've gone to school with that I wouldn't trust to teach me anything.
That's the thing that I was gonna say is like, so when I went to my I actually met more really super intelligent people in my tech school when I was going there for 2 years than I did in my 4-year school. Like, I was baffled. I went to a private school in Minnesota, and I fucking was like, what the hell are you, like, you're fucking dumb. What are you doing here? Like,
Mhm.
how did you get here? What is this going to help you gain to apply your intelligence, which everybody's got intelligence, but like they didn't know what the fuck it was because they were told that it was one thing. They're going for this fucking, this degree, this degree, this degree. I'm like, you guys, you're horrible. Like, you're dumb. And I've noticed following a bunch of people that I was just like, I want to see how you fail. They're unemployed. It's like they're unemployed. They have been. I graduated in 2018, right? And these people are like a year behind me and they're still unemployed. And I'm like, yeah, good job spending all that fucking money. The college made out well, but you didn't.
Yeah, and look at what you and I are both doing with our degrees, Mike.
0.
Yeah.
Nothing.
And that's one thing. When the other one is people that have all their degrees, like, what do you do? Nothing. So what? I've written some books. Cool, right? I'm intelligent, sure, on that specific field now, right?
Yes.
If you want to talk more, yeah, let's talk more. And it's the ability. I think someone said it in the comments. It's really the ability. Intelligence is to knowing what you don't know and being willing not only to admit it, but also do the research. Like, you're willing to sit there and be like, here, let's, I don't know, but let me look into it. Cause I think you and I, Mike, have talked about this.
Yeah, we have.
If you bring a topic to me and you're like, I don't know, for instance, you're like, oh, well, hell, let's just do the guns. Right. We at Ohio, y'all both had the revolver.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And it's like, both of you knew it was a revolver. Both of you knew what it was, right? But I had the knowledge, like, oh no, let's go another step deeper. Like, here's why, here's the bigger picture, here's the like, it's an intelligence on the deeper understanding, the bigger picture. Because you can have guys like, and again, I'm gonna keep picking on you. You know a lot about guns, I don't know, right? But I can sit here and give you the bigger pictures and the bigger idea of like, oh, well, why is that this? Whoa, it's because this, and this, and this is because this, and this, right? That I think would be what I would consider like someone that's intelligent, is able to give you not just the answer, but the answer to the answer to the answer, right? They have that knowledge on a topic that goes beyond just surface level,
and also being able to accept it and not get insecure about the lack of knowledge that you had 5 minutes before you just learned this. You know what I mean?
Oh, like, I'm always learning. I love it.
Dude,
I mean,
me too. That's the
what
thing
we always do.
Yeah, man. And it's like, when we were in Ohio and Nate had his Smith & Wesson and I had my Colt, and we laid it on the table and I went, these are not the same. Why aren't they the same?
Mr. Bigglesworth. Mr. Biggle.
The cat's more intelligent than some people.
But no, that was fucking awesome. And like, Mike, you were there for that one, right?
I was. Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, we were on the table and I was just like, I looked at it and I was like, James was like, here's the thing, guys. So here's what happened. And, Colt got the initial contract and then Smith & Wesson started making them and then blah, blah, blah. And I was like, that's so fucking cool. But here's the thing. We both had the fucking pieces of history in front of us. We were able to handle them and it was awesome to learn. And we're like, man, that's awesome. And, it's
that can apply to, I think, anything, because I'll do
exactly.
it. We'll come to, let's talk about, World War I. It's like, oh, sure, you can tell me about someone that loves the 26th Division. They'll tell me well, so-and-so was in this battle commanded by this general and they came through this direction and this. Okay, great. They're very knowledgeable in that topic. But like, what's the bigger picture? And again, this is just academia. What's the BFD? What's the big fucking deal? Like, congrats. You know that info. Why does that matter?
Mhm.
right? And then you back up and like, oh, okay, well, it matters because
It does matter. It applies to a bunch of different things.
And I think that's the
Yeah.
key here is that someone
Yeah.
that would be intelligent is someone that can explain and knows the bigger picture, not just the specifics. I think the
And also be able to recognize it and be able to adapt it and put it into that puzzle piece.
Yes, because like you go get anyone someone that's a reenactor, they're gonna have that institutional knowledge. They're very smart on this specific subject, but that's it.
Some people
Right.
call it autism.
And well,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to throw the whole
Fucking Trey
group under
just
the
fucking-
bus, right? But
Yeah, no, it's
not all of them.
It's fucking
I
fair.
But
always think
to
that's a compliment.
be fair though, it's that specific knowledge. Like they can tell you everything, but they can't tell you the next level up.
Well, and
They
I
can't
guess
give you the
James,
bigger picture.
what I've noticed is like our little group of cohorts, right, is a little bit different than shit in the past because I think everybody was so competitive before. Like, well, I know this, and you have to fucking pay for that knowledge. You know, you have to pay. It's like, well, why don't we just fucking go together and like combine all of our fucking knowledge to find what actually happened, and then we all win. How about that?
Yeah.
You know,
If you work together, it's a lot easier
it is.
than breaking it down, which is also just the why people don't like academics that much because they're just pretentious dicks half the time.
Well, it's
right?
a lot of competition. I've noticed. It's like
and to
everybody-
be fair, it is in a sense. I mean, if you're vying for a job, like you need to be the one who's the expert on this subject to get hired over.
but then in my
so-and-so.
opinion, like what I've noticed is like they'll go so far to fucking bloviate and fucking lie about what they actually know, and they'll just they'll talk in tongues like, oh, this is make it sound good, but they don't actually know about that subject.
Right. And you have to admit that you don't know
There you
about
go.
certain subjects. People are like, oh, you're an expert in World War One. I'm like, no, World War One is my specialty. I am in no means an expert
That's
in
what
World War
I say
One
as well.
You know,
That's what I say.
you
want
to know about the Marine Corps at the Battle of Blancmont Ridge? Well, I can tell you all about 4 October, but 3 October, kind of iffy, right?
Right.
But I know what I know, and I know what I don't.
When it's
And I'm
also
not
like
gonna
you
pretend
ask
like I
me,
know
you
more.
go, hey, what would these guys be wearing? And I'm like, from what I know, this, and this.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, but I'm not an expert, and I just go, this is what I know that they had. I know all the gear that they would have had.
Yeah.
I don't know about, forest greens, shit like that. If they would have had them, who knows? But go ahead, Mike.
The smartest people that I
Or
know
Jake.
are getting on to what James was just saying. The
Mhm.
smartest people that I know, they know what they know. They know what they don't know, but they know who does know what they
Yes.
don't know.
Yep.
And they're willing to ask. Like
Fuck yeah.
one of my life mottos, and I'm gonna get a little bit preachy here for any of the like 25 and under crowd who might possibly be watching. One of my life mottos is ask the fucking question, because the worst they can answer is no.
Yep.
Straight up. Like if you need help, ask. If you want a piece of information, ask somebody. The worst they can say is no, get lost.
Yep.
What are you out? You're not out a damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're out the 20 seconds it took you to work up the courage to ask the question.
Remember, no matter where you go, there you are.
There you are. I believe that was the ship's motto for the USS Excelsior in Star Trek.
It was the first history man.
See,
But
knowing where to go, I think the biggest trick of all, right?
And a biggest the biggest piece of advice that I have for the 25 and under crowd, because I saw somebody earlier said, hey, I'm 25, I don't know what I want to do with my life. My biggest piece of advice is learn a skilled trade. Learn a skilled trade. Be willing to work with your hands. Be willing to make something and do something with your hands. Because if you learn a skilled trade, even if you're not good at it, even if you don't like it, it will be enough for you to make a living. And if you're lucky, you'll have enough time on the side to figure out what you want to do while you're making that decent living.
I always told myself that if I couldn't get a job as a historian, I would just get a job doing something so that I could work as a historian. Because the reality is, you can keep doing this. You don't have to stop learning just because you're not in school.
So this is generally how my current status in life came to be. After Mike and I got back from Iraq in 2010, I was about halfway through my associate's degree program in law enforcement. I went back to school. I finished my degree, got my associate's degree in the spring of 2012 because I missed the first semester after we got back. So spring of 2012, I went and I got my associate's degree, completed the program. Then I immediately went into the police academy at the same school that I got my degree from. And I told my wife, listen, I'm going to give finding a police job 6 months. If I can't get a police job in 6 months, I'm just going to get a job to help pay the bills. Well, that job was driving school bus because it still gave me time to look for police jobs. And school bus led into driving motor coach. Motor coach led into me driving semi. I've been driving semi for the last 9 years. And I've now got over 700,000 career miles.
You should have waited till 2020.
What?
You should have waited till 2020. I just missed your calling.
Why? I'm missing the joke. I'm missing the joke.
That's when all the police jobs opened up.
Oh, yeah. Actually, when I've completed my associate's degree and I decided, you know what, fuck this, I'm not even going to bother. That was right around the time Ferguson, Missouri happened.
Dude, I've got that picture as my background, like where they're tackling a guy, and then it says like season's greetings. It's pretty. But let me see if I can find it.
But I took my degree and I literally abandoned it because I had to pay the bills and I had to do something to pay anything to pay the bills. And now I'm working a job that I could have done at the age of 21 with a clean driving record and a clean criminal record and a clean drug test. And I started at the age of 30 instead of at the age of 21.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's kind of a thing. It's like, so you've got an associate's, Mike's got a bachelor's. Trey, do you have a degree?
No.
Okay.
He's got a degree in eating that pussy.
Poor white boy.
God damn.
Poor white boy.
So I've got an associate's and a bachelor's. James has got a PhD, a master's, and a bachelor's, and whatever.
Whoa. I got 2 bachelors.
Oh, fucking my bad.
And a
Clown
lawsuit.
face.
So he was unmarried twice.
Come on.
So, yeah, but really quick, everyone here is what I would consider intelligent. Okay.
Except for this guy.
Okay, fuck sticks. Yeah, because you made that fucking sigh, you're in the club. So fuck you. You can't fucking refute that.
Easy joke.
I will say I'm humble.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is you don't have a degree and you've been fucking working your ass off, and you're very fucking intelligent. You know what you know.
What was that about butt fucking?
You must do it or something. I don't know. I just work here.
I'm not projecting, Jake. I promise you. Don't get excited there, you fucking fag.
He's just remembering how he passed his bachelor's.
Oh shit.
It's so great. I was like, it popped up and I was like, yep, that's awesome.
That's fucking insane. Dude, do you ever say like so when we were on set for Reveille, there was an actor, he was in Afghanistan, he was an infantry guy, and for a scene they were like, all right, take down the prisoner. Like Mike said this, he goes, just take him down for the scene, and he goes, all right, action. Wham! Boom on his fucking face, and this kid's like, oh, what did I do? And then Mike goes, cut! Holy shit! No, don't do that.
Yeah, what the
like,
fuck?
You said take him down. You said take him down.
I meant how they did it in World War II, man.
Dude, it was like, no, like it was
mission failed successfully, Virginia. Mission failed successfully.
I should see if our editor, if Nate has
that footage
still, because it didn't make it into the film, of course, but like, dude,
yeah, I just
real.
I was watching what was going on, and then all of a sudden he's like on his down on the ground.
Wham!
Yeah.
On the fucking eating shit in the dirt. And with
Yeah.
his fucking bat or his knee on his neck, and I'm like,
Yeah. Because I'm like,
Don't think they used GWAT tactics in World War II Italy.
nope.
yeah, I'm like, what's going on? He's like, you said take him down. That's what I would do. I remember that's
And the kid actor that he brought down is like, oh, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay.
yeah, he was fine.
Kid's probably
good.
gonna have freaking arthritis in his spine when he's 35.
It was fucking hilarious. But
I
anyway,
have a good example for you here, Mike.
Yeah.
All right. So this is again just on the idea of like who on topics, right? Who's intelligent, who's educated. For instance, now that I'm done, I needed something to get me away from writing military for a second so I can breathe.
Yeah.
So I'm starting a project I started years ago, and it's about like student protests at my university in the 1960s.
Cool.
There's a book on my university, and there's one page that like covers not even all of it. It literally says there were no protests, and also this guy got fired, and they move on, right? Well, in my work now,
He got fired. What did he get fired for if there were no protests?
so that's actually what I think is quite funny. Here, I'll share this. So, oh shit, can y'all see it? Oh,
Yeah.
why'd it go away?
Do you want to just get it pulled up so
Whip it out.
are your files fine? Or yeah.
Oh yeah, my files are fine. There's nothing here. I'll share this window.
Except for his stash of midget porn.
What's something
Never
wrong with
save to
that?
your computer.
Yeah, it's not illegal. It's just
All right.
kind
Can y'all
Kind of
see? What can y'all see that?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
You're
Okay,
you're on.
right. So this is my research into this very like 4 years. Every name has a folder. Every newspaper has a folder. Within each folder is more folders, or just documents for every single name, every single person, every single interview. It's all there, right? So what I would say is people that know something will just tell you the basis. People that are intelligent have the next level, right? Every little detail is mapped out so you can understand the bigger picture, right? And to answer your question on the guy that got fired, he was a professor, and they said he was fired because they just didn't like his teaching style. But the reality was they fired him because he was allowing students to speak out on campus. And he also openly disagreed with the university administration on the Vietnam War.
Of course.
And so he's active, like he's actively not supporting the Vietnam War. So they're firing him for
There
this.
you go.
And they were like, well, he's a fucking dove. And when I got into this, you'll read the history and they just say, oh, he got fired. Well, I looked into him. He's a decorated paratrooper from World War II, and he fought in the Philippines with the 11th Airborne. And he got the
why he's
Bronze
anti-war.
Star and a Purple Heart. Yeah, and then I found like an account from the 11th Airborne, like the 511th. They had like made a newsletter for reunions, and so I was going through it, and sure enough, there was a story about him, and the story was like, oh yeah, I remember that night. We were on the railroad tracks, and he's like, yeah, the Japanese charged us, and that officer stabbed Benz in the leg. And I remember that he wrapped his hands around his throat and picked him up in the air and choked him to death and then continued the fight. And I was like, so that's the guy that they're like, no, he's just a dove. He's a pussy. Like, fire him. He doesn't support us. But no one looks at like the bigger picture. Why does he not support the war effort? It's like, oh, well, he fought through the Philippines with the 11th Airborne and got wounded and, quite a bit
That's
of
like
shit.
exactly. That's like
End.
yeah, exactly. Like dig deeper. Like there's a reason Jake and I don't support wars. And it's
of
like
you don't have money and multiple Grumman or something like that.
I support a very strong military.
yeah, me too.
Yeah, there's a difference there.
Yep.
But I pray that very strong, very well trained, very well funded military never has to get used.
Yep.
And in the hopefully unlikely scenario that it does get used, it slaps the ever loving fuck out of anybody who wishes to fuck with us.
Yep.
As a reminder to the rest of the world of don't touch the fucking boats.
That has been my favorite piece of teaching U.S. military history. Is the motto for the class is "Don't touch our boats."
Don't touch the boats.
Yeah, it
Don't
goes
touch
all
the
the it goes all the way back to the very early days of the country. What the fuck was it?
I think
Marines.
one of the first.
The Barbary Pirates.
No, it goes further back because you can technically
Does-
go to like the War of Jenkins' Ear because it's all about naval shit. Like they're capturing ships, and so technically you could bring it back even farther to "Don't touch our boats." But yeah, the Barbary Wars are technically America as America. Don't touch our boats. But
Yeah, I saw a little piece of history. This is a tangent. I saw a little piece of history on the Barbary Wars. I'm like, I never knew this, and that's fucking awesome. Like
the Barbary Wars are awesome.
The U.S. was a brand new fucking country on the world stage, and the Barbary pirates were interfering with our ability to trade with Europe. And we sent in the fucking Marine Corps and the Navy to say, hey, no, you don't fuck with us. Everybody else is going to pay you to leave them alone. We're not going to pay you. We'll pay you in bullets.
Let's be honest. We've got to be completely fair if you're telling the story. We didn't send the Marine Corps. We sent 8 Marines.
Was it only 8 Marines?
It was only 8. Right. If you ever listen to the Marine
that's
hymn,
why
right?
we love Marines.
The halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. It's because 8 Marines and 3 seamen plus William Bainbridge and then like 500 Bedouin mercenaries he hired in Egypt took an entire town and held it. And I think 1 Marine was killed in the attack, but like 8 Marines are the whole point of that. Like it was the first foreign captured territory, first captured city, right? It was 8 Marines, just 8.
Yeah. And we did it because we were the only country on the block that said, no, we're not going to fucking pay you. You're just not going to bother us. We're going to sail through these waters unmolested and without paying you a fucking penny. Get lost.
I will say there were a few big fights in that war, but the one, like the first time and probably the only time we really got to like open fire, what we were doing was they would raise the Union Jack, and then they sailed up next to this pirate ship, and they're like, hey, what are you doing? And the pirates like, we're looking for Americans. And like, you found us. And they opened fire and then, sank the pirate ship. But that was the first one we did, and so then it became a thing of like, oh shit, now it's going to be
touch the boats.
Don't touch the boats. But the Barbary Wars, there's actually a second one, but the second Barbary War lasted 3 days, and all it is like Bainbridge going back and stopping at each one of the Barbary pirates, and they're like, okay, sorry, and they signed the peace treaty that day. So it's 3 days of just traveling to sign peace treaties. Nice. But it is an interesting bit of history. My problem is the people that write about it now, again, this intelligence versus education. The guys who write about the Barbary Wars are like radio talk show hosts. They try to be like Bill O'Reilly or whatever his name is. So they write it, but they were writing it like as an obvious, America has always fought Muslims, and this is just the history of us. Because the Barbary pirates are Muslim, but they were using it like this is some ridiculous Americans are just destined to fight Muslims forever.
The first time we actually fought them, besides that, from what I know, is in the Philippines.
No, so the Barbary Wars is 1780s, like 100 years before the Philippines.
No, but I'm saying like the first time, like besides that, because they said we've been fighting Muslims the whole time. No. I think.
Oh, okay.
The last time, that's kind of fair. From the Barbary Wars to the the early 1900s.
Yeah,
was in the Philippines, right? And
against the Moros.
Spanish-American War.
No. Spanish-American War is then afterwards. You have the Philippine insurrection, but the Philippine insurrection technically ends in 1903. However, fighting continues until like 1912. On the southern islands, which are the Moro people who are Muslim.
And that's the next time we actually were fighting them. So it's like, okay, well, if we've always been fighting them, why was there over 100-year fucking gap? Interesting. And then from then it was
because we're not in fucking Middle East.
Right. Well, there you go.
Born too late to deploy to the Middle East. Born too early to deploy to the Middle East. Born just in time to deploy to the Middle East.
Hope you never go there.
Cradle of fucking
that-
civilization.
I guess
I
Mesopotamia.
think. I think
Oh,
It's
dude,
only the
Iraq
cra-
is actually beautiful, man. Like where Jake and I were at on his second deployment, my first,
Mm.
and it was fucking. It's actually really beautiful. Like it really is.
It's only the cradle of civilization if it's a jockstrap and civilization's a set of balls.
Yes.
One thing I did collect, the only thing I've ever collected beyond like World War I and World War II, but collected all 3 sets of the archaeological card play decks they gave to the armed forces for Iraq, Afghanistan, and Iran that are like,
nice.
don't destroy this. This is heritage. And each card, so instead of like the faces of Saddam, it's an archaeological site. And it
Interesting.
says, yeah, they weren't very common, but I've finally collected all 3 of them. But the army did put them out as like, please don't destroy the heritage.
Hey, at least we gave a fuck about that. Like the Stairway to Heaven in Samara, which fucking ISIS destroyed. That's lovely.
Yeah. Let's see if I can.
I wonder
find
what
it.
happened to the British World War I memorial down by Basra. I wonder if that's still standing.
Probably not.
I'd have to go back and find them, but there are several card decks they put out, archaeology awareness cards, that they did.
Oh, you could turn that into a skit.
Are we still in the Middle East? Does a Tin Man have a sheet metal cock?
I actually used that phrase the other day.
Good. It's a great
Yeah.
one.
I was like, yeah, I got that from Mike. I remember that.
Well, it's from Trailer Park Boys, but yeah.
Okay.
Here, I'll share this and show you a photo of one of them.
All right.
They came out after the like most wanted cards,
Yeah.
but like this is an example of one of them.
Oh yeah. So this is at least 2005.
Yeah, they made several.
yeah.
They made some for Iraq and some for Afghanistan.
Mm-hmm.
The cultural heritage cards, but I mean, and most of them, right? It's like, don't dig. Taking pictures is good. Don't take souvenirs. Protect cultural sites. Blah 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 blah. I don't know if there's any of the photos of them. So they're not common. They only print. Oh, here they are.
Paper cartridges. He's watching.
Weird.
See,
Why
like,
the fuck aren't you on here, clown face?
oh come on, why are these so shitty photos? Well,
That's
anyway,
fine.
you can-
No, I
you can
get
see.
it. Like it's so that's 2005 though, because like they started using UCP like that camouflage pattern in 2005, and so that's that Stairway to Heaven right there.
Yeah,
Go up, in Samara.
Oh, that's Samara. I thought there was a structure like that just outside of Stryker.
No, nope. That's
Well,
Samara.
here's Etsy, right? But still, like the heritage resource preservation.
Yep.
And they're all in England now.
Fucking British Museum.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the thing is like,
If it's
fucking
worth
hate-
saving, it's worth giving to the British Museum.
Yeah, so they can fucking take it over and destroy it.
No, not destroy it.
No, just hide it for all of eternity.
Yeah. No, but like, it's fucking cool, like being able to have a network of people instead of just, it used to be like there's one expert on this, there's one expert on that.
Right.
It's like no. We all work together. We're all experts of the craft. No matter if you're doing welding, fucking CNC machining, history,
British
automobile
cartridges.
repair. What?
British cartridges.
Well, I mean, Brett's kind of questionable. So, but
He said he's doing YMCA briefs or something tomorrow.
yeah.
Well, according to Google satellite imagery, as of September of last year, the World War One British Memorial outside of Basra is still there.
Nice.
Yeah, so it hasn't been torn down and turned into, huts and storefronts.
I always wanted to do an article on it, but I'm too lazy to go get all the research. But research on American monuments in World War One that the German army didn't destroy in World War II.
Oh.
Because there was an actual came down from headquarters that they were not to touch any American monuments or sites. Because you got to think about it, all the American cemeteries were captured by the Nazis, right?
Yep.
But none of them were destroyed. And that came down from headquarters of the Wehrmacht. They were not to touch anything. I think the church in Belleau Wood got a tank shot it once, but other than that, like, they weren't destroyed, right?
Well, that would make sense though, because like a lot of the like German high command, like the whatever, and like the actual Nazis, were World War One veterans, and so that might have kind of struck a chord for them of like, hey, we'll leave it where it sits because it was so fucked up,
Mhm.
Maybe,
But it's
I don't know.
just one of those I've always found interesting. But to think about it,
Yeah.
because they were all built in the 20s. So
Yeah.
when Nazi Germany took France, they took all the American monuments and cemeteries, and but none of it was damaged. None of it was destroyed.
Desecrated. Yeah, I think it's because they did have that. What I was saying is like, I think because of the high command, a lot of them were in World War One, and they were like, no, just don't fuck with it. Don't fuck with it. It's not worth it. Leave it be. Bam.
Because I know there's a story. Scott Schoner, before he passed away, had told me about it. And it might be in one of these books he gave me, but it was like the guy who worked for the ABMC, American Battle Monuments Commission. Like, he was running ahead of the Nazis to like secure payments for people to continue to care for the cemeteries, because he had to get out, right? And he spent all the money they had to like pay in advance to French civilians to continue to take care of the American cemeteries. So I know there's a story about him too, right? Like trying to get everything organized before the Nazis took France.
Well, it's also interesting because, like, okay, so think about this way. Besides the American monuments, there is a fucking monument in every French city, and British city, or town, even village. We'll go that low. There's a monument from the First World War in every fucking town. Most of them are still standing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it must have been just kind of a gentleman's rule at that point of like, don't fuck with the monuments from this war because it was so fucking catastrophic and everybody suffered, and we know that. But we're gonna still win, according to the Germans. But like, but don't fuck with that. That is off limits.
Yeah, but it's just one of those things. Like, when you're doing history, it's like, oh, okay, well, we've got some interesting stories that are there, but what's the bigger picture?
Well, have you ever actually?
Interesting?
So for Iraq, have you ever looked at the Battle of Najaf in 2004?
Mm-hmm.
So Najaf has one of the biggest cemeteries in the fucking world, right? It's called the Wadi al-Salam, right? The Valley of Peace, right? And it's a fucking incredible cemetery. And the Marines in 1st Cav who were there in 2004 had an intense battle in this cemetery. It was really creepy. It was intense because a lot of the insurgents went in there to seek refuge, and then the Marines and the 1st Cav guys also went into the cemetery, and then they got into a huge, like, days-long firefight in this cemetery. It's above ground too, by the way. It's like it's like, it's not just like
crypts,
gravestones and whatever.
Yeah, it's crypts.
Yeah, it's crypts, and it's like thousands of years old.
I'm a blood.
And it was a really creepy thing, and they chose to have their battle there, which is interesting.
Well, so, I don't know, because if you look at going back to Blancmont, you look at Saint-Étienne, the majority of that battle, the Marines advanced through the graveyard, and you can still go to the graveyard in Saint-Étienne and see the bullet mark, like all the little damage from the
Yeah,
battle.
sure.
But like
Yeah.
the battle took place in the cemetery there too.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah.
just-
It's kind of poetic if you think about it. Like a fucking battle taking place in a fucking cemetery. You know.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Well,
The dead
at
protecting the living.
the famous bat in World War II, Crucifix Hill, the same kind of thing. Giant freaking graveyard.
Well, Najaf has got this graveyard, dude, is like insane amounts of fucking square miles. It's fucking insane how big this thing is. I wasn't there. I never saw it, but like I know guys who were there, and it's like it's really creepy the fact that they had this like massive fucking battle there in the graveyard. And yeah, it's poetic, I guess.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, I think that's just one of those things. Maybe one day I'll make Michael do it again and do me a painting of the Battle of Saint-Étienne.
Come on, do the thing.
he's already fucking working on this one.
Yeah, I'm
Leave it-
working
look,
on it as we
Rob,
I
Rob's
don't know
telling
what
me,
you're talking shit. All right, he does great work, and I make sure his work ends up in national museums. All right, leave me alone.
appreciate that, man.
So Rob's
Or at
telling
least
me,
Dragon
What,
Rob's
Jake?
telling me in private chat about the European war graves, especially the British ones. Europe remembers war dead. We don't celebrate our side because everybody lost people.
Yeah, and that's Yep, that makes sense. So Trey. Oh,
So this is at the National D-Day Memorial near me in Bedford. So this isn't really part of the tour for whatever reason, but they added it into the memorial. It is a French World War One memorial. It's a female, obviously.
Yep.
Story goes by one of my buddies who gives tours. He researched it on his own, and apparently this was in a village in Normandy. And during World War II, coastal artillery hit the village and knocked the face out and knocked it over. After the war, they put it back up, and apparently somebody from the U.S. came over, saw it, and offered to pay to have a new one made as it was, and if he could have this one. And apparently the locals told them that no, that they wanted to keep it because that was the battle scars was the price that they had to pay for war. Not only are living the cost of war, but so were the remembrance of the dead. So they took it down, had a copy made, and this is one in Virginia at the D-Day Memorial.
damn.
Because you can see back here, you can see the Overlord Arch.
The Americans are so bad about remembrance only because it's hard to remember things that don't take place here.
Mhm.
And so the fact that all of our wars are overseas, it's hard to have remembrance really stick around because there's nothing here to tie us to it.
Yeah, and that's very obvious with where American culture is at right now.
Yeah, it's just one
It's
of those
like
things.
it's really easy to get involved in a war that you don't have to see.
Yeah, and I've noticed with my students because now you get freshmen in college, they're all born after 2001, and so I'll ask them like, explain to me 9/11, and they'll say 2 planes, and when I really got into the discussion with them, like, how do you guys not know about this? And they're like, no one told us. It's just every year we know that on 9/11 we have to watch a documentary and put some flags in the ground, but like no one ever sat down and explained like the entirety of it, like the background, why it happened, who it was. So to them, they were just going through the motions every year.
Yeah, well
and never
yeah.
learned
There you go.
anything.
Please
about
tell
it.
me. Please tell me when you get to the end of your retirement or when you're about to leave, just show them the whitest kid you know skit.
For Lincoln.
No, for that. Where he's
Oh.
sitting down with like kindergartners. He's like, see, there's no plane here. There's no gears or something under the plane.
I will.
The
I
whitest
will.
kids you know is one of
Actually,
the best
I
fucking-
use a lot of pop culture with my class. I'm like, look, let's do a conversation on like, you guys know a lot more than you think simply from pop culture.
And memes.
And we'll go over like all of it. I'm like, it doesn't matter if it's not fully accurate. You know bits and pieces more than you think. And I like to use video games because I just like to write about it, but because it means I get to play them to write the paper. But you know, like
I
how many
swear, honey,
games
I'm
are
doing
there?
research.
Yeah, well, I did.
Also,
I bought
really quick
my
side
gaming
note.
laptop
Mike,
with
why
that
are
argument.
you not painting? What are you doing?
Just taking a break for a second.
No breaks. Get the fuck back
He's
to
getting
work.
he's getting high on the fumes.
Ah.
Yeah, getting the acrylic paint. Yeah.
See, it's all, but I do it all the time with the video games because I was thinking the other day, I was like, how many games are there for like taking away Call of Duty for the Gulf War? And I know there's like only one. There's like Conflict Desert Storm came
That's
out,
my
and
shit.
I played it
That's
as
my
a
shit,
kid.
bro.
And then the Army made a video game.
America's Army.
No. There's
Army
another
of
one
One.
they
It's
made.
like Army of One or something.
No. There was another one. Full Spectrum Warrior. That's what it was called. And it was supposed, and it was
Vaguely.
designed to like teach commands, like squad commands in Iraq. Like it's set in like Baghdad or some shit, right? But like there's only a handful of video games that like cover the last 30 years of history. And so part of that has been like, why is Iraq not covered? And it's because we remember things differently. I think if you look at the
I think
Gulf
that too,
War,
where you have somebody that's still alive, and they're like, I don't want that to be part of my.
that's true, but you also
'Cause I
get
know,
like what game is it? There's one game that covers like
Fallujah.
the highway, but not in a good way. It covers it like they went up to it and they found like a woman and her child burned to death with white phosphorus, right?
Well, there's one that came out not long ago. It was like Fallujah, Battle of Fallujah, or something like that.
Yeah,
And that got a lot of flack, but it was put on like with actual veterans who were there. Like, yeah, you know, I'll put in my my story or whatnot.
Mhm.
I think it was done tastefully, but a lot of veterans who were there, or I don't know if they were there, but a lot of veterans said they didn't care. They didn't like it. They didn't want their story told through a video game.
It's really fucking hard to do that in a video game or a film. And
it is, but video games, regardless of what people think,
yeah.
The way I've always taught it is that video games do at least teach the basic needs. So I wrote a paper for a medieval folklore class. So it was teaching medieval folklore through video games. And the argument was, as you play video games, you're learning. Like whether you like to acknowledge it or not,
Dude,
you learn.
Definitely.
Right? Because you're soaking in everything, right? And the way they work, it's better than a book because a book doesn't interact with you, but a game does. So you're taking in all this info. So if I sit down a student and I'm like, here, I want you to go play Battlefield Vietnam. And then when you're going to come to class and then we're going to talk about Vietnam, you all now have a visual representation of Vietnam in your head. May not be totally accurate, but
it's a start.
It's a start, and it helps it helps spark interest. And I use this because of me. My master's thesis, it's on the Cold War. Why? Because I played Fallout. My book and my whole career in World War I is because I played Battlefield 1. Right? This is what got me started, but it's also something to get people interested. So if that game on, what was the game on Baghdad?
Let me look real quick.
Because I'm
Baghdad
curious.
or
Now.
Fallujah?
No, it's Fallujah.
It was Fallujah, I think.
Wasn't that
I'll
the
share
game
it.
that just came out a couple years ago where the maps were progressively generated?
6
No.
Days in Fallujah.
That's it.
Yeah, that's the one. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where the map is never the same twice because the game generates the map live.
No, I think-
different every time. Procedural
No, I think
architecture.
it's the same. I think it just puts. I don't know how it works.
No, I'm on their website right here.
Okay.
Procedural architecture reshapes the entire battlefield every time you play. Every room, every building changes every time. So just like actual combat, you'll never know what to expect.
Exactly. That's why they did it, is because they wanted to make sure that you couldn't memorize the map.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and again, this makes sense on an education standpoint. Oh, go ahead. I want to see this.
Full screen it.
For any leader, when you're in the highest levels of combat, the paradox that exists is you have a mission. The mission comes before the Marines. The Marines are the thing that you love. You have to sacrifice. You have to destroy what you love in service of the mission. It was real for us very quickly. We had a KIA Marine within 5 minutes.
There is no block that's safe. Everywhere you look, there has to be somebody watching, because that's potentially where you can get hit from.
A war where you're fighting in a city becomes the Corporal's War or a Sergeant's War. He has his own indirect fire weapon in his fire team. He's got his own machine gun so he can provide suppression. He can flank and move. He can do all the major moves that a general can, just in a smaller way. We're gonna breach that shit right now. Ready?
We have to clear every house, every building. We just went house to house.
Initially, you're trained to stack outside the room in teams of 4 to breach and make entry. In practicality, this wasn't so simple.
The point man, he's the first one to die. As soon as you go through that door, there's a machine gun pointing right at your face.
As a Marine fire team, you're all looking out for each other because you know that you yourself can't watch every angle. You can't get a 360 coverage.
It's not about you. It is about your squad, your buddies. You're always going to have 3 guys with you. They're everything to you.
So the one thing that I will say about, I just played a handful of times with some friends. I don't know how they did it, but so if you're playing with Discord, somehow it tags into your Discord and eliminates it. So you can't be like 30 yards away from each other still using Discord.
Yep.
You're using your local voice, and if they're too far away, you have to key up your radio so they can hear you on the radio. I don't know how they did that, but that was pretty neat.
See, these are the types of things that I think are interesting education tools that you can use. But I like the way that they're making them now because at least they're getting input historically for some of this stuff. Assassin's Creed has done great because they hire historians to help them make all their games. Right. So you can go back and play Assassin's Creed and learn something every time that's actual historical fact. Fucking dream job.
This is the one that got me into World War II because I've been living in and around Civil War, but this is the one that got me.
Medal of Honor.
I fucking love Frontline. That's my favorite.
Oh,
fucking one.
the opening of
Now,
Frontline.
here, I'll give you mine. It's a Call of Duty
eyes of
Big
the
Red
world
One.
are
Call
upon
of
you.
Duty Big Red
Yeah,
One.
that was a
The
good one.
hopes and
That's the one that got
prayers
me
of
into
liberty-loving people everywhere march with you. In company with our brave allies and brothers in arms on other fronts, you will bring about the destruction of the German war machine, the elimination of Nazi tyranny over the oppressed peoples of Europe, and security for ourselves in a free world. Your task will not be an easy one. Your enemy is well trained, well equipped, and battle hardened. He will fight savagely. I have full confidence in your courage, devotion to duty, and skill in battle. We will accept nothing less than full victory. Good luck. And let us all beseech the blessings of Almighty God upon this great and noble undertaking.
Yeah, it gets the book
Thompson
going,
on the
baby.
fucking beach. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, one of my favorite war games is actually Silent Hunter 4: Wolves of the Pacific.
Shut up.
Actually, I tried to get Michael to work on a paper with me once on misconceptions of D-Day thanks to video games.
I'd love to continue.
Well, all right. Well, so technically, it was the movie Saving Private Ryan. First,
Yeah, but
that
Medal
was
of Honor
green.
just used
Yeah,
Saving
exactly.
Private Ryan
Yeah.
because it was Steven Spielberg's baby.
Yeah, he created Medal of Honor.
Yeah.
It's all a game of telephone when it comes to that.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So he started Medal of Honor.
The Call of Duty games started. I think my favorite, like for Vietnam, is Men of Valor because there aren't many Vietnam games out there.
I
But
love
Men
that
of
game.
Valor is a
The
great
best
game.
fucking Vietnam game I've ever played is called Viet Cong.
I think I
It
played that on
was-
PC years
Dude,
ago.
yeah, it's PC, and
It was hard.
hey, yeah, oh, fucking insanely hard.
Like just
So,
when you're
Smitty,
thinking of
if
like
you could pull up,
on
if you could
this,
pull up the menu for the original menu for Viet Cong with the music behind it.
Oh, they made one for Xbox too called Viet Cong Purple Haze.
Yeah, Purple Haze, and they had Fist Alpha as well. for Viet
But
Cong.
see, and I
Those are
played,
those
like I
three.
said, Men of Valor was the big one I did, and I loved it.
Yeah, Viet Cong. Okay, so check this out. This is fucking beautiful. Yep.
Someone made a TikTok the other day that said, "My favorite war is Vietnam because it had the best fucking soundtrack."
That is accurate.
Yeah.
It's very.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
Shut up, you fucking faggot. This was the best Vietnam game I ever fucking played because it was so insanely difficult.
I agree with James. I like the Men of Valor. That was
Men of
pretty good.
Valor was. See if you can find a video of Men of Valor.
Let me show you this first. See what you think. He didn't care for it.
Like the intro to Letters from Iwo.
So this is a new new expansion for a game called Squad 44.
Huh.
And they're going into the Pacific. It used to be just the damn it, the longest road.
Oh, okay. That looks pretty
Um,
good, actually. Those aren't. I like. I mean, I love these types of games.
敵はこの島から我々の家を襲撃するだろう。最後の一兵になっても私の義務は敵を止めることだ。
In Virginia, I hate hell it loose.
生きて再び我が家に帰れないことを覚悟した。
That ping just got somebody killed.
I was just about to say that.
You're dead to me.
Huh.
It's not over yet. Hold on.
Yeah.
I might have to play that.
So I've got it. It's pretty awesome. Oh, yeah, this hasn't come out yet. They only have the guns.
Yeah.
But
Men of Valor. Such a good fucking game.
no, not Active Valor, dickhead.
Yeah, that one. Is this just the intro though? Because I don't think it had gameplay.
It's probably just the trailer.
Yeah, it's just the intro trailer.
Hurry up.
Stop yelling at me. Don't handle well under
I'm not
pressure.
yelling. I'm not yelling yet.
A hot and steamy au jus is the king of dips. It enhances the
If
flavor
they
of
watch
everything.
another ad, I'm gonna
Roast
yell.
beef.
God damn it.
2004. I want to start off with the things that I really liked about this game. So starting off, the game really shows you some of the terror that the soldiers would have had to endure. For starters, they have real footage and they give you a little history lesson with it, and they show dead bodies and everything. And I thank them for that, because we today can hopefully sit in the comfort of our home and not have to actually endure some of the things that people in the past have had to in the form of a video game. But another thing in this game is that you encounter a couple of civilians throughout, and I didn't want to shoot them. I'm going to be honest. I know I always make haha war crimes, but almost everyone that I encountered either led us to an ambush or put me and my troops in danger. And every time from these moments on, I was very cautious and weary. But this game is a PTSD simulator. Whether it's the sounds of screaming Viet Cong charging at you, artillery shells exploding right next to you, watching the person you're
So you have to search everybody for something. And
Yeah, if you need ammo,
getting to know get massacred.
it's a damn good game.
out of
Oh
the
shit, that
APC.
fucking level right there, it took me forever to get past.
Oh yeah, dude, the
But
M14.
that whole point of, you know, the civilians, you know, I didn't want to shoot them, but every time I encountered them, well, that's how fucking
And
There-
the
there
use
was
of
more
the
than-
soundtrack perfectly
Oh, yeah, I
complements
played this
the
game.
environment you're in to
Yeah, it
add
sucks.
tension and fear.
That fucking level is so hard.
But it's so old though. I mean, it's like
Yeah.
what, like 25 years old now, probably.
a lot of these games need a remaster.
Yeah. Because there's like booby traps, and you can barely
Yeah.
see them.
I actually have this on Steam. Yeah.
Yeah, I still have it on Xbox. It's and then you go to the tunnels. I mean, it was a good one. If you're just trying to like, again though, what good is it? Well, you can teach like just a basic perception, a basic understanding of Vietnam War.
It's about 1% of the stress that you actually feel when you're there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
It's
it's like okay, but we had a professor do this once that they assigned them to play Skyrim for a Middle Ages class, and they let them like instead of saying you have to spend 10 hours a week reading this book, you have to play 10 hours of Skyrim. And then he said, okay, now after 2 or 3 weeks, what did you do in Skyrim? And they said it like, what was your favorite part? And he's like, okay, that's your research topic. Now you're going to do, you know, hunting in Middle Ages or whatever. So it gave them something to be interested in.
That's pretty cool.
So you could do that. Like, what did you think was so interesting in you know, Men of Valor? Okay, that's what you're going to write your paper about. Booby traps.
Is this the Black Hawk Down game?
No.
Or is this just the trailer for Black Hawk
This
Down?
is California dreaming, baby. Church.
It's up an octave or
I
so.
actually know a guy, which is very hard to find. He was a Marine in Somalia during that whole
Yeah.
shit, and he said it was so fucked up.
What
It
did,
was-
okay, so I met a guy when I was working in the gun store in 2012. So what did he tell you? What did your guy tell you?
Well, he said he wasn't actually in that big battle. He was outside as a QRF guy in the Marine Corps. He was a 0311, and he said that before that battle even happened, they were outside of the city and they had like fucking like positions dug, like hasties and all that shit, and that all of a sudden one night he wakes up to the sound of. So the rounds are going right over his head, and he's like, he woke up and he just saw tracers right above him, and he was like, "Oh shit, what the fuck do I do?" And so he's in his hasty. He gets up with his M16 and he like kind of gets into fighting position. There's nobody to shoot at though, because they're shooting from the city, and they're outside of the city. And he was like, "Yeah, we knew it was gonna be fucked." Then they were on like high alert and shit like that and whatever. And then he was like, when that battle was going on, he could see it and hear it, but his unit was not allowed to go into the city because they weren't called. And so he sat outside the city and watched the fucking smoke and the Black Hawks go down. And that was his thing.
So the guy that I talked to, the guy that I met, he said he was on board one of the amphibs off the coast.
Mm-hmm.
And they were listening to this whole thing happening on the radio.
Yeah.
And they were like pounding on their CO's door and pounding on desks and walls saying, fucking send us in there.
Get us in. Get us in.
We've got our Amtraks. We can be there in an hour. Because
this guy could have been there in fucking 10 minutes.
But they had armor.
Yeah. And he was just light infantry. So it's like,
yeah.
They were like, well, we need to go in there and help them. And they were like, no.
Yeah, they were on the amphibious assault ship out at sea. They had helicopters. They had their Amtraks. You know, they could have been on the ground with their Amtraks with armor support in an hour, and they could have just rolled right in.
Yep.
And what he told me was he found out later why they weren't allowed to go in to assist and to rescue the army.
Yeah, into the
was
mode.
because is because command was too afraid of the amount of collateral damage the Marines would cause.
Exactly what the guy I know said, and he got really like messed up from that because he's like,
yeah,
all those guys died because
same with this guy I met.
Yep, because we weren't allowed to go in the city, and he was literally eyes on the city watching this whole thing happen as a light infantryman, and he got he was not happy with the command.
And this guy was standing on the ship watching it from the flight deck.
Yep. So yeah, Mogadishu, that was so fucked up in '93. Like that was such a colossal goat fuck. It's like,
hey, thanks, Bill Clinton.
Yeah, well, either you fucking do it or you don't. How about that?
If you're gonna fucking go in with military force, you go in hard and fast, and you kill everything that's standing.
And you had you had so many Marines and army around you to help those guys, and you fucking said no, we don't want more collateral damage.
No, we're just gonna send in soft-skinned vehicles with some helicopters circling overhead.
Yeah, nice. But yeah, anyway,
how about
this?
You had Marine Corps Amtraks offshore. How about send those in? They're fucking armored and they have grenade launchers.
You had Marine Corps infantry 10 minutes from the city. They were right outside.
No, I'm saying I'm saying for the actual mission itself to grab the
sure. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Like it's very rare to meet somebody who's actually at that battle or around it, and it's like they're all fucking mad about it. Everyone I've talked to, Waz, our squad leader, who was there for that battle, was like, that was such a fucking colossal goat fuck. It was just horrible. Am I lagging out? Can you not hear me?
No, Smitty is.
Oh, Smitty is. Okay. But yeah, it's like whatever. That was a fucking, good God, so stupid.
No, if a situation demands a U.S. military response, an armed U.S. military response, it demands a full fucking military response.
Yeah.
It demands all of the might that we can throw at it and unchain the fucking military.
And that should have been, honestly, like, that should have been, I've talked about it with Greg, the guy who was a Marine there. That should have been a foreshadowing of what GWAT was going to be like.
Yeah.
And
it was.
It was. It was exactly
we didn't know it at the time, but it was.
It's like, dude, the U.S. military, I'm not just saying this because I'm a fucking, the U.S. military. No, if we want to get in there and fuck shit up, we're going to do it. Okay? We're really good at that.
Let us fucking do it. Let us do what we're good at.
If we're going to be dumb enough to be there, yeah, let us fucking do it. We could have taken Mogadishu down and just been like, okay, here's how it fucking is, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck. Good luck rebuilding.
Yeah.
You got the bad guys out.
That's another thing that I'm all in favor of is if we have to send our military in someplace because you guys are being a bunch of fuckheads, cleaning it up is not our problem.
Correct. Yep. But it also isn't our problem to be there in the first place.
We should not be in this business of nation building.
Yeah, or just like if it doesn't really affect us at all, why the fuck are we there in the first place?
But if we have
if
to
we
go
do
there,
if we do go there, just fuck it up.
To go there,
do it. Do it.
Slap them as hard as we fucking can without using nuclear weapons and leave.
Right.
Leave the smoldering crater, the smoldering glassed crater, as a warning to everybody else who might want to fuck with the U.S. You fuck with the U.S., that's what happens to you.
I'm sure everybody here's read the book.
What book?
Black Hawk Down.
No, I've not.
I have not.
So they
remember.
They really.
I'm out.
All right, later, James.
Good. See you, doctor.
Bye.
At the
see you, doc.
I wish at the end of the movie they added in the part where I'm paraphrasing because I haven't read it in probably a few years now. A diplomat for the U.S. went over to talk to Muhammad Farah Aidid, and by that point, the aircraft carrier had showed up in the bay, and he was like, "You need to release this pilot back to the U.S." He's like, "No, I'm not going to do that, this, that, and the other." And he's like, "I don't think you understand the situation, the gravity here. That aircraft carrier is full of pissed off Marines, sailors, and airmen. They will tear this city literally apart to get that man back." And he's like, Okay, I give him back. I think that would have been like a little cherry on top at the end of the movie if they would have added that in my opinion.
Yeah. Is that that pilot who was captured or something?
Mike Durant.
Yeah.
Mike Durant.
Yeah, he got a rough fucking draw of the sticks.
Oh yeah, I think both of his femurs broke, or one of them.
He couldn't
or something.
fucking move, dude.
Yeah, and they were rough handling the shit out of him because he was a prisoner. But he said that he befriended one of the guys that was taking care of him as a POW. Like, he wasn't a doctor, but he knew basic medical needs, and he said he treated me very well. We became kind of impromptu friends, I guess you could say, as a prisoner. But he said, he took care of me. But Mike, let me what do you think of this? Just do your opinion.
Amphibious claims to be one of the most difficult operations to pull off in war. And on June 6, 1944, the largest amphibious...
I like his videos because they give you, like,
can you
already know
pause
all
it, full
this.
screen it? You got to full screen it, dude.
That's
it's like
Utah
watching a
Beach right there.
postage stamp on our end.
Well, he's not a historian; he's just a gamer, but he does do a decent amount for gaming history.
I'm gonna take a piss and I'll listen to it.
No balls, you won't. And then he gives like a brief little history of it and everything. But that's not nice.
I'm just saying you're number one, dude.
Operations were a crucial factor in this invasion would be the ability to trick the Germans into not properly reacting to the main invasion forces.
So he gives a decent little video.
That whole thing is a little overblown. Okay, one thing I do like is that they do properly model the ramp with the thing that flaps down, the viewport
viewport.
Right. Yeah, because when you're the driver has to look through that thing when you're going
Exactly.
to the beach,
Yeah.
they put that up. Yeah.
I'm on 10.
Like I said, they do a lot of work. So, for example, in the game, they had the MP40, and it was like a passion project. They made a mod for this. Was a mod, but now it's its own game.
Yeah.
But the MP40, they would pull the bolt back and lock it up. They put a new mag and they HK slap it. But they awesomely listen to the people in the community, like, hey, you can't do that because it's not physically possible. So they went back and fixed it. So they're very receptive to what people say in the community.
Well,
So
good.
Yeah.
And now, is this going to be Omaha or Utah, or is it just not? Is it just whatever?
Utah.
This is Utah. Okay.
Yeah. They don't have Omaha in the game.
Okay.
Where is this Utah anyway?
Well, this is Utah Beach, and this is going to be easy.
Oh God, get out of here! Hey, if you don't think it's me, you're okay. Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! Fuck.
So at least they have the siege engine correctly.
Please! Oh my God, I'm drowning. Get me out of here, man! I need some cover.
I want to see what it looks like past the shingle.
So this is purely a multiplayer game. It's not like a historical, like let's
right
learn as we go campaign game.
It's like Hell's
really-
Highway. Yeah.
I don't want to die, man. I don't want to die.
Let's see
I'm
if I
too
can
young
get
to
it
die.
up close for you.
Something's shooting at
Fuck
me.
you shooting at?
Suppressing fire.
Suppressing fire.
Press a fire for who?
Your mom.
Did I get him? I see him. Maybe 200 meters?
So that's nothing. You can adjust your
I'm
sight.
telling you right now, more shots have been fired than the actual Battle of Utah Beach.
Is that too? I can't tell how close I'm hitting him. I got him.
Well, that guy went flying.
Guy fucking sucks at shooting. He doesn't understand.
He got hit
ballistics.
with a 30-06. Of course he went flying. That's God's caliber.
Okay, well, since this is Utah Beach, I like how they flattened it out, and that is accurate. Utah Beach was very flat.
Go, 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 go. Take the beachhead, boys. Take the beachhead.
In fact, that escarpment right there might be a little too high.
I think it varies as it goes down.
Let's go, boys.
Mhm.
Like in front of the village, there is no escarpment, I don't believe.
Body breach. Body breach the wire.
Oh shit! Oh my god! I think I got him. The other guy killed me. All right. So even though I
God, I
got
hate gamers.
to establish a beachhead,
Yeah.
there are two objectives coming up now.
Why
Our
are we
tank's getting
watching
nailed.
this?
Yeah, what are we doing here, Trey?
I want to get Mike A's opinion on it. Yeah, I'll
Just what I think of it.
Yeah.
That watchtower is bullshit.
Into the house, boys. Into the house.
But
Radio's.
But besides this building,
like
there's
dead bodies here.
a encampment. Like they have the exact one fence.
now it is true that at Utah there were some
Hey, the Germans are probably
houses,
close machine gun.
not nearly as many as there were on Omaha.
Look down that trench.
Oh wait,
To your
wait.
north,
Here.
Wookie.
Let's see.
Right in there, right in there.
What do you want me to do?
But the fact that
There's a guy
it's
coming down
fairly
south to you.
flat is well done.
Yeah,
And
look
got
at
the fourth
one,
ID
two,
patch, which is good.
Yeah. So at least they do stuff like that. It's not like just 101st
Right.
Airborne with infantry uniforms and stuff.
You know where they shot you from?
He's close.
Oh yeah.
Is that a latrine?
But you do have it's like a buildable bunker. There is a flooded causeway here as well.
Somewhere west side. I just can't see
Now
these
there
guys.
there were those behind Utah Beach.
Yep.
Yo, somebody behind us.
That
120.
trench is a little too wide.
Oh, I see where they're fucking rallying.
There's no, it's not.
Hey, yo, be careful. This guy's got a 0.
Yeah, I'm moving.
He's got to be in one of those windows.
Yeah, I just figured I'd see what you thought.
Yeah, I mean
about
it looked better than other
Yeah, because every time you play a World War II D-Day game, it's always Bloody Omaha.
right.
Um,
Well, and there are ones I've seen ones where they do Utah Beach, but it's just a clone of like what you think of with Omaha, where they have like 100-foot high cliffs.
You
And
wanna-
stuff. It's like no, Utah was very flat.
I know the answer, but do you want to answer that Virginia's question? HBT uniforms.
What's up? What does he say? Oh yeah, no, that's accurate. Fourth ID wore HBTs when they landed at Utah.
No, they did. They wore the fucking M37s with the gas mask up here, just like we saw in Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah, we saw the fourth ID in Saving Private Ryan.
I've got a
Obviously.
picture. The book I've been reading when I showed you.
around with a suction cup dildo on top of their helmet.
How's
Hey,
that?
listen, though, I mean, if they were going to do what happened in Saving Private Ryan, they would have done it with someone off Utah Beach, not Omaha Beach, because Utah Beach was right next to the paratrooper drop
Yeah.
zones.
I've got you probably even have the photo. I don't know, but the book I'm reading has a picture of 16th Infantry Division guy. He's looking into a mirror, like holding his eye like this.
16th Regiment, rather, right? Probably.
Huh?
16th Regiment, not Infantry Division.
Yeah, regiment, 16th Infantry
Oh,
Regiment.
the first ID?
Yes,
Yeah,
I think,
first
I think it's
infantry,
right.
yeah.
I think it's
Okay,
right.
yeah.
He's wearing the
holding
hat.
it.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Mhm.
Did you notice he has the gas mask in his lower pouch in his ass jack?
I did not notice that. I just remember he had like a blanket or something folded up in it. I have to
Yeah,
look at
he
that.
has the blanket stuffed under, not in the pouch, but between the shovel and the pouch.
Yeah.
But his lower ass jack pouch has his whole rubberized gas mask just shoved in it.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, the guys. I mean, they always depict them as having them on their chest like that. Guys wore them every which way. Like they would strap them to their legs. They would put them on their back.
Or like a satchel, just throwing it over their shoulder.
Yeah,
like
just
on
throw it over their
left
shoulder.
side.
Like I mean, there are many different ways that they wore those things.
And from my understanding, a lot of the veterans said that they took the gas mask out and just threw other random shit in there to keep it dry because obviously it's waterproof.
Yeah. There you go. Yep.
Yeah.
Because the
But
gas mask is like, at that point, it's like they probably realized that they weren't going to be using chemical warfare.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, it's
They
like
had to go
okay.
far.
Do you guys
So-
you guys know about Benjamin Vandervoort, Lieutenant Colonel of the 82nd Airborne? John Wayne played him in The Longest Day.
No.
Okay, but he broke his ankle when he landed. He was a paratrooper, and he broke his ankle when he landed, and there are photos of him after D-Day walking around with like a makeshift cast on with one of those gas mask bags over his foot, like to keep it from getting wet.
Oh shit, that's not a bad idea, actually.
Yeah.
In the field, that's not.
In the field. Yeah, like he's like, you know, him sitting in a foxhole, and he has one of those giant black rubber bags over his foot.
I mean, the bags were not bad, but it's like the mask. It's like, what the fuck? It's an extra 3 pounds of shit.
Well, the mask was actually nice compared to the old ones we had because it was the Mark 9 or Mark 5.
Mark 5.
Mark 5.
I don't know.
Mark 5 because
I don't know.
It's a Mark 5. It's Mark 5 because it's if you want to reproduce it, it's a Yugoslavian Mark 9, but the Mark 9 is like gray.
Yeah.
You have to paint it black.
Yeah, exactly. So, but like the gas mask was so fucking stupid. Like the guys, all the accounts that I've like read and heard about, like D-Day veterans or June 6th veterans, say is like, yeah, we just shit can our mask like either before or immediately after we landed, because it was like, you know, some of them kept the bag for what you said is like it's water resistant.
Yeah,
and then you can put like shit in there, like a camera or whatever.
Yeah, letters.
You know, letters. You know, shit like that, and then they just carry it like a satchel, and then you know, or put it on their fucking, you know, their 28 pack or their 10 pack.
Yeah, you lay it on, or you wear it on your leg too, like the airborne.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, okay, well, whatever. Like the mask itself, most of those got shit canned in Normandy.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, the latest I've ever seen an assault jacket was like September, and it was cut down, like the belly.
Oh, I've never even seen it that late. I thought it was like July.
No, it was like September. They found one photo, but the dude had cut the bottom half off, so he had the 2 top pockets and the backpack. The 2.
So basically, a fucking chest rig.
Basically, yeah.
The predecessor to the chest rig. Nice.
Yeah.
Those 2, I've seen photos of them being worn in bizarre ways. I've seen photos of first ID guys, you know, the Navy life belt that they would, you know, put around their waist.
From what I've read, they gave that shit to them like 24 hours before the invasion. And they're like, here you go, good luck. So there was like no test trial, there was no instructions, nothing. So you see pictures of people putting them on, then the belt and the life preserver, or putting the belt and life preserver, then the ass jacket.
That's what I was going to say. I've seen photos where they have them on underneath the assault vest.
Yeah, there's a video.
The belt?
Yeah, the life.
Are those the life preserver belts that you're underneath?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Are those the life preserver belts that they were supposed to wear under their armpits, up across their chests, in case they went in the water?
It's a Navy life belt. Yeah, it's like a big long thing and has 2 black tubes on it. They usually wear them around their waist. Some guys wear them under their arms.
Yeah. So
was it compressed CO2?
Yeah. You squeeze the little 2. Fuck, mine's in the basement. But you squeeze the 2 together and it dispenses it. It pops almost instantly.
Yeah. Trying to find the photo of that guy where it's underneath his assault vest.
There's video footage of
like God. Well, I know. Yeah, I know. It was like they were so fucking unprepared. They had all these advisors and shit from the South Pacific, you know, the Marines and shit like that, who were like, well, but there was only like 1 per fucking division, and then they were like, oh well, just fucking. This is how this works.
So here's one. Right.
Full screen.
So it's a guy right here is coming up. He's a BAR gunner. He's did away with the BAR belt altogether and just shoved all the mags in the pockets. Right here. So all the BAR mags are in the pockets.
Oh, nice.
Well, he's got an actual 1918 as well.
Yeah. 18 one.
Fucking A, yeah.
We were National Guard unit, baby. We got the leftovers. Besides the M1. We got the M1s pretty early, but yeah. His magazines are in his pockets. He's done away with the belt altogether.
Well, it probably almost fucking drowned him.
Oh,
right,
yeah.
I'm gonna show Mike's video really quick, or picture.
This is a photo. This is you can see the life belt underneath.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
that's bad, dude.
No, so you think about it. If you have to get, because you're
gonna ditch the assault vest.
Yeah, the assault jacket has 2 tabs. They're quick detached tabs. You pull them, you dip that, and you float. So he's pretty smart. Now, also right there, you showed see how the man.
Yeah, but
the
you lose your
canteen-
fucking gear, man.
Yeah, but you're gonna survive.
Yeah, but if your choices are between drowning and
So the assault jackets were
I
made
know.
by the assault jacket was made by the British. See how the
This guy too.
his canteen is fixed right, but his isn't because it wasn't set up like our gear. They were given like an idea, and they were like, okay. So his canteen's only held on by one hook.
If you his gas mask bag too, this is the strap to that is underneath the vest as well.
That's
Oh
probably
god, it just makes me claustrophobic.
That
Yeah.
probably the 30 cal cannon is a backpack too. The back.
What unit is this?
This is first ID.
Yeah.
Oh god.
And this is their rail loading onto the
Yeah.
landing craft. This is actually connected to the ship right here.
They got the 1/4-inch net and the 3/4-inch net in one fucking LCV. Nice.
Yeah, this is and this is taken on D-Day. So
yeah,
really interesting.
Yeah,
to
that's a pretty famous photo.
That's fucking insane.
Yeah. Trying to see if I have more photos of shit like that.
I love those LCVPs. Those things are such cool boats.
Oh yeah, the fucking yeah.
This is another first ID photo.
Well, that's the thing is like so it's okay in Saving Ryan's Privates, right?
Mhm.
They're all like standing up and shit. Every fucking guy that I've talked to, like personally, and like I've seen interviews, they're like, "No, we were fucking down in these."
No,
fucking boats."
that's a common thing is that when you right as you going up to everyone is kneeling down inside that. So
yeah, you're fucking down.
The Pacific is the only movie / show I've ever seen that got that right.
So the other thing is too the common misconception with like Saving Private Ryan, which they're the Rangers, they could have been a little bit more correct, but the 29th ID, the first wave, they've been in that fucking LCVP for like 6 hours.
Oh,
they
no
loaded out like 1,800 yards, or no, it was more than that. It was like, how many miles was it? They were out.
I forgot off the top of my head, but
So they were out several miles in LCVPs, and then they started circling to get their chalks ready.
LCAs.
And then they came in.
Yeah,
So it wasn't like they were 600 yards offshore. They got on the boats and then went in. They'd been on those bastards for several hours.
What they do is the boats, the flotillas, they get in this circle. They call it Piccadilly Circus, and then they do that until they finally are given the order to go in.
Well, but even with that, like, I mean, so Jake and I were both infantrymen, and at that point, I would just sit the fuck down.
Yeah,
and lean back against the guy behind me. You know,
Well, there's not enough room. It's 30 men to a landing craft. I mean, you can kind of crouch, but sitting down, there's just not enough room.
That's
Plus,
what these guys are doing. But no, before Jake, just real quick though, LCAs, the British ones, which a lot of these guys run as well, they actually are designed to sit down in those, like on their butts, so they could actually sit down on those ones. Yeah,
but because the storm had hit, so the seas. This photo is fairly calm because it's during the day, but during the night before, like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, the seas were so rough. They said the men had to take their helmets off and help bail out the ship because they were getting so many swells coming into the boat.
boats. Yeah, that was a lot of them. The boats started to really the little landing craft. They all started to load onto them and go out at around like 4 in the morning is when that all started.
I wish Augie could be here.
Yeah,
Coasty.
Well, most of the U.S. Landing craft, I think even the British and Canadian, they were British ships or boats.
Yeah, the LCAs. Yeah. So these are just a collection of my Omaha photos. There's some DUKWs.
Autistic.
Yes, very much so. This is a really interesting photo right here. This doesn't have to do with the boats, but this is way later in the day. And these are or way later, like days after. And these are a bunch of they're Czechoslovakian.
Okay.
Yeah, they say Vabusna on them, which means explosive in Czech. And these are for a lot of the Czech guns that were there at Omaha Beach.
I miss doing these videos because I remember you and Mike used to do these videos because you showed us the landmines wrapped in concrete balls.
The
wild.
The Rollabomber, yeah. But then you have some German grenade cases over here, German gas mask filters, and so a little weird mishmash of certain things. A bunch of Petronkesten 88s, but a bunch of Czech ammo crates.
Nice.
And Michael is patron, not patron.
Whatever. I don't know. I'd like to have either one of them, Patronin or Patron.
It's an inside joke.
Yeah, it's
So
just
whichever one. I'd like to have either.
One thing that's kind of interesting too is that now there's a lot of photos off Omaha Beach of German prisoners going like loading on the landing crafts and such, and they're always being guarded by a guy with a shotgun.
With shotgun, yeah, MPs and just people in general who like were guarding prisoners use a shotgun because it's like it's gonna fucking do some damage at close
Get the
range.
scatter gun.
Yeah,
and it's gonna stop them immediately. So no, like that happened in World War One and World War II. So if you look at it, like MPs and like people who were guarding prisoners who were able to had shotguns.
Check out. Is that dude got shorts on? Or
Rob
is that...
said if we're still going in 10 or 15 minutes, he can be on.
Okay. No, I think he's in summer HBTs, and I think he just pulled them up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because a lot of these guys
off those sexy legs.
There's a bunch of them now. See, there's like 3 of them. So yeah, they don't get their breeches wet.
I have a few photos where they're like actually walking out into the water, and yeah, they pull their
got you.
Their legs complete. There's footage that was taken on June 7th. You've probably seen some of the photos of a bunch of engineers in a life raft being pulled in onto the beach. There are a number of famous photos of that, but in some of the film footage that was taken of them doing that, one of the guys is just that's helping pull them in is completely naked except for the life belt. He's wearing one of those Navy life belts.
Safety
well, it's comfortable.
Naked. Yeah.
Shit. I mean, it's comfortable shit, man. Like if you're in water all day and you're working in water, I'd rather be fucking naked. Like, I mean, clothing, it starts chafing. It starts like, rubbing against.
It's just
wear your fucking life belt and then do your job.
Right, because it's just funny. Yeah, he has all these like Navy and like engineer guys around him. They're all wearing helmets and shit. I think he's wearing his helmet too, but the only piece of clothes, anything he's wearing is just his life belt. He's
well, he probably also knows that like fucking cotton or wool is not going to stop a piece of fucking frag or a bullet. A helmet will, but
that's true.
Fucking, it's awesome.
This is another fun. This guy also has his life belt on underneath his jacket.
Why? It's really weird to me. Like,
but he doesn't have his HBT or his M41 on though. It's weird.
No, he's wearing just his M37 shirt.
Yeah.
This guy behind him has an M41 on.
Yep.
Yeah, the scrim. Yeah.
Scrim on the helmet. I love that.
That was a big Normandy thing.
Yep. Yeah. So, and some famous photos here. The Into the Jaws of Death photo. This is
I don't see the big bunkers though.
No,
I love that one video, that one or the meme. It's like, who left the fucking wire wheel?
This right here?
Yeah. Who left the wire wheel?
Someone wanted to get that. There's also pillow film bags that have been left behind.
Also, Jake, Roger about Rob. So we're good to go.
But
if you can stay on, I'll stay on. So
are those dust goggles?
Yeah, I don't know what they might. I've seen a number of
photos. Those are goggles. Yeah.
Yeah, where they have goggles on their helmets. These are also first aid guys.
And they're on the outside now too. Look.
Yep.
The guy in front of him has got his deployed.
Holy fuck! Look at the guy on his right. That guy got the short stick, man.
That's right here.
Holy fuck! All those radio batteries.
Yeah, his life belt's not even on. It's just like
it's like it popped.
Yeah,
that guy got fucked.
That sucks to be him.
He's carrying like 150 pounds of shit.
Yeah.
Oh God, man.
That's a classic photo right there. You can see one of the DD tanks, or no, that's a DW tank, not a DD tank.
Yeah.
Duplex. Yeah.
Not deep. Yeah. Or the snorkels.
Yeah. DW tank. LCM carrying a bunch of wounded guys. Engineers, because he's wearing paratrooper boots.
Fag.
Hey, you can't say faggot on our channel.
You better take that off or I'll beat your ass because I'm an airborne man. Yeah, whatever.
There a lot of Navy and Army engineers wore paratrooper boots when they landed on the beaches.
I would love to wear paratrooper boots, but I just cannot bring myself to buy a pair because I never jumped.
So did most of the other guys.
Yeah, this is a British.
Yeah, no, Jake, you've obviously never fucking. That's funny you said it. You've never seen fucking a World War II reenactment where literally every fucking American, well, about 75% of them,
101st
are airborne wearing Coracrans.
I hope he's not
If you want
watching.
to wear jump boots, you've done more than fucking 99% of those fuckers have. You can
Yeah,
wear your fucking
I hope he's not watching. But there's a dude that used to go to Conneaut. He was legit full 100 pounds. I don't know they've made an M42 that big reproduction wise, but I was like, bro, like you got to do something, man. Like I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not the skinniest fella out there, but bro, you're like 400 pounds portraying an airborne guy.
That's like Luftwaffles, you know.
Like, dude, he was about the same size.
You really?
I'm serious.
No,
yeah.
hey, okay, really quick, Trey. Have you ever met Luftwaffles in real life?
No, not in real life.
Mike
no.
has. Mike
I
has
have a few times.
Did you get a signature?
I did not.
Way to go. You fucked up.
Well, no.
You fucked up. No.
That's. Do I tell the story, Mike?
I thought yes, the Daisy sour cream. Yes.
Well, because you were laughing so fucking hard, like you were ready to cry.
It was the funniest thing. Yeah. I say tell it, but if you want to keep doing photos, we can do that too.
Okay, so let's just take a pause for the photos there, Mr. Autismo McGee.
Yes.
So okay, the meme that is Luftwaffles. I've met him.
That first. Pull that up first. Get somebody to pull.
Hey, Autismo, pull that up. Pull it up. That's somebody calling from now on. Is Autismo.
Autismo, that's nice.
Actually,
so
this is the one, right? I think I already found it because I was looking for the 101st guy, but
so this is gonna get interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna get an angry Facebook message.
I'll do it. So you don't. Hold on, let me scroll down so I can find the picture.
Yeah, let Trey do it. He can do it.
Right,
you can just paint. Yeah.
I'll hop out of that.
Yeah. Go ahead and paint, and we'll get some context because I have met this person, and to be fair, he's a really nice guy. He's a really good guy. I have nothing against him whatsoever.
Yeah, no, I don't think anybody is saying that. It's just like,
yep.
You know.
Come on, dude.
No, that's not him, Trey. That's not him.
That's not. You're talking about the one with the BMW, right?
Luftwaffles.
Well, that's Fallschirmjäger, but yeah.
That guy's dead. The guy I know is still alive.
Go figure.
So, Luftwaffles.
Well, I was looking up the 101st Airborne guy.
No. He's not a 101st guy. He's a German guy.
No. I'm looking at the one that I was trying to find, but that popped up.
Right, and that guy is I've talked about him before, but he's dead. So,
I can't find it.
Luftwaffles.
Do you know how to spell it?
I know colors and pictures and stuff.
He done got that good southern vacation going on there, and that done. What?
That's the MP in him talking.
The mommy's princess? Yes, absolutely.
I've got this one, but it's part of a meme, but whatever.
Well, okay, so that is. Well, dude, there's the original meme's not out there anymore. What search engine are you using? Like,
I just typed in Luftwaffles.
No, is it Google?
Yeah.
Really?
You pull it up, Richard. I'm trying to find the.
That's how it's going to be.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the 101st guy.
This guy.
There we go.
Yeah, that's him.
So this gentleman, right? I've met him in person many times. Extremely nice guy, right? He became a meme in like 2014, somewhere around there.
Oh God, we got to do this too.
All right, we'll do that next.
Yeah.
Is that the chin?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
All hail. All hail.
I've just seen the fucking. I've seen the fucking tiny blurry ass preview. All right. So I met this gentleman when I started reenacting a couple years after. So basically 2014, we'll just say. And it was fucking awesome because I knew him as a meme. And I said, holy fuck, is this really him? He's walking towards me at this event that I'm at in like down near Chicago. And I was like, oh fuck. And then so we're talking and he's a super nice guy and everything. And then we're like, hey, what do you got in your gas mask canister? And he pulls open his gas mask canister. He's got a fucking 16-ounce jar of fucking Daisy sour cream. And I went, okay. I respect it, but why the fuck don't you have a fucking gas mask in your fucking gas mask canister? What are you gonna do with the sour cream? And then everybody else
gonna eat it. It's lunch.
Well, he was gonna share with people, but like that was my first experience with him. Is like he had a 16-ounce, a fucking pound of Daisy sour cream.
I'm gonna shut my camera off for a sec.
Okay, that's fine. Jesus Christ! And it was like
I just imagine like in between fights, he's like just scooping that shit up and just straight up.
No, but here's the thing: is that man can run. Like he,
really,
dude. I was watching the battle because I didn't like to take part in them because they're fucking retarded. But like, so we'd watch, and this guy can he can move. He's about probably I don't know his weight, but like probably 350 to 400.
Yeah,
he fucking moved in this battle. Like,
would you rather him have had sour cream or cottage cheese in there?
I like both personally. I love both. To eat plain, I'd rather have cottage cheese. But to share and to put on stuff, I'd have sour cream. But also, it was hot as fuck out, and he's a larger gentleman, and he fucking was very warm. So I don't want the sour cream to melt. You know what I mean? Like it's not great if it melts.
But
I would imagine whipped cream.
Either way, it's a dairy product in the heat in a metal can.
Dude, yeah. Jake, when we were in Iraq, they fucking served us kefir. The drinkable yogurt shit.
Yeah.
That was
I would have imagined like whipped cream. He just pulls it out and just.
No, it was sour cream, and I'm like, at one point I respect it. You know, on one hand I respect it because I love sour cream. It's fucking dude. I'm from Wisconsin. I fucking love dairy shit. Jake's from Wisconsin. He loves it too.
I love it so much. I work in the dairy industry.
Yeah, I actually was down there with you when you were hauling dairy shit the other couple weeks ago. So I love dairy, but like if you're putting it in your fucking gas mask canister, it's like, what are we doing here, buddy? Like, what are we doing here? Like, I mean, you should have a gas mask in there to show the public what you would have carried as a soldier.
Yeah, what if someone asked him, like, what's in there?
Right. Well, I did. And then he said, oh, sour cream. And I said, no fucking way. And he pulled his gas mask can open, and I was like, oh, you're not bullshitting. Holy fuck. So, anyway, that was a very funny story. And it's just like, holy shit, man. All right, dude.
A fat ass at heart.
Well, dude, I'm a fat ass too. Like, but here's the thing: is like,
Mike doesn't go around mainlining sour cream in the middle of July.
Yeah, that's about it. That's about it. That's like I don't go around mainlining fucking sour cream and fucking cottage cheese and shit. I'll just fucking eat it, right?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna fucking throw it in my fucking arteries and like.
That's funny.
But anyway, yeah. So that was that's Luftwaffles, and I mean, I guess it's fine. Okay, so Trey, you want to do this?
Yeah. All hail.
Hail.
All hail. The chin.
The chin.
At least he doesn't. Chin. Yeah, at least he doesn't have his mortar bandolier.
Oh, he's not a first sergeant here? What the fuck's going on?
Corporal with a grease gun.
What the fuck?
Got her.
Where's his goddamn rank?
So I don't know this dude, but he shows up to every event with the grease gun, and it's always like Kelly's Heroes or some shit. He's always like shooting it from the hip. Usually he's wearing HBT everything, but the HBT shirt has a khaki fucking tie with it. Yeah.
That's some cringe right there.
But they've nicknamed him the Crimson Chin or the World War II Chin. There's a Facebook group. It's phenomenal.
There is. It exists.
Yep.
But
yeah,
I
he-
gotta
there-
respect the
don't
grease
get
gun
any
though.
fucking
The
ideas.
grease gun was such an underrated weapon.
Well, it's such a fucking total piece of shit, just like the MP40 and the fucking,
How dare you. I
the
love the
Sten. Dude, the Sten is a piece of shit, but it also is amazing.
My
The
brother
Owen-
built one.
No, he didn't.
Oh, the statute of limitations is long over,
Okay.
and he doesn't have it anymore.
So the Crimson Chin.
So that's what this. I'm not familiar with that guy.
So that guy shows up to events with a grease gun. No matter what time period, what it is, he will wear whatever rank he wants, which is usually first sergeant, which is why I was surprised to see the corporal rank on him. Whatever unit, and absolutely no fucking historical accuracy.
Okay,
None of it.
He's one of these guys who just he wants the war to be his playground, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
He wants to basically live out the Kelly's Heroes, the Dirty Dozen, mainly the Dirty Dozen.
Well, if you're talking the grease gun, then definitely Dirty Dozen.
Yeah. There was videos, but I can't find them now. Yeah, he would show up and he just gets on one knee and just pops it off. He's wearing like a fucking mortar vest, like the and that's where he puts his magazines.
Well, why doesn't someone say, "Hey, get the fuck out of here. You're not allowed to be here." It's just because you're
I
suck.
don't remember the events. I don't know.
One of the guys who runs a Connie yacht, where I was talking to him one time because he was like, "I want to find ways to make the beach more realistic. How would you do that?" And I was showing him certain things.
Does he have the same last name as my name?
I think so.
I
mentioned him
yeah.
to Nate, and Nate was not fond of the guy. But
Same guy. Yep, same guy.
Yep. Okay, yeah, but he was saying, "Oh, I want to be able to accurately build, beach defenses and stuff." I'm like, "Well, do you have like a shitload of concrete and excavators and stuff?" But he's like, "Well, how about the anti-tank ditch? I want to do that." And I'm like, "Well, have you've never like built like a ditch, in front of the beach before?" And he says, "We have. The German reenactors run into it and use it as a battle trench." And I said, "Well, why don't you tell them not to do that?" He's like, "Well, and I'm like, what the fuck, dude?" And now I'm like, I understand why people fucking hate reenactors sometimes.
Yep. Oh. Woo.
Yeah, it's like, tell the Germans not to run into that fucking thing because that's an anti-tank ditch. That's not a battle trench. But they said, they wouldn't listen anyway. It's like, well, yeah, I guess that's true. So fuck the whole premise then.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Yep. Oh fuck! You gotta zoom in.
Motherfucker looks like Robert Zadar, dude. Like that chin,
dude. Mike.
Yeah.
Dude, just the more it gets in, you
I
can't do it.
zoom in. Yeah.
Jesus fucking Proust.
So what's up with the fucking the camo helmet? Like, is this supposed to be ETO or?
I don't know. I really
it's supposed to be PTO because it's a 27th ID.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Okinawa, right? Or something.
But also, they didn't wear fucking camo covers.
No, that's a Marine.
27th ID could either be Saipan or Okinawa.
Doesn't matter. They didn't wear fucking camo covers.
Right.
Or mortar vests with a grease gun.
They might have stolen from the Marines on Saipan.
No, dude. There's literally like, I've actually never encountered pictures of Army stealing helmet covers from Marine Corps. Ever in the PTO.
Yeah.
Not saying it didn't happen. It could have happened, but like this
never
fucking douchebag to fucking okay.
There
Oh
you
yeah,
go.
this is a good one. Your helmet fits very well, buddy.
At least he's not wearing jump boots.
There's some brand spanking new HBTs, man.
He's a first sergeant. That's why.
Wow. Yeah, that's some cringe right there.
Yep. The Crimson Chin, man.
The cringe chin.
All right, let's take fucking 5. And Jake, is Rob good to go?
As far as I'm aware.
All right.
But he
I'm gonna
hasn't.
take 5.
He
I'm
hasn't
gonna
said
take a
anything
piss,
to me.
and then
I'm gonna see what the roommates are up to in a minute.
Yep.
Don't you mean the cats?
No, I live with people.
That's scary.
hello, Robert.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can. Yes. Great to have you on.
Rob.
Hello.
Fresh back from the United Kingdom of England land.
Yes.
Are you recombobulated yet?
Getting there.
Good. Have you been drinking much water, sir?
Yeah, gallons and gallons and gallons and gallons and.
You're talking liters? Because we don't do gallons. We do imperial once in a while, but
No. We've been through this before. You don't do imperial. You do standard.
Standard. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Oh, dearie me.
But heaven forbid. Murica's using imperial units, and also,
Oh, good God.
let's be quite clear about it. You know, American pints are actually inferior.
Oh, well, that's only 16 ounces.
Yes, sir.
As opposed to
so
what,
much
24 ounces?
20.
It's 20. Yeah, the imperial pint is 20 ounces. Yes.
It makes it hell when you're doing fuel price conversions. No, the prices are down. It's a quite affordable. I saw a quite affordable £7.80. Sorry, $7.80 a gallon.
So it's a little bit higher than California.
Well, then why are you complaining? Why are you belly aching about this price? Oh, jolly me. It's not that bad. So, you know, Trey, Rob, you know Trey, you met him. I think we were on the live stream before.
Yes.
And he's wearing the shit that you fucking love.
Yeah.
Well, it's colonial, not.
And he's. I'm not going to get into those comments. Where have I lived for quite a long time now? That's all I'm going to say.
Easy.
Let's go more general than that.
Right coast.
Yeah, the one closer to the other side of the water. You know, don't be accused of invading or anything. You know.
Oh, it's not a great thing, mate. But it's one of those things that when you're completely honest about it, it's better to get out in the open, and it's all good. It's all good, mate.
Was that Australian or British?
I have no.
That was fucking South African. That's South African.
It was about you literally went around the world in at least 3 times in that.
Fuck yeah. Okay, excellent. That's what I wanted to do. I want to confuse people because fuck them. So no, but do it. Oh, you
hey, look. If they want to be confused, that's up to them.
If you really want to confuse people, you do you do Pollock Farmer from north of Highway 8.
Did we do that before? And like, has Rob heard that?
Yeah, you and I have done it.
Yeah,
we went back and forth for like 20 minutes, and everybody was rolling.
The Scandinavian English bullshit, like
the northeastern Europe.
Yeah,
yeah, no northwestern Europe.
No, northeastern, because Polish is in there too, and Germany.
Polackish.
Mostly northeastern or northwestern. It's not. So Eastern Europe is Poland.
Yeah, Scandinavia, Poland, Czech, and German.
Yeah, and then but it's mostly like around where we're at in Scandinavia. So it's like,
and
you know
why?
Yeah,
because they wanted to get as far away as possible.
But they also wanted to get in the same fucking climate that they were used to. They're like,
well, I actually don't blame them for that. That's one thing I got to say is when I went back, it's like I was wandering around in a t-shirt. It's like, yeah, this is great, and it's like, this is actually my environment.
Well, yeah, you know, there, hey, it's actually a little bit warmer here than it is in Scandinavia, hey.
Did you? Oh God, I should find that fucking video. There was a video of a dude, like it was some random like TV station down there in Nashville, and it was like fucking like 2 below, and they're like, these are record lows, you know, and there's some dude walking around without a shirt on. And they're like, hey, dude, aren't you cold? He's like, nah, man, I'm from Wisconsin. And he's like, from Wisconsin, everybody, from Wisconsin. It's like, it's 2 below, yeah.
Hey, that -2 below there, that's just a straight up heat wave there.
Yeah, 2 below there. Just the wind that gets you real, bud.
It's also the humidity. Don't forget the humidity, eh?
Yeah,
that humidity will bite you every time. Every time.
Over 30% in the impressive wind chill.
Like the Uper said in the 30-point buck, it's not so much the heat, it's the gosh darn humidity, eh?
Oh yeah.
You're just sitting there in the bed and you're just sweaty, you know, and you go to reach for the water on the nightstand, you slide right out of bed, and the wife says, "Stop making so much noise! You're waking me up. Go to sleep."
So this has just turned into a reaction video of 2 lunatics. English guy reacts to 2 lunatics. There we go.
English guy reacts to 2 lunatics.
This ain't no Mud Duck Land mini Virginia reenactor. No, this ain't no Mud Duck Land. This is Wisconsin, eh?
Yeah.
You know, we got to go down. Mike and I are gonna go down to the Smelt Fry later tonight.
Oh fuck, smelt fries are amazing.
We're gonna go down to the Smelt Fry down at the bar off of
Yeah.
County Pew.
Yeah, they raised the price to $10 now. It used to be $6, but now it's $10 a night, and but you get the sauce with it for free.
But they also gave you a coupon for half off on Liney's.
Yeah, you get a Liney's. It can be a honey ice or just a Liney's regular. You know.
We
Help me.
We've always said that we wanted to redub a bunch of historical movies like in a horrible Austrian accent. Or like Australian.
No, you got to do Swedish Chef. Bork, bork.
I would prefer to do them all in Wisconsin, north of Highway 8.
Well, we do that too, but we were at an event a while back and we were talking about like Gettysburg, like, fuck me, General. You know, some fucking flopjacks and small mountains. It'd be great. Like, hello, traveler. Hello. It'd be great.
Imagine doing the Wisconsin Volunteer Infantry with a current north of Highway 8 voiceover.
Well, here's the thing, Jake, is like, so at that point, so we're talking 1861, right?
Yes.
Most of the Norwegians had not been there, but it's going to be a combination. So we'll need Rob's help.
The Germans were starting to get there.
Yeah, but it would be German mixed with like a British, kind of like a, I don't know, accent. Like we'd have to have a linguist like teach us, because I want to do when we're getting our impressions together. What?
Someone cunning.
Someone cunning.
What he's saying is that the Germans weren't cunning, so they had to combine somebody. They had to combine it with somebody who was.
Okay, but it's fine. But like I'm being autistic right now. Like so, I'm thinking like I don't know how the fuck. I've actually never asked anybody about this, but like, what the fuck was the typical Wisconsin accent in 1861? I don't know.
Polish.
Well, it's a combination of all. Here's the thing: is like American English is fucking. It's so fucking.
Of course.
It's so convoluted, and I don't know at that time what it would have been.
My German ancestors came to the U.S. in 1860.
Well, a lot of them did. The 1840s through the 60s were a big time for Germans to come here.
Deutschland.
And then
über alles.
And then my Polish ancestors came here in the late, like the 1890s, I think. Because
well, it's interesting because my Polish ancestors were in the 20s, so it's
mine were either in the late 1890s or the very early 1900s. Because my maternal great grandfather was the first one to come here from Poland. He came here when he was 12, and my grandfather was first generation, and he was born here in the 1920s. Because he was I think he was born in the late 1920s, because he grew up during the Depression and was.
But that's way beyond like the 1860s, right?
Yeah.
So I wonder. So Rob, do you know anybody who like is a linguist, like an expert on linguistics?
I did, but I've lost touch. So
okay, that's fine. Because it'd be interesting to see like Wisconsin, because it was a new territory at that point, right? Or it was a new state rather.
1848, we became.
Yep, it was a new state, but there were so many people. The Scandinavians didn't start coming over there till like the 1870s, if I remember correctly, right? It was a bunch of Germans and English people and
hang on. So you're saying the Germans were rushing in first again?
Yes. Well, they just wanted to go west. They wanted to get, because they promised cheap land, you know, like you if you farm, we'll fucking give you this land. The US
so
government.
that's actually I was going to ask how they did the land rights back then.
It was really fucked up.
The last time I was up there, the German or the Jennerman homestead was still standing, like the original house that
up near Rice Lake.
No, Ladysmith.
Oh shit! Yeah, so up there, yeah. So yeah,
north of Ladysmith.
Yeah.
The last time I was up there, the house was still standing. And you don't know how much I would love to just buy that property.
Right.
Is it still a working farm or is it?
No.
Oh
it's
God, no.
abandoned.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know.
I
A
know
lot
the
of these-
name.
yeah.
I know the name of the family that owns it, but I've never met them personally.
Yeah.
And a lot of these farms that were family farms forever were either bought out or they're just abandoned
And
around
it
the
is
area.
abandoned.
And
So,
but yeah, it was a lot of Germans, and I wonder because like here's the thing too is like okay, so going forward a little bit to World War One is like when the unit that Jake and I were in the 32nd Division. Yeah. So when they were in World War One, when they went to Europe, when they were fighting the Germans, they would capture Germans. Yeah, those guys.
Mhm.
A lot of us from Wisconsin and Michigan would just be able to go. If you
They spoke German.
in the Schützengraben, they're just like, oh, okay, but just like fluent German.
Mhm.
And the Germans were like, what the fuck? How do these guys speak German? Like,
well, we're coming back. We're coming back and taking names.
Yeah, right. And then but they were like,
Namen und Surnamen.
Yeah.
But the Wisconsin guys, particularly because there were so many German immigrants here, could speak fluent German, like and the accent was perfect.
Yeah.
And so the German soldiers would give up information like that because they're like, oh, I'm just talking to a friend of mine, right?
Mhm.
And I'm scared and whatever. And we got a lot of intel. Because of the guys just being able to do that, and then they would, send them back, they're processed prisoners and all that shit. But like, it's like, okay.
And then in World War II, they sent those same guys to the Pacific.
Well, they had to have them because
military intelligence is an oxymoron.
They sent those same guys to New Guinea instead of to Germany.
Yeah, well, they weren't in war with Germany as much at that point. They were in Africa at that point, but no. So like, it's funny, like just the ancestry of like different areas in the U.S. like have different ancestry and shit like that, and ours is heavily German. So I just that's why I wonder why or what our actual accent would have sounded like for the most part in 1861.
I wonder when the earliest recordings would have been made.
70s, probably 70s.
No.
Yeah, they had sonographs and stuff.
Well, we're talking about Wisconsin here, so it might have been the 1970s.
Not the 2070s. Oh, hang on, I missed a memo. So here's an interesting one. Has my accent changed noticeably since I've been away?
No.
Some people said that it does, and some people said that it doesn't.
I don't hear it. I don't hear any difference.
Okay,
it's
good,
exactly the fucking same.
I was a little concerned.
Here's the other question: did people in Britain notice a change in your accent?
No, because I went native ages ago. But we talked about this before. Basically, my phrasing tends to be more American than British these days, and I definitely think more American than my approach to stuff as well. It's weird.
Yeah, but like your accent to me is the same.
Yeah.
What?
So
he enunciates his R's more.
No.
I don't
well, that's now here's a fun one about accents. That's because I've been in Zummerzet, which is basically the archetypal pirate accent. It's basically a Zummerzet accent, or we saw you with hammed up to the gills and with a bunch of R's.
So okay, let me ask you this,
Long John Silver, Treasure Island.
Little side fucking quest here. What is a proper pirate accent, and where the fuck did it come from? Where did it get popular?
It's not a proper pirate accent.
Correct.
No, it's from Long John Silver from Treasure Island. The actor happened to be from Somerset and said, you got to do something funky. And he's like, when I had a couple of pints aside and he was
dude, they must have had fucking, it must have been just like being in the army today, like, or the military or any kind of like, mercenary group. It's like, you've got accents from all over the place. There's not one pirate accent.
No, there's absolutely isn't. But it's everyone heard that, and that's what stuck.
Right.
Yeah, and also you need a bad guy, the British guy. yeah.
Arr!
Grateful for the work.
Maybe the guy was like, "Oh, my teeth are fucked," and I go, "Arr! Gah!" No.
Failed under continuous testing.
Drinking my beer.
Wisconsin Sound Archive.
There we go.
Do we have this?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Like, oh, this is gonna be a fucking.
So I've got
why
a
didn't you
question.
search this beforehand?
Whilst you're doing that,
literally, because we just started talking about it.
so whilst you're doing that, I've got a question for you guys. What
Yeah.
what if anything does it say about the original cultures as to where people settled? Predominantly.
This site, I don't know.
No. I'm talking about you're talking about people moving to Wisconsin.
Okay, so
anything like Massachusetts, there's a lot of Irish up there.
Yeah, so around here where I'm at, particularly, I'm in like kind of the central northwestern part of Wisconsin, and Minnesota involved with this is Norwegians, Swedish, and Finnish, and some Danes. It's basically Scandinavians in general settled the most part of this area with farms. So geographically, they had the most land. Okay, now. My ancestors on my mom's side were French Canadian. They were voyageurs. So they settled the immediate area that I'm in and made it possible for European settlers to settle this area. They traded with, Native Americans, shit like that. They, all that stuff. And then Germans came later because they were like, well, this fucking sucks. In our well, not Germans. It was like, I don't know,
Prussia and
the nation states at that point,
like
Prussians, Bavarians, Saxons, whatever.
Yeah.
They came over here and they also settled, and they're like, well, we can handle the fucking cold.
Yeah.
And then if we get 100 acres of land that we can farm and make money and survive, so be it. That's in my direct area. Jake's area, I don't know, Jake. Who settled your area?
Germans.
Mexicans.
Germans,
because there's a lot of Amish here.
Well, those are also Dutch people.
Yeah, but Dutch and German. There's a lot of Dutch and German here.
Denmarkish.
So here's a question. So this is a massive generalization, but are there differences? Is everyone in the area? It doesn't matter what your original culture was. Is it mixed so much now with melting pot, or is it still the Finns are batshit insane?
No,
by the way, I've never met a sane Finn.
Me either. That's fair, but it's actually I think it was my grandparents or my friend's grandparents' generation. That shit started fading out where we're all melting pot.
Yeah, it's getting to that stage, yeah.
And so it's like nobody gives a fuck. It's like we embrace our heritage, but we're all Americans. That's the thing.
Yeah, of course. But
that's what we say now. Is they used to say no, we're Norwegian, they're Swedish. Doesn't mix. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
No, you're bringing your shit over with you.
There you go. And so, but now it's like, no, we're I'm mostly French and German. I looked up. Did I tell you that, Rob? I looked up my fucking 23andMe. I'm mostly French and German, and it's like they don't get along either. But who gives a fuck? I'm an American. So
yeah, well, you got to remember that about Europe as well, and despite the UK decided to vote itself into the middle of the Atlantic on the other side of Ireland, move the country. Okay, cool. That's the logic. Everyone's been at war with everyone else and ganged up on each other. It's like school playground. Actually, so that I want to jump right way back because I saw it right at the start, and I wanted to get on that part of the conversation. Because I got tied up, but I was over for Memorial Day. Well, what you would call Memorial Day, we call Remembrance Sunday.
Yep.
And yeah, you were right. Everywhere has memorials. Basically the county town of Somerset. There's like 4 in town. There's one in the church. There's one in the park. There's one in the middle of town. And then that area is really interesting, actually. I might actually put together some notes on it and come and have a talk to you guys about it. But look up basically Battle of Sedgemoor and the basically the Orange Rebellion. One of the most ill thought out things that happened. But basically, they essentially the king was Catholic, and Protestant Dutch, tried to make claim on the throne, and he came over with a relatively small amount of firearms and basically and small number of men and no budget, raising troops from the local farmers, and basically they did quite well for a while. They set up and like, oh, we're invading, we're doing stuff. That's just it's like word hadn't got out that you'd shown up, and then it's like the response comes in and it was not pretty. But if you actually look around town, because this is one of the things that happens with the UK a lot because it's so old, you'll actually see so around town, if you actually look really closely, you can actually see all the points where they executed people and they hung them up in giblets. Gibbets, and they're still memorialized, but it's changed over time because there was a lot of support for it, but you couldn't outright say it. So that's interesting. So there's like the hidden memorials are in there as well. But yeah, it's the big European approach is we're remembering all the casualties, on all sides.
And that's the thing that the U.S. does not do well. They'll have like gravestone markers, in the proper
for
cemetery.
Personal,
yeah, it's very personal. It's we just I don't know why we don't do that, because we send a lot of guys over for shit that we do not have to be involved in, and we lose a lot of people a lot, and there's just no like actual like memorials like they have in the in the EU.
It's Remembrance Sunday, and everyone, there's 2 minutes of silence, and you could hear literally lots of noise. The whole thing goes, from a really busy environment to literal silence.
And I actually don't know why that's not a thing in the United States, because
not being invaded very often. And
no, but still, like, here's the thing: is it doesn't matter if we're invaded or not. Like, we've sent people and we've lost
many,
a shitload,
many.
But the vast majority of the American population has never seen war with their own eyes.
I think I think that actually, okay, you're right.
You got Hollywood for that. Well, so that's another interesting one. It's like
which is it's not a fun fucking pill to swallow for Jake and I, but it's the reality though. So
we've still got people kicking around. My mother, for one of them, who lived through the Blitz.
Yep,
she was a young girl through that. House blew up down just around the corner from where she was living because a V1 came down on it out of the blue. Because and so hearing the first-hand description of it, because the V2s, the doodle bugs, you could hear them a mile away.
That's the V1. V1's
V1's the other way around. Sorry, I got it the other way around. It's V1.
V2's the big bastard.
Yeah. So a V2 came down on the house.
Oh,
so you could hear, and it so you see this in London all the time, where you got all the old streets and lots of big, huge houses, big, huge houses, which are now being converted into lots of little flats, apartments. But every now and again, there's like why is there a really modern looking building in the middle of, that's because something landed on it.
It was fucked and they had to clear it, and it's done.
And it's done. But she remembers that. So the V2 coming down, it was silent because it was supersonic.
Yep.
You just didn't know anything about it. Suddenly, boom, and that was actually one part of the story for that is it took them a while to work out what the heck was going on, because suddenly things were just blowing up. And they caught it on a camera, blurry. It's like, oh, what was that? Because the V1s they were catching, because you could hear them. The pilots would actually.
Yep.
No, it's like brrr kind of sound.
Yeah, buzz. Yeah, buzz.
Yeah, the pulse engine. But the pilots. So this is just insane. And she did like first-hand accounts of this stuff. the pilots in Spitfires and Hurricanes would basically come and fly alongside because they just fly in a straight line, but they were hard to hit. Would come, and also if you hit it with if you hit it with machine gun fire, it's going to blow up right above people. So now you got lots. It's not great. So they time it so they go over the parks and they get one wing underneath the other, and then to flip it upside down, and it just nosedives straight into the park. Which sounds very movie fiction, but that's actually one of the techniques that they were using to bring him down. But
very rudimentary, but that's, I mean, reactionary. Like, what the fuck are you gonna do?
Yeah,
you know?
But
So,
but the thing is, having lived through that, no interest in watching anything. Just nope. Because
I get it.
Yeah.
And it makes total sense because like that. I've been kind of learning about trauma a lot more the past few months and stuff like that. And I mean, if you go through something like that, it's insane that you're like, well, I'm still alive. Why am I still alive? And then, well, I'm gonna make my best life.
Well, eventually, but you go through massive imposter. There's a whole pile of stuff, and it doesn't come out. It comes out in weird ways. Yeah, that's a
it does.
Poorly understood component. And yeah, it's bad. Unless someone's been through something similar, you can't even begin to understand.
Right. And that's why I don't ever advocate for any kind of conflict anywhere because I fucking hate it. I abhor it. But it is what it is. Like, people tend to want to fight people. And it's like, okay.
We are attempting to, it's like, violence is never the answer, except in, looks at history. Oopsie.
Now, do we want to ask Rob about the original purpose of this live stream? About his take on the difference between intelligence and education?
Let me go take a piss one more time.
Again.
Dude, I've been fucking pounding water. I got my fucking water bottle.
You go, we'll play this.
I'm also gonna go bust this because I had protein ravioli, as like all the food influencers say, all the fat food. Look, if it's got protein in it, I'm gonna lose weight. It's like, no, you're not. It's got protein in it, which is good, but like, you're gonna get fatter.
I did send an email off to the Wisconsin Historical Society asking if they have any recordings or know any linguists.
Excellent. That actually is really good because if we're going to do Second Wisconsin, we should know at least somewhat how to do the dialect. Because that's the thing that I do with when I do World War I, I kind of talk in the Wisconsin accent, the one that I grew up with, kind of here, not exaggerated per se, but just kind of something a little bit.
So you sound kind of like Charlie Barron's then.
Yeah, but I still also speak a little bit of German, so yeah. But I'll be right back, and then when we get back, or when I get back, yes.
I don't know why you're asking me about this. Some of them wrong. Yeah,
we're going to talk about the title of this video.
Yeah, I saw that.
The V1, or Vengeance Weapon 1. Its official title was the Fictional FI-103. Amongst the allies and victims of this flying bomb, it was commonly known as the Doodlebug, or Buzz Bomb, due to the buzzing sound it made as it traveled through the skies, before eventually crashing on predominantly civilian targets.
No.
Oh, that's just a normal day in
V1
London.
was the most successful, practical, and deadly wonder weapon the Germans possessed during the war, and is still remembered to this day, inspiring many pop culture takes on the flying bomb.
I hate anime so goddamn much.
V1s were primarily used against Great Britain, most notably London. V1 launches against London started June 13th, 1944, 1 week after the Allied landings in France. 10,492 V1s were launched against Britain in total, with upwards of 100 attacks per day. Of the total, just over 10,000 launched against Britain, 1,847 were down by fighters, with about the same.
So yeah, I mainly just want to show like the.
See, the funny thing is that the Gloucester Meteor was actually used to take down V1s, not by shooting them down, but just by tipping them. They would fly up. They'd fly up next to them. They'd fly up next to him, and they would just tip their wingtips just to throw the gyros off.
No. It wasn't even throwing the gyro off. It was so. Mum reported hurricanes multiple times doing it.
There is there's hurricanes because of the video. I'll see if I can find that next. But this is the audio.
Yeah, but they are terrifying because the psychological impact of it, because they could fly them during the day.
Yeah.
So, what's your mom's favorite World War II airplane?
I don't know. I do have a record somewhere of her favorite ship because she was in France when the Germans were coming on the other side. They had to scramble to get out. That was fun. Apparently.
Your mom had to run away like pre-Dunkirk?
Pretty much. They were over that.
Dunkirk way.
Yeah. My history teacher, because I'm old, my history teacher actually was at Dunkirk on the beach.
For crews have been killed and injured by the bombs they shot down.
I'll show it.
See what you can find about the V2, because they were just terrifying. Things just blew up.
Please allow 2 to 4 weeks to respond to you.
Business weeks.
With the government the state of Wisconsin has right now, it probably is 2 to 4 business weeks. I just got an automated reply. They said, please allow 2 to 4 weeks for a response.
Yeah, it's not horrible. All right, I'm gonna send my buddy Goofy.
So they're all showing them taking off, but coming down because they were literally ballistic missiles. They went exo atmospheric, and they come down.
Words are hard.
Well, yeah, they're literally ICBMs, is what they were.
Yeah. Well,
no,
yeah.
I
know that. No, intracontinental ballistic missiles.
Okay, I'll agree with you there. Okay, but they still were like fucking so far advanced at that point.
That in the skirt.
The V2 was actually the basis for the Atlas rocket, which
yes, it was. Yeah.
Actually,
don't say that. And you're gonna say that freaking Operation Paperclip existed. And God,
my comments about Mum and war movies or anything associated with it. We actually tried to watch Oppenheimer with her. And she would not. She's like, no. Oh, it's that German. No, it's like no. So, yeah, she's from a different time.
Yep. And
so first question I'm going to ask.
There's so much trauma, though. There's so much trauma. Like, I get it. I get it. And it's
that's why we invade each other's. Yeah, that's why football's so serious. Soccer's so serious over that. Gave up.
You started it. Well, you invaded Poland.
Hey, England beat Germany once. And it was, I think it was like 5-2 or something. And the punny headline on the back of the paper the next day was, "Don't mention the score."
I'd rather have things be dealt with that way than warfare. Like,
banter is key. That's the way you get through it.
You can beat up each other, go to jail for a night. Get rowdy. That's fine.
Hey, it's a shared experience again. Yeah,
right. Yeah. But yeah, it's
not recommended. We're not recommending this or condoning it. Or
no, sir. But all right.
So let me ask you a question before we go in. Why are you so curious to ask me about this? Just because we're British doesn't actually. The accent is the accent. It's not actually
about the initial question. I'm not.
Well,
I'm not
is that a movie?
I'm not fucking. No. So. What the fuck is this? No, I don't want to kick that. I just want to get rid of it.
Digi, that's Moofy.
Yeah, we've met
that
before.
way. That one's Moofy.
Everybody knows each other here, so we're good.
No, it's not married. It's that way.
Yeah. On my screen.
So the original question, Rob, is like, how do you think about intelligence versus education?
Oof.
It's a good question.
That's how all of this started tonight.
Okay, so all right. So you could take a mediocre kid and spend an awful lot of money and really focus a lot of resources in and get them to actually being, by many people's standards, academic and performing well.
Yeah, we call them professors and teachers.
No, it is not. We call them middle managers.
Fair, because those who can't do teach.
And those all them officers.
Let Rob answer the question.
All right, so education is a weird one because the problem with any system is as soon as there's a system, people will be looking to game it. And I don't want to get too. I could talk about. So I went to public school in the UK. No, that's not a public school. That's what you would call a private school. And it's like, state school's not good enough. It's like, well, I wasn't paying. I wasn't, I was going to school. But the thing with that is, if you put your kids into a private school, that's a double commitment because you're already paying all the taxes for the education for the regular system. So you then have to go and So if there's a system that will be gamed. So a lot of the private schools basically they have scholarship and sponsorship. Essentially, it's free or reduced tuition, where they basically talent scout people to come in and act as ringers, basically. So the top level of the school is basically people who are not actually, their parents aren't paying or paying much less to have the kids there, because the kids will pull up the average grades at the school, which then makes it more attractive for people to send their kids to. Now the thing.
That's interesting because so in the States, we kind of do it the opposite for the sports. The kids that are very athletically inclined, because they're going to be bringing in money for the school, those are the ones that are generally on scholarship, right? Because here in the States, like most people, like if their kid is decent at hockey, right, they're going to want one of the kids to go to a private school because it gives them a better opportunity to become pro. It's weird dichotomy of that, across the pond, it's more they want more of the educated people or smarter kids to be at the school, bringing up the averages. It's interesting.
Yeah, because again, it's very expensive to send the kids there. But the thing is, because you got the kids there, the smart kids, they need the best teachers and the most engagement. And that's the thing about private school over there. There's like a general. The exams are taken. So DK, you take exams at 16, and you can leave school at 16, and then there's another 2 years basically, which is the sixth form. So the structure is completely different.
So at like 16, would you be going to like university or like you're just like out in general population?
Okay, so one of it's like a mix. First of all, the accent, we're not that smart. It's just we sound it.
For fuck off.
Hey, stuck up Brit sounding guy. It's like, rock off.
That is a real thing with Americans, and we'll talk about that later. But like,
well, the other thing as well with the British is, the more polite we are with someone, the less we actually like them or we know them. But get a couple of beers in around the back, and any private, it's like, sailors.
I don't want to take a couple of beers around the back.
Sometimes it's not about what you want. But anyway, so the big thing with that is, so there's two parallel systems already in the UK. So that's before you get to Scotland. So England, traditional state schools, you go to, there's 5 years as you actually start school, and then it's like elementary, the same thing, and you change at 11. And then you're from 11 to 16, and then you can leave school at 16. You've got enough academic qualifications, maybe, to go get a job working in the local shops or the local factory. Because, if you're not really inclined to go into a trade skill, or you're inclined to go academically, you may as well get working as soon as possible, because that's going to be the best,
And that's still true to this day.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, private is slightly different. The changeover is at 13 for going into the main school, and 16, same age as the other kids for what they call GCSEs. And depending on how, and this is the other thing, typically a state school might have like somewhere between 5. You might be taking 5 to 7 subjects. A private school, you're typically taking 12 to 14 subjects. And the grading is a lot higher because again, it's very focused. So that's learning it's teaching people how to take a test, memory by rote, all that kind of stuff. So it's like memorizing the facts. My history teacher, for example. So there's a funny story about this. My history teacher, there were 3 sections on the paper, and you had to answer any 2 of them. So there were 3 different topics, and you answered questions on 2. And the first thing he said was, "We're not doing that one. We're only going to study these 2." Because his argument was that gives me 50% more teaching time on each topic.
Yeah. So you can fully understand the exact concept that's being applied. So then you can eventually use that. That's the same here in the States as well. It's they don't teach you how to understand or anything. They institutionalize you to regurgitate facts. And that's the qualification that you know. Until I got into my master's, I don't think education was good at all. When I got my master's and I got to dive deep into it, and it could just be because I had great teachers that helped actually dive into and explain concepts. Outside of that, it's fucking trash.
Well, it sort of depends. So again, it depends on topics. So there are 2 basic requirements. You're not going to get work in the UK, or at least decent work, unless you get a C in a C in English and a C in maths. So basic numeric, I can add up numbers, good, proper and I know how to read words and read the menu.
I can ask if you I can respond to, would you like fries with that, and then give you correct change.
No, they wouldn't say that. Do you want chips with that?
Oh God, you guys need to be nuked just for that.
Hey, I had a realization when I was over there. We have 3 words. We do have fries. We got French fries. We've got chips, and we've got crisps.
Your chips are fucking steak fries, and they're awful.
No, they're not.
Well,
no,
look at them. They still have food like they're living under the fucking Blitz. Come on.
No.
You want to know why they have best sailors? One, take a look at their woman, and then fucking eat their food. You'll understand why they all love.
You're missing the third one, the weather.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, that will make you stab
rainy with a chance of sun, and sunny with a chance of rain. And
Britain is the embodiment of the flavor brown.
Yes, it is. We made a whole cuisine out of the color brown. This is actually true. It was pointed out to me, and I was.
And you couldn't argue the point.
So would Wales be like beige, where it's it fucks your sister, but you're I just don't want to go there?
No. I'm gonna say something really bad here.
So the answer is yes, right?
Wales, where men are men and sheep are nervous.
Well, there's a reason why the Scots wore kilts traditionally. It's because sheep could hear zippers.
We love each other too. Yeah. Hey, first cousin marriage is still legal over there.
Just down in the south.
Second cousin's legal in Wisconsin.
Oh God, fucking land of cheese-eating landfills.
Boiled beef.
Oh, fuck off, you mud duck from the butt fuck. Shut the fuck up.
So coming back, so we've just discovered, it's a bell curve. Before both, taking test scores, education, because education is training to a specific goal.
Okay.
And that's usually a KPI, and that'll be game. Intelligence is really a natural thing. It's just that you have it or you don't. It's like you're an athlete or you don't. You can get someone to a level, but there's also, ability times effort. Because if you put in,
so really, you would agree, because we talked about this earlier, is you either have intelligence or you fucking don't.
No. There are different kinds of intelligence because
okay, yeah. It was a very vague statement and
idiot savant type thing, right? Where they're borderline retarded in all aspects, but like they could just be like the best mechanical engineer ever. Like they just understand how an engine runs.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not even that. So now we're going to get into another area, which is you got the standard education, or at least the GCSEs,
Autism.
General Certificate of Secondary Education. So basically, that means that you're baseline. So the only difference between the private and the state system, I think you call it. We call it the state system. You call it public. Words are hard. Everyone's got a baseline there. Now, the next thing that happens is at 16, you either leave and go get a job, or out smoking weed, or just drinking buckfast and causing trouble, or you either go and do what are called A levels. This is in England specifically. A levels, which is basically typically 2 subjects, maybe 3. Well, actually, no, sorry, it's 3 usually, and maybe a 4th if you do economics or general studies. Some truthy, but that drop at 16. You start specializing at 16 for 3 subjects, and they're usually related. So it'd be like math, physics, and if you're really weird, music, because it's basically math, applied math. But
it's language and math, I would argue.
But they're generally related. But you wouldn't have because the way the timetables work, you wouldn't have someone who had 2 languages and maths. It just wouldn't be, because you're guided that way. So you drop, if you're on the academic track, you'll drop to 3 subjects. So that means you've got much more specialized education in a limited area earlier. And then if that's not your thing, you can then go to, now we have college, and college in the UK is really from 16 to there's basically further and higher education. So further education starts at 16, and you can go to college, and you can learn trade skills like plumber, vocational skills, plumbing.
That's taught in college?
Our college is from 16 to 18. So you train in a skill for 2 years, from 16 to 18.
So it's the equivalent of our tech schools.
Yes.
Okay.
But then at 18, you are fully qualified. Not apprentice, but basically you be first rung on the ladder, because it's not quite the systems run slightly different.
Yeah.
But and plumbers these days. So side note, what is interesting about this is then the next one is not that many people actually go to university. There's a big push to get people to go to university, but the number of people who drop out of university after the first year is remarkable. And then they go and do something else. But and that's only a bachelor's degree is only 3 years, because you've already had, you've got to have specific subjects for it. So you don't get to go and pick a course and say, well, I want this credit for this and this credit for that. No, the course is you do the thing in the thing. And if you want a particular structure of the course, you need to go to that place. So it's much less. It's both more competitive and more specialized. So it's kind of strange how
it's
that
much
works.
less like frickety fucky of like, you're going to do all these other
with a minor in this, and you got to do this to
exactly.
qualify. It's like, no, you show up, you do the thing, you got So the whole structure is very different there. And then it gets into the more advanced stuff. But so that's the general education stream. I don't know what the percentages are of people leaving at 16, but it's in private it's low, in state it's relatively high, but then they tend to go to college because they get the skill, and basically it's well funded. So it's a good thing, because, for example, right now the UK's got a mandate to put up 1.5 million homes in the next 5 years. Don't know how the bloody going to do that. So you kind of need a lot of plumbers and bricklayers and people to do that stuff.
I'm sure that's for British citizens too.
Absolutely, because that's one of the things that you did with Brexit. That's one of the things you did with Brexit. But you do get that. But with a mandate like that, it's a bold target, but they do need it, because they need to have the living space, and it's the only way they're going to kickstart the economy, really, because that's a lot of money flowing through the economy, and you've got a whole pile of young people who've got nowhere to live. They're very despondent. So, which then gets the next one, which is if you got someone who's really bright and smart and focused, they're going to succeed probably no matter what, barring something really unexpected and bad happening to them, because that's just the way that they think and approach stuff. And people see that and naturally fit around it. I think. I could. There's a bunch of
in the
teachers
UK.
my
You're talking about specifically.
Yeah, in the UK. I'm talking very specifically about and more specifically about England, actually, not the whole of the UK.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Because Scotland's got even its own thing.
Yeah, gotcha. Yep.
So there's a bunch of teachers in my family, but they always said you could take any of our best students and you could put them in a state system and they'll be fine. So that actually leans the argument the other way towards the education side. But intelligence versus education, you got to have basic skills. But someone who's really smart, book smart, might be completely useless. In practical environments. It's a different thing. I'm avoiding getting to my ideas on a few things.
Well, don't. Why are you?
No. I want to hit. So based on that, I had a conversation this is a while ago with a buddy of mine, my loading dock smoking buddy, and I explained that to him, and he was like, "Oh, so that's why the British seem so smart." And then you suddenly fall off a cliff at the edge because it's very focused from an early age. It's not quite, the crazy Asian approaches, but it is kind of engineered that way.
And that's how humans work in general. It's just
so now that's an interesting question. Is having a more general education useful?
Well, no. I'm not asking that. I'm just saying, like, okay, what you just said resonated with me. Is I'm like, okay, if you're super good at what you do, you're intelligent to begin with, you get educated, you are fucking at the top of your fucking game. When does that cliff edge happen?
That's what I said about bad things happening.
Right.
And then there is another side to that as well, which quite often kids are trying to might be talking from personal experience here, but don't fit in with the normal crowd. So there's like and maybe autism, maybe not. It's just there's a whole subculture in there of smarter kids who basically be pre-internet again, who massive thirst for knowledge, and other people are just not curious at all. So that's a different question. Is that intelligence, or is it just personality traits? The culture.
So really quick, let me stop you there. Like, I believe that is intelligence. My version of intelligence, my interpretation of it, is the thirst for knowledge and the thirst to constantly seek and improve on your knowledge, no matter what the fuck it is. It doesn't. It's like, okay, so today I'm improving on birds. That's kind of bird. Okay, this is their habits, whatever. It doesn't matter. But when I see people who are just like, I guess existing,
content.
Well, no, not content. So you actually hit it right on the head. So that's one thing. Again, parents have got a lot of factor in this. Is do you exist or do you live?
Oh God, that's a deep one. It's okay. So yeah, go ahead, Jake.
No, okay.
Was that you or was somebody else talking?
I think Chris said something, but but and also people could do. It's like, that's really dumb. You're meant to be really good at something. Why are you so crap at this? Well, so there is a thing here in terms of like learning as well, which again was family of teachers. It's things you pick up and you just by osmosis because you're around it. When you're improving a skill, quite often your performance will drop off dramatically because you go from to I'm experimenting, I'm looking at this and doing something from a different perspective, and just trying to look at it from a different way and see if there's, and then all of a sudden, it'll either revert back to where it was. It's like, no, or there'll be a sudden jump in, skill level, performance, or something else. The big one here is questions. Why? Why is the biggest question? Why is the sky blue? Why is it
being inquisitive?
Because God loves the fucking infantry. That's why the sky is blue.
So I was actually having a chat on Discord today. So again, these are really weird, fucking strange things. But so I was really, 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 really good at maths until I was like 14. Coincidentally, when my dad died, I just lost all interest in it.
Mm-hmm.
But and then I drifted into music and theater. Yeah, it's kind of weird my background in that. But we learned with slide rules, and because so we learned to use the slide rule and logbooks to do no calculate. So because in the private exams, which is basically what you need to get into the private schools, no calculators are allowed. You can have them for GCSE, and it basically is so you're learning before you get to 13. So like 11, 12, you're learning how to use slide rules and logbooks.
Sure.
Now, what's interesting about that is those are the kids that they're already aiming you towards those top classes, because you don't really get to go and sit those exams because you have to pay for them unless there's a decent chance someone's going to come out of it, and it's expensive getting you there. But it wasn't until this conversation I was having today, which actually I reflected on, which is that taught me a entirely different approach to I think that most people have. It's just like it's a different way of doing it, and so you're starting to visualize the stuff behind it, versus the numbers and just like I clack the number in, I get the answer, and that solves the problem. I go move on to the next problem. I clack the thing, I move to the problem. You actually get a feel for it, and then all of a sudden, that those concepts tend to map onto a different thing very quickly. So I do music a lot. I do computer stuff a lot, and mentally, the two processes are actually very, 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 very similar. You just change the labels because it's all about flow. So it's like, okay, it's doing charts and maths. But that's a question: is that intelligence, or is it just using your brain a different way?
Well, I believe personally, and then I'll let the other guys speak because I'm fucking, whatever, talking a lot. But like, I believe that's intelligence, is learning what's around you and how to actually utilize what's around you and how to formulate that to make yourself and everything around you better. And also, communication is a form of intelligence, but you don't have to be a good communicator.
Different kind.
You don't have to be a good communicator in order to make a difference in the world.
Okay? No, well, that's actually, so now we're getting onto a different topic, which is.
I believe it's the same topic, though. It's different kinds of intelligence. I think there's many different kinds of intelligences.
Yeah. So I was going to get into ability times effort. So how well you do at something is how hard you try at it, and what your natural talent is before you start. Because with the best will in the world, probably none of us.
That makes sense. Because, I mean, so for an example, is if you're not good at anything naturally, but you're trying hard, most likely you're going to fail a lot, right? That's just the way the cards play, right? But if you're good at something and you don't try,
you miss you miss 100% of shots you don't take.
So does that make sense? Is that what you think?
Slightly different.
Okay.
So one of the things that again to the private school education stuff, which is how do I put it? Your ability to succeed depends on your relationship with failure.
Yep. I agree.
Because you don't fail unless you give up. You just haven't succeeded yet.
I think
And
also
that
being able to talk about the experience shows a level of understanding as well in whatever you're going through, right?
Well, if you can explain it to someone, if you can explain a completely foreign subject to someone, and get it condensed down, then you probably understand it. And also when you're explaining it to someone, it tends to make you think differently.
I guess more so in the sense that I was kicked out of college because there were some issues going on and I just didn't care, right?
Because you're white.
True. I mean, I went to a school in Wisconsin, so everybody's white, so that wasn't anything different.
Well, that was because you're from Minnesota then.
But I know that they're going to look at my transcripts, right? So instead of trying to sugarcoat it, I explained exactly why I got kicked out. And I talked to I was interviewing with a CEO of a business area at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And being able to explain and owning the mistake, right? Because from that point, it doesn't go from a failure, it just goes from a learned opportunity. If you're not, if something doesn't go the way you want, and you don't take any learning from it and be able to improve, that is in of itself a failure. But sure, if I, build a light bulb 100 times and it blows up 99, but then I learn something every single time and incorporate it in the new design, it's not a failure. It's just I'm building upon my knowledge.
And here's the thing: are you building exactly the same light bulb, or are you trying a different variant every time?
I'm using what I learned from the last one and incrementally change it.
Yeah, exactly.
You're learning 99 ways to not make a light bulb.
Correct. There were 99 bottles of beer on the wall.
Yep.
That was just Tuesday morning. That was just a Tuesday morning. You have no proof.
So here's another one which I haven't talked about yet. There's an older system in England, and my dad did this. So my dad, my granddad, and I think my great granddad. My dad and my granddad certainly, and I think my great granddad as well, were all marine engineers, and they did 7 years apprenticeships. So basically, purely vocational from day one. But my dad was essentially a marine architect. Didn't have the college degree paperwork for it, but he was bleeding edge, trained on whatever was there right now. And I had a similar experience actually. So I originally went to college to do music technology and record production. Long story behind that. I think I talked about it before, but transferred to the uni, and then basically it all fell apart. So wound up getting into doing computers and everything else. And now what happens is you if you kind of fall into a groove and you're running with it, it turns out that quite a lot of stuff that's being taught in schools is really old, because there aren't courses for a lot of the stuff that people are doing at the front lines. And how do you get out there? Because guess what? There's no defined path. It's like, well, you got to do this and this and this. Well, no, now we get into creativity. What's really the definition of creativity? Not knowing what you're doing and working it out. Creating something.
Okay. So I kind of see what you're getting at is because it's the same in the US, with everything. Is when we're learning things, it's 5 years, 10 years behind what the actual curve is.
Well, where are you learning it, or are you being taught it? Wording. This is British English stuff. And by the way, I'm not saying this. This is just objective explanation.
Okay, so I went to tech school. I started in 2013, and I was learning criminal justice, right? And emphasis on corrections, so jail, prisons, doing all that shit. And the professor was very well versed in things that happened 5-10 years ago, and he tried to make it relevant and everything like that. And then it was good because we were the most caught up, even though we were 5 years behind. And I'm like, oh shit,
well, that's actually the big thing is
right.
The advanced stuff is so going back 20 years, the stuff that was being done 20 years ago makes a lot of stuff that is generally available now. Look,
Yeah, exactly.
But it's not as usable. It's nowhere near as usable. You need, because
it's still relevant. It'll get you there to do the baseline.
Well, no. Here's the thing. It might actually
a hindrance.
No benefit actually, because
you think so?
Yeah. That's the interesting thing about it, because, and the other question, which I was kind of talking about before, when you're doing a subject, is the abstract concepts behind it. So there's architectural frameworks, and this is the way that you will build the framework. This is being taught versus building it up from first principles. So I don't get too far into that one, but the creativity is a key part. There are things that you could do that you wouldn't do in certain environments. How do you put it that way? Because certain environments you cannot afford to have mistakes. In some environments it's very expensive. In others, lives are on the line. So that produces a level of caution that's not seen. But that leading line of tech, what drives that technology? Is it the desire to make more money? Is it desire to do the best that you can, or is it pushing a new field?
Well, that's it. So with that, yes. Okay, let's get back to the intelligence versus, or not versus, but like intelligence correlating with education conversation. So intelligence, what is your definition of intelligence?
I don't have one.
Me either.
Because the reason being, what people use IQ all the time. It's like, well, that's
it's very subjective. It's very like fucking okay, you can do this and that and whatever.
No. You got a high IQ, it just means you're really good at taking IQ tests.
I've only taken one and I got a decent score. So it's like
but it just means you're good at taking IQ.
Exactly. It's like,
and you think the way that they're testing for.
The way I've heard IQ scores described is the higher your IQ, the better your ability to plan for the future. That's the way I've heard it described. That makes the most sense.
I've heard it's the better that you can solve problems on the fly, and it's like, so there's so many subjective fucking.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, go ahead, Rob. Go ahead.
Solving problems on the fly and planning for the future are kind of tied together.
Because
I've known a lot of like the whole concept of this. It goes back to, okay, why are Northern Europeans, especially Western Northern Europeans, why are their IQs so high there? And it has a lot to do with the climate and the agrarian societies that were built there. They had, in order to be successful, they had to be able to plan. Okay, we need to have enough food to last us 6 months of not being able to grow anything.
Yeah. Well, having a memory helps. That just kind of is.
But
just saying.
But getting into Mike's question of, what is intelligence? Yeah, IQ is one way to measure it. It's not the only way, and it's probably not the best way. But
so really quick, my IQ when I was tested as a kid, I'm just going to say this, for all points and purposes, was 138, right? And that was when I was like 8 years old, right?
That's age adjusted.
What?
That's age adjusted.
What do you mean?
So okay. I happen to run into one of the senior mentor people. The test that an adult takes, it's not the same test an 8-year-old takes, because the level of ability.
That's why I say it's. I don't fucking care about it. Like, it was scored at that.
Let's just go.
And it's like, okay, I know I'm intelligent. I'm not the most intelligent person. I'm far from the dumbest person.
No. But, I'm going to interrupt you just briefly.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
We're all really fucking dumb in one way or another. It's just the way it is.
We got strengths and weaknesses. Like, the thing is, like,
you find teams and you build it.
That score to me is fucking. It's what the hell's the word? I can't find. It's like doesn't matter. It's no, it's there's a fancier word for it, but like whatever. So it doesn't matter because I'm like, here's the thing. I know I'm intelligent to a degree about certain things. What I am intelligent with is reading people and knowing if they're actually intelligent or if they're gonna fuck me over. Okay.
Emotional intelligence.
And that's EQ, right? That's another version of intelligence. You know, there's like EQ, fucking, you know, there's 6 fucking tests you can take.
So question about that is, so now let's shift it slightly sideways. Is that a learned skill, or is that something that you have naturally?
Intelligence.
And how do you no EQ? You know, how do you read
EQ?
that? But yeah, how do you learn to read that? But were you taught that, or did you experience? You know, so this is
I wasn't fucking taught EQ.
Yeah, well, no, but that's my point.
I think some people just naturally have a good intuition with it, right? They can just naturally read people, but it is a skill that can definitely putting yourself out there and in front of people and stuff like that will, if you're being receptive to it, you can build upon the skill. Or build upon.
But also, how does that EQ start? Because, like you said, you know, how do you get the thing where you know you can put yourself in front of other people? Is it just natural or is it learned? And I think it's a little bit of both.
Oh yeah.
And I don't want to get into like the.
I think having good mentor,
but like
confidence.
Yes, and it's also I do think it's a combination of nature versus nurture, or not versus nature and nurture, right? And so I think that's one sort of intelligence that I have, which is good, and that's fine. I'm really fucking retarded on a lot of things. Trust me. I'm really yeah. It's
that's the whole point. You know, it's a team. You know, to get anything done, it's a team sport.
There you go. Absolutely. Yep.
You know, it's not all about the striker up at the front. It's
there you go.
Got a whole thing, you know. But you know, going through a lot of adversity or dealing with a complicated environment tends to produce different results. So, for example,
it does. Yep.
Living near the sea, for example. You know, how many gifted Mozart level pianists live in the middle of the desert? We'll never know because they didn't get the opportunity because it didn't. You know,
that's a really good point. Yeah. Yep. And you know, it's like
there was no abundance for them to have those opportunities.
Yeah. But
and also it's I agree with what you said, Rob, is like it's like I've learned that like you can't do it alone.
Absolutely.
In life. If you want to fucking accomplish anything, you gotta find people. But you also have to be able to know which people you can work with and also acknowledge your strengths and your weaknesses.
Absolutely.
And then go together with a team and be like, this is what I'm not good at. This is what I'm good at. All right, let's figure it out.
So that is a huge cultural difference between the UK and the US. It's actually one of the reasons I got over here, actually, which is interesting. So when you've got a really tight performing team that is basically on point, you know, to use military balance, on task, but you are working as a group to solve a problem, and the problems change, and you know it's a whole process. It's very similar. A lot of that requires knowing, you know, there's two things. You know, there's no stupid question. There's no dumb question. Actually, that's a lie. The only dumb question is the one that's not asked. And you know, when you're doing
no stupid question, but there are an awful lot of inquisitive idiots.
Fair.
You got me on that one, bud. I'm an inquisitive idiot.
But you know, on the other side of it is, if you say you know, and you've got it, and you're responsible for it. But you've got someone above you who basically, you know, you work on a buddy system and a lot of stuff. But here's the interesting question: how do you start something like that? How do you start from one? You know, how do you get to building to a stage and going through those developments? Because there's a lot of different disparate areas of knowledge that have to be good enough. They don't have to be expert level. You might actually be, but if you're under time pressure, because no one person's not going to assault the entire thing, but you've got to start somewhere with one individual just doing something. And I've seen it from going from small teams to huge teams.
Well, and I think the American culture in general, because it's always been under duress and stress and like survival and all that shit, we're just always like, let's just fucking make a decision and fucking go with it. Okay, good enough, and like we don't think things through and like actually measure strengths and weaknesses in team. I've seen this. Jake's seen this firsthand. Chris has seen this, and it's like we just go, good enough. Let's fucking roll, and we're aggressive.
And but
we seize the initiative. But I think at the same point, like, yeah, we do that, but we're also good at adjusting our tactics to new information, right? Like we're not getting. I think there's a difference between just not having all the facts and being analysis paralysis, right?
Yeah, well, of course, but the other side is so this is an interesting. You actually hit an interesting area there. So there are places where you're on point, you're on task, you're doing this. There's a whole dynamic, and there's an adage in startups of move fast, break things, do things. Doing changes in production. It's basically Uber on track. That cycle just on you just boom, 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 boom. But the challenge with that is it's not orderly or stable, and you've got a system that you don't know the performance characteristics of. So building slowly and step by step is a key thing. So that it's not going to collapse underneath you whilst you're doing it. But the big thing that so this is also a really weird one that I went through actually with this. So the group I was working with, geniuses, the lot. I'm a manager. It's like fucking hell. So they're absolutely amazing. But you sit and you go, okay, so why am I here? And then you do, okay, what can I see by learning and observing and asking questions? Oh, why did you do that? And then it's being a sponge and absorbing and just working together and trusting each other. And that's something that tends to come from a military. I'm saying that very loosely, but very kind of structured environments where it really does actually matter. But if you come out of college like, why did you go to college? Well, I wanted to get a better job because I need a degree to go get a job. And then you get into the workplace, it's like, why am I not doing all the great stuff? It's like, it doesn't work like that. So that causes problems. But going back to like old tech versus new tech, the thing is that the principles don't change, or it's a logistics exercise. There's certain structures, and it's that kind of thing. But you have your emotional intelligence that you're talking about. What is it to be intuitive? What is it to be emotive and caring? Because that's the other one. Like I know I talk to Jake a lot.
Intuition, man. I'll just comment on that. I think everybody's got it. I just don't know the level at which everyone's able to recognize it. Okay. And it's like, if I have intuition about somebody, I've stopped stifling that. I'm like, if I don't like them and I get a bad vibe from them, they're just gone.
Yeah.
Because every time I've tried to like override that, and just go, oh, well, I'll give them a chance, it's fucked me over. Right. So if I have a bad vibe, whatever, if I have a good vibe, and I'm just like,
good vibe.
Well, but if I have a good vibe too, it's also a red flag.
They can be too good. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. It's like, well, you're
I gotta
too
bounce,
good.
guys. I gotta go to
bed.
bed.
No worries.
All right, later, man. But if I have a decent vibe and I'm like, okay, I trust this person, which is a very fucking hard thing for me to do. But if I go, no, I trust you, we'll roll.
Hmm.
You know, we'll roll. But like, I've actually gotten more in tune with that recently, in the past couple of years of like the way too good vibe has also fucked me over, you know? It's like, ah, shit, yeah, you're just not being yourself. But it's like, no, if I just get like a general,
a wolf in sheep's clothing kind of a thing, like this.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
uncanny.
so-
So feel natural.
So talking back to a couple of other prior points, and again, I'm going to go personal experience, is you could be doing really, really great in one area, and then you could be doing stuff, and then something untoward happens, and it basically falls. That once trust is broken, you can't ever fix it. Yeah.
Right.
It's very, at least with that specific thing, and sometimes it's better to, okay, let's avoid blowing up everything. So you have to avoid, basically take a look at the bigger picture. But you could take someone who's really successful or really good or smart or whatever in one area, and they could be completely fail in another, which looks the same thing, but you've got cultural expectations and everything else.
Yeah.
The other thing as well is, you can actually also wind up with scenarios where you've got people who might have more skills than they appear to actually have. You playing down basically, because no one likes to show off, apart from the show off until they fall over. But periods of introspection I think are pretty good. Just saying.
Well, and also it's like, again, I mean, it also helps to meet people in person, I think. Because you can actually get a really good vibe check off of the person when you're physically with them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I've done that for business things recently and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, get a good vibe. We're going to do business.
Mm-hmm.
And, it doesn't have to be all like fucking, we get along on everything. We can agree with everything, whatever, blah, blah, blah. That's boring as shit. If somebody's a yes man for everything you do, well, there's a problem there. Like
I want my confidants to tell me when I'm doing something stupid, right? To me, one of the most important parts of a team is the devil advocate.
No, radical honesty. Yeah.
Right. And so Chris and I have been friends for fucking decades now. And he told me some shit that was real talk that nobody else would ever tell me. And I actually was like, he's not wrong.
I went a lot better than I thought it was.
Yeah, well, yeah, you were like scared to tell me that, but like he did tell me that, and we were in person, and it was like, yeah, and
on a plane.
No, we were in the car.
Was it?
Yeah, it was in the car. But like, no, and it was like, when you find people like that who you vibe with, literally, you're good to go. You're on the same frequency.
Mm-hmm.
We're all good. Nobody's fucking perfect. Everybody's got their fucking problems and their vices, and
anyone is too good is a problem.
The best ever. I'm the best ever. No, I'm great.
Yeah.
He's a great guy. Nobody's ever said a bad word about him. Never said a bad word about him. I can't tell you. Everybody's spoken very highly of him. Like, I've got a lot of people have met
wonderful people.
And they said,
if no one's ever said a bad word, then someone's doing something wrong. Let me ask you this one.
Yeah.
What's the difference between genius and insanity?
What you've
Genius
done?
knows when to stop.
Yeah.
No, I don't know the line. I don't know the line.
That's
well,
I think that's a very. I agree with Chris. That's the very gray line, but I agree with that. He knows when to stop.
Now, where is that stopping? Is it beyond where everyone else is? Because
I think it's completely every single time it's a vacuum. Nothing affects it except for that, right? Because like what happens when you get new information and you've tried the exact same thing 10 times, and now all of a sudden you got a new breakthrough. You're like, well, shit, I'm gonna change it just a little bit, right? To everyone else, it's gonna seem you're insane. You did this exact same thing 11 times, but you're operating with some new information. Sure, may or may not go right, but
I found the cure to cancer.
Yeah.
Don't get cancer.
Turn them freaking
I found the cure to cancer. Oh shit, the FBI.
Yeah, but in all seriousness, so this is one of Clark's laws, which is to push back the boundaries of the possible. You have to, by definition, do the impossible. But it's only what people thought was impossible. It's not actually impossible because someone's done it. Because that's now known knowledge. That's pushing that back. But yeah, it's fun.
I would say the definition of insanity is not just the whole typical doing the same thing over and over again. The definition of insanity is you've given up and all you do is the same fucking thing you've done over and over, and you failed, and you keep doing it without changing anything you fucking started with.
So basically, you've like something broke inside of you, and you are basically like a robot going through the exact same script over and over and over.
So what does that sound like?
Work?
No. Reliving an experience, trying to process it and look at it a different way, and introspection.
Exactly.
A trauma loop or something.
It's PTSD. It's PTSD.
Well, it's very similar to that, but it's in real time, I would say, because PTSD is shit that happened in the past. Okay, it's already done. It's already accounted for, right?
Couldn't that like PTSD couldn't something eventually snap and then it puts you into it like a delayed reaction?
Is that what they call
Well,
it?
it's not that simple, I guess, but like it's the same concept. Yes, it's the same. I'll give you that. It's the same concept. But I would say the insanity is letting that define your entire fucking existence.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of it stems too from just not having a good support structure or the confidence in yourself being able to break it, right? You failed so many times, so why should I try again? I don't want to,
There you go.
Avoid pain, seek pleasure.
No, not that. I would actually argue the opposite. This is actually now getting into an interesting area.
Okay.
Is culture shock is a really big thing.
Yeah.
So I did that.
I mean, just take me and Mike for example. Like if I go to his place or he comes to mine, the surroundings would be drastically different. We're in the same country, but
yeah. And this is the other thing about thinking.
we drink sweet tea down here, bitch.
Fuck cousins.
We don't talk about that.
Well. But so
the family tree is a fucking telephone pole. All right.
Hey, Rob.
For fucking Christmas, we can just hang our family.
Hey, Chris, just fucking.
Sorry. I'm just letting that one roll. Okay, so coming back. What the fuck? All right, so
that's a showstopper right there.
No, the trick here is if you've had a track of success and then suddenly it suddenly stops abruptly. What happened? If you're always winning, this is the same thing with I would imagine that you do with like wargaming. You only really learn something new when you lose.
That's why when we war game, we usually put ourselves at a giant disadvantage for the most part. Actually, going off of that, right? Where you brought that up, right? If someone is always winning, right? If nobody can talk about failure, I won't want to hire them. Because the first time in industry or anything that they show a failure or get a roadblock, like you have no idea what their psyche is going to do. Someone that's failed and can pick themselves back up, they won't be afraid to take a chance. They won't be afraid to fail. If they hit a failure, they're going to bounce back.
Well, no, that's the thing though. It's not a failure. It's only a failure if you stop. But
I agree with that.
Which comes back round. That comes back round again. But the thing with that is talking about caution.
Throwing it to the
working in certain environments, you really, really, really have to be cautious about it. And then you get into something that looks like it should be an easy environment, and it's not. We can talk about many examples where people go in overly cocky into something, or they think it's one thing, and then it turns out it's not, and that's where culture shock comes in. Because if it, then you got a massive, everything suddenly gets questioned because you got to have that train of provenance from the beginning, and be able to stay step by step by step by step. So you build from that. But you start with a couple of people getting together and you build it. All right, so you got intelligence, education. What about wit?
Wit is something that I believe is developed through life experience. And you also either have it or you don't. You have the ability to have wit or you don't. Because there's people who have had adverse life experiences, right? Who are not witty at all. Like they're not quick because they're at capacity and they just can't, they don't have the capacity to fucking go ahead, Trey.
I'm not witty. That's what I'm saying. I was raising my hand.
You're not witty?
No.
You got to be horse fucking me right now.
No, I'm serious. I every now and then I'll come with the zinger, but if I'm like in an interview or talking to somebody that I'm not accustomed to, yeah, I'll lock up.
Well, you ever feel like it's when you're trying to respond, it's like pulling a fucking words out of a Scrabble bag, trying to formulate what you're trying to say?
That's me, bro.
Go get yourself tested for ADHD. That's like one of my biggest things. And stimulant medication has helped me actually like not have a Scrabble bag and like be able to actually formulate sentences, especially if it's something I'm not prepared for.
Mm-hmm. There's also again learned experiences. It's like once bitten, twice shy. Going gung ho into stuff, being super confident. The people, it's like trust but verify. You go into something. Okay, what's going on here? What's the agenda with the new crowd of people? Are you there to sell stuff? Are you there to say, well, then maybe there's a different way of doing things? What is the purposes of these things, and how can we use all these tools? Because basically the most powerful things are the people around it and the teams that use them, and what it does for others.
When it comes to the hobby or whatnot, like I can talk to numerous amount of people and decipher the information out to them, but when it comes to, like I said, a random person about just something benign,
it's because you already have that like natural feeling of a common level, right? Like we both know that we both like BattleTech, right? So Rob and I could talk BattleTech for
there we go.
Right?
That's the thing.
First time, I think Bravo said we both like BattleTech, right?
Yeah,
easy, right? Because it's already comfortable. Like they're already in a sphere that I know of. But when it's somebody completely random, right? It could be a fucking wild card.
Yep.
Yeah, and So
it's like unconscious bias, right? Because it's like you're unconsciously you don't know who this person is, and as soon as you know something about them, it puts them in kind of in the same circle, which kind of like brings your guard down a little bit.
But at the same time, this is interesting area. How do I put this? Betrayal of trust is an interesting thing.
Sure is.
And here's the next question. Let me ask this one to you. What would you do to get ahead and define success? What's your definition of success?
Trey, you want to go first?
Situational, like
well, not dying is a good start.
Well,
we're all still breathing. We're good. Yeah,
that's the end game. But I mean, situational is like being situated, like house, retirement, etc.
Is it?
I'm a simple country boy, man. I'm not.
I'm not judging. I'm just saying, defining success parameters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't aspire to be, the first man on Mars or nothing. Yeah. Like I said, I'm a humble guy from backwoods country, so.
I grew up in an area where there were two jobs available to me: shoveling shit or flipping burgers. Pocket calculator was advanced technology.
You couldn't do
Chris,
both.
what about you?
So
What's your definition?
yeah, that's a great question. So success for me is an ever evolving thing because generally, like, and Mike and I have talked about this a lot, right? Like, as we have unlocked our trauma and like become more like confident in ourselves, we're aspiring and hitting more and more of like things that we never thought we were able to do. So currently, my definition of success is to be the best husband I can be for Ellie, like making sure that all of her needs are taken care of and the house is taken care of and everything like that. But also just making sure that like when I'm going to work, I'm putting everything into it and I'm not coming home angry. I'm not coming home like unfulfilled. I don't have a purpose because if at that point I'm not successful in my career because I'm not advancing myself in any sort of way. And that's probably when I need to take a hard look at like changing that. Because I've been offered, jobs right now that it would pay me double than what I work for Space Force, right?
Mhm.
But it does not give me at all even the satisfaction or even the same kind of purpose that I would be. It would just be a mindless drone doing the same stuff for soulless organization XYZ, right? I don't derive from that. I'd rather make less money because I love what I do. I love my team, and I have enough trust and confidence built on among my leaders that I'm basically like autonomous. I can go and research and do my own things. And to me, that's successful. I get to experience, and I am lucky, right? Like Mike talks about his military career and how like, the VA and everybody kind of let them down. And I'm that one person that fell through the crack or the plinkle thing that my military career has been fucking fantastic. Amazing. Right. And I'm grateful for that. But like, I look at that and talk to Mike about his, and like I can completely see why people leave. Like I am the 1 in 1 million fucking case of like what this has happened. So that to me is success. That was a long-winded answer. I'm really sorry.
No. The long ones are good. So, Mike, what do you think? Definition of success, or
It's similar. It's a combination of Chris and Trey's answer. To be fair, but like I'm also a very simple dude. Like, and I tried for a couple years to become something that I don't want to be. I don't want to be a fucking millionaire. I don't care about that. I really don't. I want to have a family. My wife is fucking amazing. She's stuck with me. I want to just be able to provide for us and have a little bit extra, start a family someday, very soon, and like just be relaxed and okay and just have a good, like, mediocre, decent life. I don't care about chasing the Joneses. I don't care about that shit, like the whole comparison. I just want to have fun. We go on a vacation once a year. Cool. But we're relaxed. We're not fucking stressed as shit. And that's really all I want. And it's not that hard to achieve. But trying to achieve a level 2 or 3 times higher than that stresses me out, burns me out, and then it doesn't allow me to fulfill that level.
All right.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. So there's a couple of things actually from those for me. Again, just a different perspective. Is the thing that I found is caring for other people.
Yes.
But also is one of the best things you can do for yourself. But you've got to be careful about that, because by keeping yourself okay,
equilibrium.
Yeah, you get a balance, because the challenge there is it can be all consuming.
And without saying too much publicly, like I've been at capacity for about 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been getting less and less, and I'm able to be a better partner, I guess, if we'll say it that way, because I've actually got more capacity to care and actually care and like be vulnerable, be there, and everything like that. So,
integrity.
Yep.
Yeah, integrity is everything. If there's no integrity, then it's
Then what the fuck is it worth? Like what are you doing then? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Am I making a difference to others? Yeah, sure. But are they using you, or
there you go.
Which way is that?
It's got to be reciprocal. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. But making a difference, for me, I think is a big success. And actually, the partner thing is huge.
Really quick, I believe people think they can make a difference. They don't know what that entails. Being yourself, the best version of yourself, does make a difference in the world.
Well, no, I was non-specific in what I was saying. Very non-specific.
But does that make sense? Do you agree with that?
It's hard to refute.
Right.
But again, learning about which way is it, who's using who, and getting that as an equilibrium.
Yeah, see in our arsenal, it's not Matthias, it's not dating advice. We're just talking about life in general. I mean,
no. Okay, so
run with it. Let's go.
No, we're just talking about. We're actually. It's good. It's a good segment. It's awesome.
We kind of went into a deep one there, but okay.
We do whatever the fuck we want on this thing. So yeah.
So try this one. Not because we haven't touched on this one because it's education, but information, knowledge, intelligence, skill. What are these things? So knowledge, information. Let's start with information. There's a lot of noise. We all live in.
There's a lot of fucking noise. That's the problem. Is there's so much, and you don't know what is quote unquote correct, what's not incorrect. What all this shit. It's a big problem nowadays. Yeah.
But there's also this is a really weird concept. Bear with me on this one. Sounds crazy. We all live inside our own heads. We live inside our own imagination.
We do.
100%.
And that's really hard to accept when you spend, this is objective, this is objective, this is objective. It's like, hang on a minute. How's that work? So, that's getting it, understanding yourself, but making a difference that way. But so you got a lot of noise. How do you filter it out? Well, AI and machine learning. Okay, that's one thing. But it's how do you get information into intelligence? And then what do you do with the intelligence? That is that knowledge. Did you transmittable? Transmittable information, transmittable skills. That personally personally transferable skills.
I believe intelligence is the ability to process knowledge that you were exposed to.
Knowledge or information?
Yes.
Not because.
Well, okay. Knowledge is processing that, and it's processing your brain. Information is the real time.
The sensory input, the random noise.
Okay.
Learning how to learn is an interesting experience.
That's very prophetic, and it's very fucking
true.
It's very true, and learning how to learn. Like, I think a lot of people, especially in the U.S., have stopped teaching people how to learn. Okay, and like the want
and learn at one point in time.
The what?
We did teach that.
Oh, fuck off, Chris! You fucking were taught how to learn, and you love learning.
It depends. He's straw manning. It's fine.
No, I'm being actually serious. Like, I don't feel like I learned that at all. Or maybe it's just the way that like my brain is with like ADHD and stuff like that. But until I got into like a very niche like education, that's the only time I felt like I was like I could actually apply myself fully. I felt like I was being pulled in way too many directions.
Unique education, or you need the right environment, because you learn from your environment. Just from experience. So
both. I learned that I can't handle more than like 3 different like core classes at a time.
Mm-hmm.
I also don't like the surface level knowledge that like when you're doing like an associate's or a bachelor's, right? Because you're getting an ocean wide, but like an inch deep into things. I don't like that, like because like generally they're not explaining, or I can't really understand the concept enough that like I can get into the nuts and bolts of it, and so it just leaves me more anxious and more like on trying to like figure out why. And then like by that point in time, I've like missed whatever the whole section or class is on. So I found it more frustrating.
But did you learn something? And did you learn something new? That's a question. So because I know you being taught something, or are you learning it? Because if you're being taught how to pass the test, you're just being taught how to pass the test.
I think most of the time it was just being taught to pass a test.
Yeah.
Personally.
So that's the other one. I literally do not have a college degree.
You fucking rube! All right, this conversation's over. We're gonna just hit it for the night.
What do I tell you about apprenticeships and the practical on because there was no test for this. You either it worked or it didn't, and if it didn't, you're out.
Well, dude, the thing, Rob, is like I was talking about this earlier, but like college for me, because I've got 2 degrees, right? I don't use them at all. College is the easiest thing I've done in my fucking adult life. It was the easiest thing I've done in my adult life.
But for the kids coming out of school, it's the hardest. But that's a whole different thing.
Well, dude, so when I was at my 2-year, it was actually challenging, which I loved, and I was like, I got our GPA had to be like higher, like to get an A, than like fucking most schools. But like, that was actually harder than my 4-year because I went to my 4-year and I was like, it was a private school in Minnesota. I was in St. Paul, and I was like looking at all these kids because I was like 20. What the hell was I? 25 when I went there. 20. Yeah, I was 25, and I'd actually had a couple life experiences and shit like that. And I go there and I'm looking around. And these people are like, "Oh God, this is so stressful," and I'm just like, "What? Really? This is like, okay, I guess."
Yeah, but but the coming back to that, there's the academic success, but there's actually practical. But because you got life experience, you've been in environments where things have gone horrible, and
well, not just the military. It was like I was an electrician too.
Yeah,
and it's like that fucking job sucked ass. Like that.
But also, you make a mistake, poof.
Yeah, I was zapped several times. It sucks. It was a fucking horrible job. What?
You're the fat electrician?
I was a fat electrician, not the fat electrician. How about that?
Fuck you! I met him. He's awesome.
Yeah, I'm not Nick.
Yeah, so
I'm also bigger than him. He's from Iowa. I'm from Wisconsin. They grow us bigger up here. You fuck.
Gotta survive the winters.
Yeah. So Chris, he said something actually interesting there, though, about the amount of knowledge. Yeah, the depth in some subjects is just ridiculous. And then we're not even talking about like new research into going right the way out that way, but it's like the stuff that's already been done, and just rediscovering that is insane. But at school, at school they're teaching you to get past the test and do the rudiments and just basically get on and get at. You've got enough to go and do the thing that you need to go and do. Mm-hmm. But very rarely are people actually properly thinking about the big picture and actually what direction that's going to actually go in, and why it worked before and where it can fail. Because basically you see a system that's working and then it all blows up on you. So it's like,
I think that's even a problem in traditional education versus like apprenticeships. Is like, so I went really deep into like AI and machine learning, right? Because that's what my master's in. But we have all these pieces that interconnect, but never did any during our like capstones or any of that did we actually interact with the parts and create like the connections between them. Like we never had them interact with each other. And I feel like that's a huge missing part that adds that practical knowledge, right? The troubleshooting, right? Like if I know that this part and this part are supposed to connect in production, but I never do it in school, how am I supposed to like be able to troubleshoot what's going wrong when I'm in like in industry or anything like that?
You gotta just fucking do it and learn from your
I do a lot of that myself just because that's what my thirst of knowledge is, right? That's my autism. That I love it, right? I do it 14 hours a day because it's calming and relaxing for me. But anybody else in it, they're not going to get that experience.
So here's the interest. Again, you're hitting lots of interesting points here. So number one, we live in a society. I don't live in a society. I live on that meme. I don't live in the society. I live on the edges of society, scaring the shit out of people.
Yeah, because you got British teeth. Like let's be honest here. Like,
hey, this is my characteristic. You know, it's how
awesome.
by the power of entitlement, I'm offended.
You should probably get a fucking Rev War impression together.
Yeah,
I like that.
You should probably get a Rev War impression together. Talk to Trey.
But anyway, coming back. So one of the problems in certain environments is the lack of willingness to communicate and lack of willingness to trust. Because in many super competitive environments, everyone's so scared about having a failure that they don't actually understand. You know, they get into the blame game very quickly. But yeah, if you're working on, integration like you're doing, where you've got all the disparate elements that need to work together, if you don't know what the different elements are actually doing, you don't know how they work together. Or if you can't work with them, that's a different thing. So if you have different teams with completely different skill sets, you can actually get something very, very interesting done on top of it. But you've got to remember, the stack exists, and somewhere there's a physical at the bottom. No, figure your ass off then.
You see the comments?
Yeah.
I had to do it, man. I had to fucking do it.
I told you. No, I told you. We just sound intelligent. I'm just waffling. I'm just making bullshit. I'm just making noise. And
Well, he asked who's breaking your heart. I'm like, Britain.
Hey, does that mean you care? What the fuck?
Great Britain is Great Britain, man. I don't give a fuck about
No,
Scotland,
it's
Northern
called
Ireland.
Great Britain. It's called Great Britain because it's fucking the suburbs. It's the burbs of northern France.
Oh, that's really that's more depressing.
That's where it comes from. It's Greater London means extension of London. Greater Manchester, extension of Manchester. Great Britain, extension of Brittany.
Oh no, really?
Yeah.
Point there. Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Oh my god.
I didn't think I could hate them anymore. Now I do.
What the fuck?
Would you like some cheese with that wine? God,
that's really. I mean, I'm mostly not British. I've got like 5%, but like. That's where that fucking term came from. Great Britain was Great Britannia.
Yeah,
that's the suburbs of fucking France.
The language, the local language, not French, is Breton, which is.
Oh God!
Yeah.
No.
Shit.
Dun dun dun. Plot twist.
Yes, Trey's gonna be fucked up with this. Like that's not good because you're mostly British.
No, I think I'm mostly French.
Oh bullshit! You fucking fag.
I'm
same fucking thing. It's just two different sides of a Canadian dollar. It's fucking useless.
It's the fascination with what percentage of this and that is it's really weird to me.
No, it's Americans. Like it's kind of it's not a fucking obsession. It's like where did our ancestors come from? Like where did they come from? And it's kind of cool to know, like because like in England, it's like well okay we were part Viking, whatever, maybe, but that's it. Like we were here.
And times 57 varieties. So this is a really interesting one. And just to think about British psychology. You ready?
Think about British psychology. Can I take a fucking piss first? Because this is going to be. I have a feeling this is going to be fucking retarded.
No, this is going to. I'm actually. So I'm going to begin this before go quick break. I'm going to begin this with a statement I've told you before, which is a buddy of mine said, the British, history's greatest monsters. And if you think about it, to date, I'm not saying, no one's going to be, but to date, the British have pretty much got the record on upsetting the most people.
I mean, don't like 127 plus nations owe their Independence Day to you guys?
I would say the Khans kind of had a little bit more, but they're farther back. And
no. Well, no. You see that this is okay. We do have to stop for a break, but This is the
Yeah.
thing. There's shorter ones that are more intense, but over such a long period, over such a wide area. All right, break time for 5 minutes, everyone.
Let's fucking take 5. Matthias, in the comments, if you want to fucking come on, you're more than welcome. Just shoot me a DM on Discord.
Do the thing. Come on.
Do the thing. Do the
Yeah,
thing.
hairy legs, and I know about corn pop.
Shit.
Later, everybody.
Also,
about
Trey,
cockroaches.
take your fucking shit out of the fucking video thing. We're not watching Frank Reynolds.
I was going to say that was you.
Well, yeah, it's me, but I'm a lot taller than Frank. So
Yeah, but you were having your mental breakdown during the.
I had a mental breakdown. Go fuck yourself, you fucking child.
Oh, I don't think I had them. Probably like cones.
No, I think you did.
I don't think so.
I could have sworn the one time you made it.
Fork. Slide it down.
I'm struggling.
I'm in so much trouble for this, but it's a good one to talk, so might as well go through it.
Here, where the fuck did Chris go? What the fuck are you doing?
He said he dipped out when we left.
He dipped. I bored him
dip?
I bored him to death. Success.
No, he's probably just fucking doing this thing.
No.
No, Matthias, hold on. Let me let's see.
I probably should go in a minute. But
you're gonna go?
At least a little bit. I can come back, but I'll probably drop the stream off. But yeah, it's anyway. So the British have got a long history of doing stuff. So the Cliff Notes version of what I was going to get to is for the first couple of thousand years of British history, started out like a couple of little tribes on an island, got invaded and beaten up it was the wimpy kid in the playground. You know, the Vikings showed up, the French showed up. French was the national language of the UK for 450 years. The Romans showed up, basically beat up the British. Well, they weren't even the British at that point. It was like, a bunch of little tribes.
Like 5 kingdoms, wasn't it?
I think you're getting the different continent. But the and then you got the Scots as well, which is a whole different thing. But then all of a sudden, Age of Sail happened, and Britain was very lucky in the position. It had lots of wood, had lots of water around it, and people learned how to sail. So they were good sailors. They had all the materials direct to the ships. And guess what? Off to the races. So after, nearly 1,000 years of getting invaded a lot, British went on a rampage across the entire world. Yeah, that's owning it. That's what we did as a culture. And yeah, it's sold in British schools as we did all this great stuff. But going back, it's difficult because it's like still a lot of the mindset. It's like we have a bloody empire. No, don't. It doesn't work like that. It's you got to get consensus and work together. But yeah, so essentially, I'm saying the British Empire started as the abused kid, and then basically learned from the best, and then picked it up from there.
That's fucking disappointing, dude. Like that's fucking like.
Well, you could characterize the story any way you like, but you could characterize it that way. Some might call it paying your dues. If you get your put on your ass a lot and you keep getting up, you know what it takes to win.
Yes. Christ. I'm gonna shit can that comment in a bit, but like, I mean, Matthias. You ever met Matthias, or you know about CNR Arsenal, Rob?
Yeah, we talked about it. I was just looking at the chat, and I'm looking at the time. I actually have to go.
No, you can go, but like, yeah, okay. So
Yeah.
Trey, do you have to go too, or do you want to stay on for a bit?
Hell well.
Cool. But yeah, no, Rob, fucking awesome shit.
Sorry. By the way, I'm also really fucking tired right now, so I'm definitely not on point.
No, it's fine, dude. Dude, every time we do these things, there's no pressure. It's just whatever. You gotta leave. And but you do have to get your fucking Rev War shit in order.
Yeah.
I'm way behind on mine. But I'm trying.
There are plans to be out your way at some point. We'll talk with Jake about that. All right. I will catch you.
All right, later. Yeah. Great shit. Yeah, do the British fucking. They always do that in Iraq and Kuwait. They're like,
I've got that as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, no, it was funny as shit. Like the British guys, like I would recognize like foreign officers whenever you did, you run to the salute, and then ours is like really weird like this, and or. It's more. It was way more straight. Like, so
you do the full Arnold Rimmer?
Yeah, it's just hey, and then they would just be like, "I," and then just the fucking British salute, and I'm like, okay,
yeah. Well, then we've got the whole left-handed thing, but that's a whole different story. Anyway, moving swiftly along.
Yeah.
All right,
Rob,
take care, guys. It's been fun.
Thanks so much for coming.
Hopefully,
on,
I didn't bore you to death.
I'm still alive. So are you. So is Trey.
Okay.
I don't know about Chris, but
I don't know about the audience either. Zero. See you later.
They're still here.
All right. Cheers, guys. Oh, hang on. Last one.
The fuck are you doing?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
No, he's got his thing.
Stay in your lane.
No, hey, Trey.
Stay in your lane.
Trey.
No.
Heal.
Look. I still can't shoot straight.
Nice ruler.
I still can't shoot straight.
Nice ruler, you faggot.
I still can't shoot straight. No, it's elastic band. It's a concealed.
A concealed elastic band, rubber band.
Anyway.
Nice ruler. All right. Later.
Bye.
Fucking A. Oh, Trey, what the fuck was this? The back ended fucking.
It's the.
Go to the fucking friend request thing.
Doesn't
or
have
go
a
to the
Facebook-
friend search thing and then type in that code that I sent you.
Does he have a Facebook page? And you just send the Steam to
I
him?
was trying to
Or
look for it. I couldn't fucking find it.
Shit.
I'm being
Oh,
a fucking boomer right now. Like,
back in my day.
oh fuck. Oh Christ, he doesn't have an email. God, I'm such a fucking boomer. All right, I'm gonna fucking delete the comment because I don't want people fucking. Damn it. How the fuck? We're watching this shit for fucking years and I don't have any fuck. There we go. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Fucking Christ. Yeah, fuck off.
That's
I'm
not
a
nice.
fucking idiot. So I'm gonna message you. All right. So the link. No, I'm a fucking idiot. Like I acknowledge it at least, whatever. Who gives a fuck?
Apparently, Roblox has a pretty badass.
No,
Modern
we're not
Warfare
gonna
mod.
fucking play Roblox.
I
We're
don't
not
have
doing that shit.
I've seen the video though, but apparently they have a pretty badass Modern Warfare style mod for it, like night vision, 249s, and all.
All right, dude, check your Facebook business page or your YouTube page, whatever the fuck it is. Business page. Unfortunately, we have too many social media accounts to send us a message directly through our site where we can track, search, and generally. God damn it. All right, so I'll send you a fucking email. This is like boomer galore on my end. It's not good. I mean, did you get it? Did you fucking... Because I said it was on Facebook, like... Jesus Christ. Yes, I've read the fucking FAQ. There. 2 fucking factor authentication. There. There. I got, dude, Matthias, I got 2 factors. I did email and Boomer Book. So. We used to be in a Discord server together. I just had to shit can a lot of those because I was getting too involved with being an asshole. Hey, there he is.
That was great. Email was useful.
Fucking Christ. It's even more of a boomer thing. If you think about it, it's more of a boomer thing than Facebook is.
What?
Yeah.
Email? Email was around in the 90s.
The thing that I can sort and put into folders and work with and don't have to wait an hour to search. It just searches instantly. And I have it.
Fair.
You guys are good guys. You can't leave stuff where people just delete it for you. I mean, I guess I'm using Gmail as my toss away, but
shit! There we go.
But I can export that. Just
Jesus. Yeah, I was on Matt's. Discord for the longest time, and then it got out of control, retarded. And I was like,
it's a Discord. They're all retarded.
No, not.
I left a bunch. Dude, share this real quick since he brought up fucking.
What did he? Matthias brought this up.
This is fucking Roblox.
Oh, we playing Roblox?
Jesus Christ.
I've never played Roblox.
I haven't either. But somebody's imported Milsim into it.
There's already a game like that. That's like a Battlefield clone. What is it called?
They take it seriously too.
There's a Battlefield clone that's like Roblox.
Oh my god, this is gay as AIDS, dude.
Oh no, it's not. Shut
Yeah,
up.
it's no worse than Battlefield. There's no way.
What the fuck are we doing here?
We're watching. Oh, look, it's got the halo.
Oh,
Yeah, he
God,
brought up
no.
Roblox.
Did you ever play Desert Combat Mod? Desert Combat Mod was the shit.
For what? Roblox?
No, it was for original Battlefield 1942.
Desert Combat. Oh, yeah, actually, I did. Yes.
Yeah.
There was like the British out there, and you had your fucking Enfield.
They had
that one.
No, it was Desert Storm. They had
No, I didn't play that one then.
Yeah, they had like oh god, they wanted to do like Hueys and stuff, so they had, but the game only had the mechanics for the prop planes. So like I guess whoever did the design, like they turned the physics engine on its side and then added a sort of directional component, so they flew like almost real helicopters, and that they were uncontrollable nightmares, and you would have to practice to play the helicopter in that game. But unlike every other video game, the helicopters were extremely responsive. Like they would actually, they would.
Well, I remember
move.
at that time, like in the early 2000s, like most aircraft in games like that were fucking uncontrollable.
Yeah.
It was tough. It was like, especially a helicopter is like, oh, I don't know, I have to hit 5 keys at one time. Oh shit!
Was it Project Reality?
No, it was literally called Desert Combat Mod.
Okay,
like because it was that, and there was it was an original Battlefield 1942 mod, because it was that, and then what was the other one? There was a reality-based one, but it was Forgotten Hope. Forgotten Hope was like the really real one.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Forgotten Hope was the one where you like couldn't do crap against like the front armor on a Tiger. Like,
Yeah.
but
Dude,
then
that
everything moved. They had a it was like the Sicily Paradrap. They had a bunch of it wasn't the Valentine. What was the creeping ass British tank? My brain is fried because I've been writing all
The
day.
Churchill or the Cromwell?
No,
The one that was just mounted with a machine gun.
Matilda.
Yeah, thank you, Matilda.
Matilda, yeah.
Yeah, they just had Matildas, and they would move at like 7 miles an hour, and and like Germans would spawn out of not bomber. They'd spawn out of the transport planes and just parachute down, and then there were caches everywhere. So you'd have to like, if you're the German, you're like trying to run to get a good weapon.
Fuck yeah. Yep.
And meanwhile, there's a tank, and the tank's a million miles away, slowly crawling towards you. And so it just became this horrible game. And of course, all the infantry on the Allied side is just trying to like walk behind the tanks, but the walk speed is faster than the tank. So everybody's just bored and angry at each other trying to play this.
What year do you think that was, dude?
2001 at the latest.
Yeah, and then there was Medal of Honor Allied Assault when they had multiplayer.
Mm-hmm.
That was fucking insane. I was like, this is the most realistic shit ever. And it was like so laggy, and it was fucking ridiculous. But you got to have like rifle grenades.
Desert
and like fuck it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, and I was gonna say Desert Combat was nice because it was just a mod, so all sorts of hinky stuff would happen. So people always stacked US. They wanted to play US.
Oh shit! Yeah, here we go. Check this out.
So this is a newer. This is Squad 44, but the mods group is called anyway. This is them jumping into Crete.
Oh, is it the same thing?
Oh no shit!
Does it have the Matildas?
Yes, and the ones with just the machine guns.
Yeah. That's what the old Forgotten Hope map was.
Yeah.
They also had like the naval battles where you would like slingshot crappy biplanes off the side of your ship. I'm really surprised nobody talks about Forgotten Hope, because that was a very ambitious project.
Yeah, that was a fucking
They're trying to bring back World War II online. They're doing it to Unreal Engine 5, which is amazing.
I wonder if you can get the player base that you want.
So World War II Online apparently has it's coming back, but that's like not just like a group, like this is just one map.
Yeah.
It's like a countrywide. I'll see if I find the video and somebody explaining it. Like it's like a tactical map. Like you take this area and then it kind of like branches out. Like it's the whole.
Yeah, I remember the game, but I don't know. We used to play Desert Combat mode because you had like the Iraqis with the T-72, and that thing sucked. The Abrams was so much better. Like they were not fair. So everybody would stack US because nobody wanted to play Iraqi. So if you really wanted to play, because they didn't have like lobbies or waiting or anything, you had to just join. So because my friends and I didn't live online, we would have to just play Iraqi all the time. So we got really good. There was they had modded it. They took like the El Al map and modded it into the game just as a generic desert map. And a buddy of mine would just like take like a repair kit and a Stinger missile pack and like an ammo box or something. I can't remember if they had ammo boxes, but we take like a T-72 and we drive all the way around the map and line up with the airfield, and just like the autistic teenagers we were, we just had memorized the exact pixels to fire randomly and hit, like the spawning aircraft. So they get furious and they send out, a couple Abrams. And the problem is I would just have my buddy who's just a little tiny pixel of infantry stick his head over the sand dune. And we knew the exact, because the Abrams fired straight shot all the way across. It was laser straight. But the T-72s had to arc their shots in that game for whatever reason. So we were like, this is perfect, because I would back it behind a sand dune and he'd just call angles of fire manually on like TeamSpeak or whatever it was.
And then just go TeamSpeak.
yeah. And then we and we just send it. And I mean, we would just rape we'd rape these Abrams coming in by just hitting them 5 or 6 times with the T-72 before they could even get to us. And I mean, they were getting pissed. We got banned so many times for like with hacks or whatever. And you're like, nah, I'm just got a spotter and I'm going over the hill. Like they'd have no line of sight, and we're just like, yeah, okay.
This is a game called World War II Online, and it is
So this is the
very
original.
old. How old?
Carcano.
Well, 2001 old, which is the same year the original Max Payne was released, or GTA 3, the first ever GTA game with 3D graphics. So
man.
this is an absolutely ancient game that is still up and running, and there's still
Yeah,
people
way to hurt
playing
my
it.
feelings,
And
guys.
Despite being old,
This
this
is
is the
absolutely ancient
biggest
game that only old
Real
idiots
Engine
remember.
5, and they're also
who are going to
developing
die
another
soon.
project
How old are you?
Called World War II Choke Point, which is going to be a
I was an
much
80s
smaller
baby, like early
game
80s baby.
focused on infantry combat.
Oh shit!
I'll
Yeah, I
be
was,
showing
I was
some
born
free
'90,
alpha
so
footage
One
of
or
choke
something?
points throughout this video,
I
which
have to
is
do math.
extremely old footage. This is over 2 years old, so don't take this footage as an actual indication of what the game
So
will
you're
look
gonna
like.
bring
but
it
Yeah, I don't
rather
care about this
give you
part.
an initial idea.
I don't want
And
to see that
this
guy's
change
face.
to
I don't
Real
care.
Engine 5 is an absolutely huge deal. Not because the
dude, I fucking hate these
free to
videos.
play
Like where they're
game,
like,
and the
it's
idea
all
is
about
to
me.
make
I'm from Sweden or Norway
Who
or
knows how
Finland.
So yeah, these are
this
the
will take.
before and after.
Flawless
photos.
Swedish
And the
accent.
more cynical viewers are going to say, this is never getting done. It's never going to happen. And
never going
not
to
even
happen.
worth talking about.
I just want them to make like.
It's not even worth talking about. So I'm going to talk about.
I would
this for the
take a
next 5
re-release of
minutes.
like Bad Company 2.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a fucked up game. That was fucking insane when it came out.
The team, like I miss. So there's this period where they didn't integrate the teamwork aspect. That's how Desert Combat was interesting, because they had the AC-130 with a howitzer sticking out of it, and it was like a spawnable point, and you would fly it over the Iraqi base. And the way their spotting system worked is the snipers would spot, and you didn't get points. This is the thing: is this before like, okay, you spotted the thing and so it appears on the HUD, and then you get points when the other guy gets the kill. None of that. You had to be like altruistic about it. The guy with the 0-0 score was clearly the AC-130 pilot. Like you would get a 0-0 score just flying the plane in a circle over it.
Right. Yep.
So
with we've already watched this, but with your background, I want to see what your opinion is. This Mike B hates it because he's a douchebag, but
yeah.
God! It's a theatrical preview. Show me gameplay. This means nothing. Is there gameplay?
Cut his arm off? Or this
Oh, there we
guy's
go.
dead.
This is not the best intro, but go for it.
Yep.
This is literally just
gay
a
as
guy running
hell,
around with a
dude.
samurai sword. There we go.
This is fucking retarded.
Oh my god!
There's
Warrior's death.
oh, what was it? Rising Storm. Oh, Rising Storm was
Yes.
such a
Rising Storm. I played the fuck out of that shit. Like,
I never played the Pacific version, but
I
did
always
play
wish
the-
that Rising Storm had gotten just a little bit more Battlefield 1 vehicle flavor in it. You know, they had vehicles, but I wish they'd just gotten it a little.
well, I mean, it was still good for the infantry. Fucking dude, that game
Yeah.
fucking sucked. Like, it
You
was
know-
hard.
You know what you never see anymore? You never see games that have quote unquote arcade play style but realistic like implementation. So the problem is the game is either
No.
realistic both in terms of equipment and maneuvering and fighting and just being bored all the time. I'm sorry, like I work so hard, I don't have time to play a game for 13 hours just to get my feet under me, you know?
Yeah,
So
there
like
you go.
it's like arcade shooters are fun, but then it's like, you know, Battlefield 1, where they just have to cram everything that never existed in there. And you're just
Right.
like, it's fun. It plays fun. I'm not hating
Yeah.
on Battlefield 1, but it's like,
Yeah.
it'd be a lot of fun.
Yep.
But see, I don't know. Verdun was a lot of fun, but they had that jump spamming crap.
Dude, Verdun. I started playing Verdun when it was just out of beta. Right.
There were 3 guys that ruined that game. 3 guys, just 3. And like I talked to the devs back then, like our sounds are in the game,
Yeah.
and it was just like I was going, get rid of the jump shooting. There's no reason at the apex of a
dude.
jump to have a laser beam of a rifle shot, and it's
There
just
you
like,
go.
yeah, but the guys we get every time we talk about changing it, we get a lot of negative feedback. I'm like, no, you're getting
They're COD fucking fags. They're COD fags that they expect the same thing out of Verdun.
You're saying multiples. It was one guy. And the problem is their matchmaking system or their friend finding system was sort of unilateral. So in other words, you could declare somebody your friend, and then the game would always track them and tell them what server you were on. So I had the channel early on, and we were trying to play that. And literally the guy that was the most known in that game for having literally like 137 to 2 every time. And what he was doing is he was just min-maxing the jump spanning. He has settings tweaked so that he could just see over the edge of stuff. He wasn't cheating, but he was manipulating the game to the limit. Yeah. So, and he also, it was totally out of character for World War I. Bunny hopping while popping rounds off is not World War I.
I experienced. I probably got fucking killed by that fucking faggot a million times.
I tried telling the devs, I was like, I literally can't play the game every time I join. This guy that doesn't have a job, just follows me from server to server because he can find me on any server in their game because of the way they set it up. And I was just like,
dude, it sucked. It was
I
like
can't
it was
block
like,
him. I can't, so everywhere I go, he stops what he's doing and he comes to dog me, and I'm like,
100%.
What do you want me to do? Like, I can't promote this.
And that was back in like 2014 or 15, right?
Oh hell if I know.
It was a while back, but like I remember because like I started playing it, I was like,
right.
I think I stopped knowing what year it was when I graduated college. Like that's the last time I realized what year it was.
Yeah, but you're an old fuck, so it doesn't matter. So
he brought up. Have you seen the Enlisted game? The guy in the chat.
Is that the one where you spawn with like a Mosin carbine or whatever? Is that one where you die and you're replaced by units, like guys within your unit?
I'm not a big fan of it.
That game's funny because a lot of our guns are in it, and I know it because on the first gen of the models.
Oh, Red Armor 2?
No, Enlisted. On the first gen of the model, because we have images everywhere. And I see this in games a lot, but there was one of the default weapons they gave you in the game first came out was a Mosin 1907 carbine, one of the rarest things you'd ever see even during the First World War, let alone the Second. Yep. But for whatever reason, they chose this as the default. And the one we had for the show, the stock had been slightly sanded, and there was a crack in the handguard at the rear behind the rear sight. And it's like, it was all there. Like the crack was there, but they thought it was like intentional. So it was like straightened up. And like, I went, they worked off of our images. Like if you go look for images of a 1907 carbine, all you get is our images, and they copied the flaws. And I was just like, it's so funny. Like I don't care. I welcome modelers to base off of image. That's why we take those isometrics. But like, it was just one of those things where I was like, okay, this is funny because I actually know that this was the gun that we photographed that they modeled off of.
Yeah, and it's interesting because like you have a lot of niche fucking things that you've covered, and then here's the thing is like when somebody copies that or like uses that, because it's like, well, that's the fucking rifle we used or the pistol we used. It's like because there's no other one. Exactly.
I mean, there's an element of that, but it's like also the modeling. I don't care. So if somebody's just like, "Is that a copyright thing?" I was like, "Not for modeling. Like, you can clone as much as you want going from 2D to 3D because I know how much work is involved in doing that. I'm not
but
about
the fact that you just left all that shit in there. It's like
funny.
It's funny, yeah.
It's like we develop line drawings based off of photos we've seen, so I'm not going to sit there and be like,
"No, it's not like that." But it's just like really. It's kind of cool to like know that you were the influence for a bunch of shit.
Well, I was the first thing that came up on Google image search. Let's be honest, but
yeah, you're a lot of things that come up.
I know my personal Remington Rand was the model for the TSS's update of their 1911 A1, the military model, because they had a sample, but then their markings, I guess, were not in great shape. So they're like, "Can you give me some dimensions on this?" And blah blah. So I was like, "Yeah." So I took a bunch of photos and sent them over, and then they updated the way they had the markings on their A1, and I was like, "Okay, well that's funny," because they're not exactly the same spot at every gun, but they're all in the same spot as mine now.
Yeah,
So
it's
yeah,
fucking.
it's
What are we doing? Is he winning?
I
Is he
mean,
gonna get
here's the thing: is
power
you're
up?
preserving fucking history. Like,
Is he gonna get the power up and win the game? Are we on one of those streams now where you have to play video games so the kids keep watching?
basically.
No.
So this is one dude here. I'm just explaining it to Mike. It's one dude, but you have a squad, and the other dumbasses are AI. When you die, you take over one of the other guys, and that's why I didn't like it, because the AI guys could get picked off, and you don't know it because they're dumb as a box of rocks, and then you get popped.
You're always like, stand here halfway to where I was going.
They're horrible. They are horrible. Like, you'll be in a trench, and they'll be like, "I'm getting out and looking around," and you're like, "Come on, man."
It's kind of a nice way to keep the fodder going, though, because when we were younger, games had a lot of buy-in, so it's interesting. You would get a much higher age range, so there'd always be early teens to just, I mean, you would just roll them over, you know, like no problems, just gunning them down, and it gave you fodder. And now it's like the games are bespoke. You know, the people have been like, after 3 months of a game being out, everybody's like dialed up to 11 on it, and you're going, okay, there's no fun in here. So,
well, that's the thing too. Is just like, you know, as a kid, you know, because I was like in my teens in the 2000s, right? And you're probably about a decade older than me, but like I was playing Counter-Strike 1.6. You probably are. What, like, I was born in 90, so you're probably about, you know, a few years older than me. But like in the 2000s, I was playing CS 1.6 and DoD 1.6, you know, all that shit. And it was like there was guys that just fucking, they'd come home from their fucking 9-to-5 shitty job, and that's all they would do is fucking just roll. And they just fucking rape my ass. And I'm like, what the fuck? I can't win. But that's how you got better, actually, at the game.
yeah,
You're like,
I don't know.
hey.
I used to play hard with FPSs, but
Did you ever roll Counter-Strike?
Oh, pre
1.6, the original.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Pre, what do they call it? Not the
CS:GO.
No, but pre-source. Thank you.
Yeah, pre-source.
I was like Steam, and I was like, well, yeah, I actually played it pre-Steam too.
Right.
Like I remember Steam
Me too.
came in.
I played Dave Defeat pre-Steam.
Yeah,
it was on WAN. WAN.
That was awesome.
Yeah, that was fucking awesome.
I was like one of the admins on a CS clan in like high school, and we'd go to LAN parties and shit.
Fuck yeah, man.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
I love those guys. But
and we used to have, like, you know, in the early 2000s, we used to have like Halo parties.
Yeah.
Like, all right, we're going over to this guy's house for this weekend.
Yes, sir.
And it's like we got 2 Xboxes with fucking 2 screens.
I almost like literally killed my college girlfriend because of a LAN party. Which is like, I was dating this girl for like 3 weeks, and I was like, actually, I'm going to Maryland for this LAN party. You want to come hang out? And she's like, yeah, okay. So we go, and it's like, there's no room. You know how it is with the tables. You got the sleeping bag under the table.
Yeah.
So she's just like in the sleeping bag with me, and I'm having this dream that I've got this roll of like kielbasa sausage, like the size of my chest, and I'm just like, this is delicious. I'm gonna cook this up later. And my best friend at the time is just like, hey, let me get that. And I was like, no, I'm going to cook it up later. Don't open the packaging now. It's going to go bad. We don't have a refrigerator. And he's just like, no, let me get that sausage. So he starts arguing with me. He starts pulling on the sausage. And I'm like, no. So I pull the sausage to my chest, and I'm like bear hugging the sausage. And he's like trying to yank it out from under my arms and stuff. And I'm like, oh, mother. And I'm having this like fight to hold on to this sausage.
In the dream.
And then he kicks me in the dick. And I wake up. And the girl I was dating is like red faced, gasping for air, going, what the was that? And I was like, I'm sorry, I thought you were sausage.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yes, officer. That's
yeah. Could you imagine explaining that in the corner? You don't understand. I thought she was sausage.
What? I thought she was sausage.
Didn't want to hurt her at all. Like, didn't intend that.
I love her so much.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I do get that, because sausage, kielbasa specifically, amazing. And if you're tired and you're at a fucking LAN party,
May learned we were on the road once, just like gassed out, just laid up for sleep. We have if we're like running hard, we actually have a camper over the truck, so we'll just sleep in that. So we were just like, let's just do this thing. I can't remember where we were going at that time, But we ended up just sleeping in the tent on the truck. And I had a dream that the girls had told me that there was something in the basement. And I haven't had a basement in 15, 20 years, but okay. So I'm like, what do you mean there's something in the basement? They're like, I don't know, but it's invisible. And it was like threatening us. And it was like, it like clawed at me. Look, I got claw marks. And in my dream, I'm like, I'm going to get that guy. I hate him. So I like in my dream, I go to the basement. I'm like, wait a second, he's invisible. How am I going to beat the shit out of this thing? So I start like crab walking sideways across the basement, trying to get it into a corner. I'm like, oh, he's not going to get past me. I'll know. And so like I finally get down to where my fingers are touching the walls in the corner. And I'm like, as soon as I feel anything, because he's going to try to go out between my legs or under my elbow or something. Like I'm like this. I was like, the moment I feel anything, it's dead. I'm killing that thing. So then, of course, in my sleep in the real world, I'm sitting there going, so like, May hears me doing this and she goes, are you okay? And she like taps my shoulder and I go, and just like, throw one. But of course it's like, sleep,
no!
So it's like sleep. So it's just like,
okay.
Like, it's just dead.
But
Dead. So I just go, poof. And she goes, what the hell was that? It's like, I'm sorry, I thought you were an invisible monster.
Yeah, okay. Dude, sleep shit like that is fucking insane.
Yeah, I don't know what my instincts are, but like I will have horrible nightmares about taxes and like math. But if I have a nightmare in which there's a big angry thing and it wants to kill me, I'm just like, oh, I'll fight you. Like I don't know why, because that's not me in real life. Me in real life, I'm just like, oh, let's settle it. I don't want to get into it.
No, I got
but me in my dream is like, I will kill you.
I'm out.
It's what you want to be, but you know you shouldn't do because it's not going to end well.
Yeah, I guess there's just like something under the surface.
In between. Yeah, like fucking.
Yeah. In dream world, I'm just like, is that Bigfoot? I'm gonna punch that mother.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, no, I get it, man. Like, dream world is it's pretty interesting. Like,
yeah, me and my friends, we used to do like not LAN parties, but we'd like be on one TV with separated or whatnot. But
do you have to get the cardboard out because of that one guy?
No, we wouldn't do that. Like, we never got that hardcore. But
we had to bad.
We would play Halo.
Cardboard,
then, Then all of a sudden,
the homie that was winning every round with the cardboard up suddenly stops winning. Yeah, okay.
We started playing Brothers in Arms.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we would play that, but we would like play one guy would play one mission, and then that guy would play the next mission. Yeah, that was awesome. That was good times, man.
When I was younger, there was this thing that kind of started. I don't know if it's like an IRC meme or whatever, but it was like it was this sort of concept that started going through conversations. Where it's like, in like 50 years, there's gonna be a bunch of old people in the old folks' home talking about like Halo. And they're just going to be like, oh, yeah, and they're going to talk about it like the boomers talk about, the malt shop or whatever.
Oh,
and everybody's like, that's stupid. That's not going to happen. And
Master
here we are. Like, we're already there.
Yep. Master Chief, he was the best.
Mr. Chef.
Yeah, this is you younger kids. We used to do Halo parties, and we didn't have no cell phones.
I kind of already did it. I'm like, we didn't get points for helping. We helped because we wanted to.
Yeah.
Well, dude,
the flood was coming after me. All right, okay, Grandpa, let's go back to your room.
So, Thias, like when we had Halo parties, we'd go out and usually to this one kid's house out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere in Wisconsin, right? It was a farm homestead, right? So, we'd go out there and he had a corn stove, right? Like his family had a corn stove. That's how redneck this is. And we'd have two screens because they'd take the TV from the living room upstairs.
Yep.
Downstairs, so then you'd have two screens because like 8 or 10 of us were there. We had to have splits, that was a big thing. We would get Mountain Dew and fucking Doritos. That's it.
Old school Xbox would just go open LAN. So like when I was in college, you would just connect to the dorm internet and there'd just be unlimited. I mean, so many people playing.
Oh yeah, there was no internet at this kid's house. It was fucking
but like Xboxes used to just talk. Like they would just be like, boop, like I'm on a network, go. So like no logins. You would just just pick a name or whatever.
So these fuckers would be playing the fucking Halo shit, right? They'd have like the quad fucking split screen, and then people would fall asleep, so it was like a double split screen. And then I would be sitting there. I was the fucking fat nerd that was sitting in the corner on the Windows 98 fucking PC playing Age of Empires 2.
Hell yeah.
You don't even
And
play
I'm
with
like,
the boys?
well, I would, but I'm like, Halo's gay. Like, I don't care about this. So I'd play it and I'd get my ass handed to me because they're always like, oh, you need to do this, you need to do that, whatever. And I'm like, oh, well, fuck it. I'm gonna go back and play fucking Age of
Hit the
Empires.
X 15 times and the Y, and then the trigger 4 times.
I remember Halo 2 launch because me and my homie went and got it. God, I probably was in college then, but he and I went and bought it like night of because he used to do the midnight release.
Yeah.
And we started playing together co-ops. And wait, was that 2 or am I thinking 3?
Like 3.
Which one's the one that had co-op right from the start on Xbox?
Probably 3.
Is it 3?
The only one I played was 2.
What's the one where you jump on the back of the big scarab thing? Right at the beginning, first episode.
Probably 3 because I only played 2 and I don't remember it being that.
Okay. Well, all I know is you get the warthog in that one like pretty early, but then it like forces you into a corridor and some stairs where you have to ditch it. And so we had just got the game. We're so excited to play it. We're 5 minutes in, and we get to that part, and I'm like, I'm not giving up this warthog. I'm going up these stairs. And my homie's like, it doesn't fit. And I was like, bullshit. So I start like trying to physics grief it in there or whatever, you know. So it finally like pops through the door, and now I have to like climb a staircase with it, and it's like I get like halfway up and fall, and then do it again. I mean, I go up 45 minutes, 50 minutes. He's like, dude, I want to play the game. This is the dumbest thing. So then finally, I get it out the top, and I was like, yo, I got it. We're up on this catwalk. He's like, how long is this gonna last? Like, what can you do with it now? It turns out you could drive it down the catwalk and then ramp it onto the scarab, and then we just like we're on the scarab in the warthog killing everything. And he's like, okay, that was kind of worth it. So he's like, so we're trying to like everybody else had bought the game, so like, yeah, that's kind of fun. I was like, did you know you could get the warthog on the scarab? And they're like, what? And I was like, yeah, you just have to be really patient and really stupid. See, old men talking about video games now.
Yeah. Well, okay, what kind of Mountain Dew were you drinking?
No, I was never a Mountain Dew drinker.
Really?
I was like a Coke guy.
Damn, because we're Upper Midwest. We always did. Well, at that time, when it was really popular, like when Halo 2 came out, it was Mountain Dew Pitch Black.
We had Code Red. Code Red was on.
Oh, dude, Matthias, I saw your fucking face. I saw your fucking face as soon as I said Pitch Black. You're like, oh.
Dude, what was that coffee flavored one?
That was Monster. No,
it was Coke Black. It was Coke Black.
No,
Wasn't it the coffee
Pitch
Coke?
Black. Pitch Black.
Yeah, but I'm reminded of the
Mountain
other one.
Dew. It was grape flavored Mountain Dew.
That's disgusting,
dude. And I was shitting black, literally.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
It's called Cola.
It wasn't great, and then I was shitting black in Doritos, Cool Ranch.
There's things that you would eat as a teenager that you would like. You would sue the government over if they made you.
Dude,
eat it.
My guts are fucked from that.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
Oh my god! But like, yeah, it was Mountain Dew Pitch Black and Code Red was there too. And then
you gotta take fiber. Are you taking fiber?
Doritos. That's corn.
That doesn't count as fiber. No,
it's got fiber in it. You know.
No, you gotta get some benefit.
Well, and then it was funny because like,
make sure you're walking at least 2,000 steps.
My buddy's family was like, they were like, we're gonna cook for you, at dinner. So all of us, like, I was like 10 or 12 of us, fucking retard teenagers, are sitting there at the dinner table having a proper meal, and we're like being polite and everything, and like, yep. And it's like this basic bitch, like fucking Upper Midwest, pot roast, with some potatoes and shit like that. And we're like, okay, yeah, thank you. And then, okay, let's go back down and just poison ourselves. And we would stay up, like we would start on a Friday because like school would get out on Friday, of course. And then we would just go to this guy's place and we would stay there until Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
And then we would go there and then like go home and like be just completely fucking tired and come home, with a caffeine crash or sugar crash. And then get up on Monday morning, go to school, and be absolutely fucking worthless.
Dude, here's a friend of mine that lived in my neighborhood, and then he moved to another neighborhood, like across town. And like once that happened, he would come over like Friday night after school and just not leave until Sunday, like because it was just like, too much hassle to drive back and forth. Because all we did was spend all our time together anyway. Yeah, it just happens that way. And then you go show up on Monday morning, and you're fucking worthless. Like you're not learning anything. Is the best friend vibe broken now because of internet? I feel like I don't know any guys.
No, I don't know.
I don't know any guys that have what you call like a legit best friend. Well, yeah, but you're older, like me now. So
yeah, I'm trying to talk through it. It's like I actually don't know, man, because like you don't understand a best friend until you've like
the best friend's like a daily thing in person.
Yeah, and it's like
you've been through shit with them.
Yeah,
but you were into shit with them. I don't know about it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, because yeah, I don't know, like I've got a couple, or no, I've got one best friend, and he was just on here earlier, and that's Chris, and that's it though. But like, I don't know if anybody nowadays has that. You're right. Yeah,
I
that's,
don't know.
that's a good point.
Through the stages of my life, I have lost all of my early friends. Not like huge fights or anything, but just like
growing apart.
I made radically different decisions than most of my friends, to be honest with you.
Well,
like,
it does happen. Yeah.
I grew up in like lower middle with like a lot of also lower, and like the crab pot mentality was hard. So that's like 50.
Same.
Right there.
Same. Yep.
Like
same.
And then what's left, then you get into political splits or like the motivated. Like a lot of people, it's like the other half. You'd say, that a quarter of the total just goes politically in a totally different direction, and then the remaining quarter, most of those just end up being like, well, I worked this job, I got married, I had some kids, and that's, by the way, that's pleasant, and they like that, but it's also like they end up 6 states away, and you never really reconnect.
Oh yeah, dude. So, even if they're 6 minutes away, it's still you're on different planets. Like,
I got a college boy. He sent me a Christmas card, and I'm like, I keep meaning to check on you. He's like, I have another kid down. I'm like, crap, when did that happen?
Yeah, dude. Exactly. Yep.
Like, I blink.
It's
Yeah,
like they were work colleagues too.
I do not have a lot of those. Like because we've been doing this for 10 years now. It's like I'm just on my me and May and our animator, and then there's a handful of remote people I talk to whenever projects come up, but like they're not.
Yeah.
I was in law enforcement for a long time, so it's like, what are my old partners doing? And you're like, I don't know if he's with the department anymore. So
yeah, it's fucking insane. But like, I've accepted that. Like, it's fine. Like, it's not a big deal. It's like, it's not anything you did wrong. It's just people, like, they get preoccupied and shit, and it's not that you don't mean anything to them. It's just like they're fucking preoccupied.
Yeah.
So
it's just priority shift. You can't. I don't know.
Yeah. In the same boat, relatively speaking, but like, yeah, it's fucking nuts. But we were. Oh, God damn it! Speaking of the devil.
Yeah, who's the devil? Is your best friend texting
my
you?
wife. It's my wife. So
not important.
The correct answer is yes. She thinks she's your best friend. You tell her that.
Nope. She says it's very late.
Yeah,
you come in.
You've been on
don't
for 5
turn
hours.
on the fucking light. Just fucking get in here and go to sleep quietly. That's what she said to me. It's fair. It's fair.
Was she waiting on you? Did you screw up?
No, God, no. But like, she's like, yeah, you've been on, fucking longer than usual. This is how it's been going. Like the past couple times I've done streams, we have like a bunch of different guests that like kind of
people pop on later.
Yeah. And it's like,
let them in. Did they get invited through Steam too?
Who? Dude, fuck off. I deleted the fucking comment. Like, dude, I was so distracted.
Okay, let me just launch this games program I never launched.
Dude, I cannot fucking multitask worth a goddamn. And I'm like, because I know I was on Matt's server, and I was like, well, why don't you send me a fucking friend request?
Like I feel like you're the guy at the gun show that's just like, I want to buy this. Okay, do you take PayPal? No. Venmo? No. Do you take whatever pay? No. Do you have cash? Why would I bring cash to the gun show? Baseline communication: text messaging, phone calls, emails. Those are like the 3.
You got Bitcoin?
Yeah.
That's not a
Steve
question.
Was a new one. I've never had anybody try to get me.
I was sitting there trying to, as we were talking, I'm like, fucking Othias, like, this would be cool if he wants to come in. And I'm like trying to figure out, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, and I was like looking at him on Facebook.
How do I talk to other people?
What? Yeah.
Boomer bug. How much time are you spending on there?
I just do it for advertising, talking to people, and then
I can't use it anymore. Like
it's fucking awful.
Boomer Bug's like, hey, do you want to sign up to these groups? And you're like, okay, I'll sign up to a couple of them. And then guess what? It will never show you the groups you signed up to. It just starts showing you garbage that you don't want over.
What aggravates me is
hide
when
this.
What aggravates me is I'll join a group, like just for education purposes, like just say a 1903 Springfield historical page. You know, just
Yeah.
nerdisms. You know, serial number types things. Like a week later, hey, this specific chat in this group wants you to be in it. Like, no.
Oh, I don't think no, that's a new one on me. Thank God I don't look at that, or maybe I ignore it.
Yeah, it's fucking insane.
My problem is I like vintage vehicles, and like what used to be on the forums where you could find it has all moved to Facebook groups. So I have to like I'm rebuilding a Continental right now, and I'm just like, oh god, there's people are like, I saw it on the Facebook group, and you're like, oh crap. So I'm having to go and Facebook search sucks so bad. I don't know why.
I couldn't find you.
Yeah.
Just now, I couldn't find you, and I was I was typing it a bunch of different ways.
Yeah.
And then luckily Trey found it, but like,
boom.
I was like, fucking Christ, like, Jesus.
No, because I'll go in a Facebook group and I was just like, has anybody had any problems with the relay on this subsystem? So I'm like looking for the word relay, and I just get, I mean, the top 5 results don't even have the word relay in them, and I'm going, what was the point of this?
Well, dude, what I'll do is I'll email you a fucking Discord invite, and we have a channel in the Discord called Boomer Mugshots.
Okay.
I think yeah, Trey, you've seen that, right?
I've added to it.
Yeah, you've added to it. You've seen it. And,
I don't know, you guys don't listen to our podcast thing, do you?
I don't currently, no.
I was unaware. Yeah, I was unaware y'all had one.
Oh, we have it for the patrons. It's like because we give it we release episodes like there's a week where you release it for the patrons that is open for peer review, and then you go public the next week. And so when it goes public, the patrons kind of already saw it. So we're trying to figure out something to do for them. So we would I just record a quote unquote podcast, but really what it is it's sort of like an investors meeting where it's like, okay, here's where we're at, this is what we're doing. And then just to kind of keep people engaged, we just tell whatever's going on. Okay. But we went over to the Tulsa show. My favorite thing that came out of the Tulsa show was our animator Bruno literally overheard a conversation where one old guy's talking to another going, I don't know. We had the dealer day yesterday. I didn't sell nothing. And we've been open for 3-4 hours. I still haven't sold nothing. Maybe I should have gone down on the price for that guy. And his other old guy friend looks over and goes, no, don't do that. He knows what you got. What? yeah. They're coaching each other. Like, no. He knows what you got. Like, Bruno's like,
what the fuck?
Bruno like ran
quintessential. Yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
I know.
The jokes make the
I would have paid to have heard it myself. Like I would have paid so hard just because I would have.
Oh my god, But here's the thing: is okay. So every fucking joke and like meme comes from some truth, and it's like, dude,
somebody mean that.
How many times have you been to a fucking gun show? And dude, okay, I'll give you an example. Right. So this is like 2012. This is way back in the day. Or no, this is 2014. Okay, because that is relevant. So that batch that AIM Surplus got and a couple other people got of the PU snipers, the last batch, right? Came through, and I bought one, and it was like cool, and I still have it. So I'm at the gun show, like 2 months after the batch came in, they were all sold out, and I see a PU sniper they were retailing for about $449. And I see it at a gun show, the same fucking batch. I know what it's from, for like $1,500. And it's got a picture of Vasily Zaitsev holding a fucking PEM. That famous picture. And it's like, this is the rifle that was used in Stalingrad. And I'm like, and my buddy is with me, and he goes, so is that Vasily Zaitsev rifle? And I was like, no. And I'm like,
share this real quick. We need to go together. We need to go together.
Oh, like gun show bingo?
Yes.
Douchebag Brovet selling binary triggers. Yes. Seen that. 3D printed grips. Haven't seen that because I haven't been to a gun show in a long time. Overpriced vintage ammo. Yep. People selling both Gadsden and legs. Yep. Not AK.
Oh, pre-ban. My least favorite pre-ban is the Colt Sporters, like because they'll like pre-ban, and it's like yes, it's before '94, but it's also when Colt was still doing the ban things. So it already has the shit block in it. They've already cut off the bayonet lug, But they're like, no, it's pre-ban. It's from '92, and you're like, yeah, they F the rifle in '90. That's not what we're when we think. Never mind. You know.
Yeah. Well, that's that.
You guys have different gun shows than us.
This is
well, no, this is the venison jerky free space is
these are Western. So having been to like Tulsa and stuff, this is Western gun shows because in the East they're not quite like this because you don't have like the vet bros selling binary triggers really.
When I was deployed,
that we get. We don't really have the 3D printed grip thing going on yet, although maybe in Florida we do.
Yeah, that's what I was saying too. Like it's like someone trying to sell a woman a taser. Yep. Boomer with 3 overpriced FUD guns, staring daggers at everyone to watch.
We don't have the homemade syrups and stuff like that anymore in our state because the guys that kind of took over our state area have contracts with the food services at the gun shows, so they had to like no, your wife can't make any damn biscuits. The food services get mad because it's competition for the $8 French fries.
The last time I was at a gun show was the story I was telling, and I'm sitting there and I just looked at the guy and I was like, a little steep there on the price, huh? And he goes, what? I was like, yeah, it's a PU. It's a 43 Ishevsk PU. Whatever. Like, you paid about $400 for it. You're selling it for 15. Well, don't say that to that guy.
Right.
Because he fucking loses his mind.
Yeah, every time.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand. The history. This is what saved the Russians at Stalingrad and allowed us to win the Second World War. This is a piece of history. I was like, yeah, I know, I own one. And I was like, mine's a Tula. And he goes, what? And I was like, and my buddy just kind of like looks and laughs. And he goes, okay. And I was like, yeah, what are you doing? I'm like, also, just a little side note. As I was walking away, I was like, little side note, Vasily Zaitsev is holding a fucking PEM in that picture, and he never used a fucking PU. So
yeah,
nice, good false advertising. And,
they can't even hear you though. I don't know why you bother with the effort. Like,
no, that's the last time I did bother with the effort, and that was like over a decade ago. So it's like I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? And then we were walking around, and my buddy's like, just calm down, dude. He's like, basically the dude in the Big Lebowski trying to calm Walter down and tell him to like fucking put the piece away. And I'm like, okay, fine. So we walk around, see a bunch of dumb shit.
Really ties the room in.
And then I hear the dumbest fucking shit that I think I've heard at a gun show ever. Is he had some fucking I don't even know. I don't know this, but like I do know that they weren't what he said they were. Because he has some 50 cal projectiles, right? In these like
they were
boxes
slaps.
and shit.
They were slaps. No, I'm just kidding.
No, they're not going to blow up, and you can't make millions off of that.
Video. There was nothing we could have done to know if these were safe or not. What?
Don't get me started on that fucking shit.
You're talking to me, Mr. Like custom ammo for every stupid episode.
We can do that privately. I don't want to do that publicly because I fucking have some shit to say about that.
Yeah, there was no I don't look. You fucked up. That's fine, but don't tell everybody that there's no way to know. Like that's my problem. Like,
yes,
you should be like, we should have been more careful.
So anywho, this guy at this fucking gun show. Before I'm not going to go on a rant. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to control myself. We're going to be good. We're all going to be good. Is these projectiles, and he's telling somebody, he goes, these are long-range sniping rounds.
Mm-hmm.
And they're only allowed for the most elite Marine snipers and Delta Force snipers.
I hope you bought all of them. I hope you bought every one of them.
I looked at my buddy, who's a cop, as well. He looks at me, he goes, what do you think? He knew what I was going to say. I was like, I need to get the fuck out of here right fucking now. And he's like, I'll drop the price to $9 a projectile. It's like, dude, they were like the fucking aluminum fucking he said long range aluminum sniper rounds, and I'm like, those are fucking tracers.
Aluminium.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they are. Is tracers. They're fucking.
I kind of love those guys though. Like, see, I've learned, I've adapted, and every time I hear that crap, that's the table I hang out at the longest.
Fuck yeah.
Because the ones that have that kind of ego, are the ones that make a mistake. Not every time, but they'll do that thing where they get a hold of something like, I know this is a French 8mm and they're only worth 600, so I'm going to charge 9. And then you look at it and you're like, oh my God, that's like an 1887. That's rare as crap. And you're just like, yeah, 900? Could you do 850? And they're like, yes. And you're just like, wow, I sure got ripped off today. And then you walk away very happy. Like I've done that a number of times. Like just real assholes.
It does work both
amazing
ways.
stuff.
It does. Yep,
yeah,
it does work
because
both
they're
ways.
so
It's like,
they're so full of themselves. They don't think they make a mistake the other way. So it's rare that they do that. But
the thing is, you also have to, as a buyer, not fucking show it's poker face.
Oh, dude, don't even because like the gun shows are almost unapproachable for me now because they see me coming and they're just like, I'm charging the highest possible price. I'm just like, oh my God, I'm like you're on the TV.
Because they know you, yeah.
They're on the TV, and it's like I make McDonald's manager money. Like, what? The show is so friggin' expensive. I live in a cracker box. I drive old car. Like,
but they don't do that. They
living
think
your
you're a
best
fucking
life.
billionaire.
I've literally never bought a car for more than $4,000. That's the most expensive car.
Like, shit, I bought one for 55. Man, I'm better than you then.
Yeah, you're a rich bitch. I ain't got that.
I'm a rich son of a bitch, and it's an 07 Jeep Liberty Sport. Woo! But yeah, I mean, no, that's the thing is like that does suck about like how like well known you are. Is like
the weirder one is when the ones that have known me for years find out and they start like, especially the older guys, they act like I've somehow been ripping them off. Like you knew stuff, and I'm just like, what are you talking about, my dog? I had one get kind of like riled up about something I bought. I think it was like a Galant or something. And it's just like, I should have charged more. And I was just like, I'll sell it to you right now for what I paid for it. Well, I don't want to do that. And it's just like, then it wasn't that, like, if you're not going to buy it back for that price. They don't
understand YouTube. They don't understand social media. It's like, dude, like, you've been doing it for years. You've got a passion
TV means
for
wealth. Like, video means wealth.
To them, yes, it does. Yeah. And it's like, no, to me, it means knowledge because I learned a lot of shit from you over the years. And it's like, that's fine. Like, it's good. You're sharing what you know. And I go, oh, fuck, I didn't. Okay, cool. But like, I don't think you're fucking any different than I am or Trey is. Like, you just
most of what I do is literally just untangling. Like, it's nobody. It's like I'm the guy that goes into the attic and gets the Christmas lights out and puts them in order because it's a mess. Right. It's all piled up everywhere. No one has time to do this. So it's just like, look, if everybody gives me $1,
Mike,
I'll go get the Christmas
comments
lights.
for you.
What's up, Trey?
I think that comment's for you.
Oh, do I got comments there?
Anyway, I'll ask what I asked in the comment section here too. Do you recall where you got the Summer Palm camo smock? The colors are more to my liking than any other palm camo fabric.
ATF.
Okay.
I don't have it anymore, but that's where I got it.
You got it from the ATF?
Automatic tobacco and fuckery or something like
that. At the front. He'll know what I'm talking about. It's
yeah,
that boy got 2 million hits on YouTube. He must be a millionaire. No, that's not how it fucking works.
You're wrong, bucko.
Dude, with my I'm not gonna say measly because it is cool. Like I've got 133,000 subs.
There you go.
My views, and I make like $200 a month off fucking AdSense.
God,
it's not that
really?
much.
You're making a whole 200? God, how'd you do that?
That's what I mean. Like. Because
we're in a black hole like ours because I know other guys and I compare numbers with them and like we make like a third of what the other gun tubers that have the same numbers as us make. I don't know why. We're on some YouTube blacklist. I spoke to an in-person YouTube rep not even like 3 months ago. Just happened to be at a thing with one. And he's like, no, we're here for the gun because he was at an event that I was at. He's like, no, we're investing in guns. We just got a couple things we got to dial in, blah blah blah. I was like, oh, because I'm getting.
What do you have to? What
so
is
I gave him my
content?
I gave him my metrics and everything. He's like, ooh, well, he's like,
this is because of the Filatos.
There. So that's the one thing. He's like, are you doing X, Y, and Z? And I was like, well, we have some Filatos. And she's like, oh, you can't do that. And I was just like, well, I'm literally covering the Great War.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Are you shitting me?
I was like, all of them are from over 100 years ago. Like 100 and some change.
You shot a CSRG, right? And it's like...
And I was like, and they're being shown in historical context like PBS. And the guy, not only did he blow me off, but the minute I said, like, we have Filatos and we're not getting rid of them, he just started ignoring me. Because at that point, there's nothing to be gained from me. Like
Jesus fucking Christ!
The gun tubers I know that were there half of them are falling all over themselves to talk to this guy because they're so. And this is the thing, they don't understand they're going for the scam. Like, the guy that YouTube sends is not your friend.
No,
they're
not at all.
Looking for more ways to be an asshole to you. Like, they're not looking to fix anything. Sorry, they're not.
So that's literally why you're being fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like, I mean, at least from that guy's perspective. I mean, who knows?
The
what
only
else?
way I know around it is a lot of the guys, like the Unsubscribe podcast. You know, Bren Herrera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Herrera.
Yeah. So they do it in a movie or a scripted context. That's how they get around it. That's it.
It's fucking retarded though.
But ours is technically in a scripted context. Then, like, what do you know what I mean? Like, I guess because we're not doing a Saving Private Ryan thing or something, and we're just like, okay, this is what they look like. This is how they.
Because I think one of the YouTubers did one where it was like an M2, and he was like, yeah, so this switch here makes a semi-auto, but I can shoot it really fast. So he flips the switch and it goes, full retard. And he's like, yeah, that was really fast, huh? He's like just trying to, like, they were testing the water to see if YouTube could pick it up.
So I was checking. I thought the dog was breathing at me, but I don't see her.
Because I had sea bass.
I'm trying to not let her go wake up me.
Yeah, I didn't know that just because you got a couple full auto videos, like.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know entirely that's it either, because we had problems with copyright complaints early on because we were using public domain music and video and images, and like they would come after us.
I
And
can understand.
I've filed hundreds of disputes and won like all of them because it's just like, no, that is pre-1924. That's this. That's. I mean, I knew what I was doing, but I think YouTube just gets irritated at you when you draw that much attention. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I mean, we have, like, because I know Ian and Tao and a bunch of other guys, and every time we compare metrics, they're like, Jesus Christ, man. Like, they're all like, how have you survived this long with this? And I'm like, the patronage? Like, YouTube does not. I mean,
absolutely.
Yes, money shows up from YouTube, but not in any proportion to what is being viewed. Like,
I think that's a big thing that people don't understand is, like, you don't, unless you're doing everything exactly the way YouTube wants it, even then, it's like you're chasing a fucking dragon.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We also get compared to Forgotten Weapons because Ian obviously has some liquidity and he can move around and do what he does, and we're friends. But people compare us and they think, okay, Ian's number 1, and then so Sierra Marshall's number 2, so they're like here, And you're going, well, hold on, because the way this stuff works is he has 4 times the subscribers, maybe 4 or 5 times the regular viewers, and then he's got 5 times more videos, if not 10 times more videos in general.
He started earlier than you,
The videos that he has are less than a quarter of the length, so you eat 4 or 5 of them per viewing. So let's just keep. I mean, it's like exponential. You're like, there's an like multiple iterations of exponential difference between his potential income and ours on this platform, because you're consuming 1 video. And by the way, I can dump ads every 10 minutes. Just like, and this drives me insane. And I've never even said this publicly. I watch other videos, and I've unsubscribed and even hidden channels that I used to watch because there'll be an ad every 7 friggin' minutes, and I can't handle it. Like, it's just like, it's worse than cable. Why did I leave cable? So with ours, somebody can tell me, because I can't control all the ads because YouTube likes to do their own shenanigans. But for ours, it's like we set one at the beginning and the end, and I think we have one right in the middle. If it's like an hour and a half or something. And so the problem, but I think YouTube doesn't like us for that, because we're like, YouTube wants an ad every 10 minutes or less. And we're sitting there holding for half an hour before another ad.
Well, it sucks when you pull up YouTube and, like, there's the video content creators commercial or vice versa, YouTube's commercial, a car insurance commercial. And it's like, stay tuned for our sponsors. Like, I just freaking watched a commercial.
Yeah, and you're skipping around trying to, like.
Yeah.
We got. I like that we have Ballastall, because Ballastall is like, they have no requirement on how long I say it for. And to be honest with you, if I had to make that 90 seconds or whatever other people require, more people would hate Ballastall. Like, I was talking to their rep, and they at least understood this. It's like, your job isn't to, like, convince everybody with this one ad. Your job is to have your product awareness high and highly valued. And the way to do that is to say it multiple times briefly so that people don't become annoyed.
Yep.
Like you don't want people getting annoyed. Now, if I was a more creative man, I could do like a internet historian thing and work up a whole funny Ballistol, whatever, every time.
Please don't, because I'll kill you.
Yeah, but even if I did that, even if I did 30 seconds of Ballistol humor every episode,
right,
you would eventually fatigue on that. So the
well,
game is like
that's a big reason why I have not taken any like paid sponsorships. I've gotten the emails. I get them every fucking day.
Oh God.
After you hit about 100,000, like you get them every fucking day, and I'm like, it's not relevant to my fucking brand. I don't believe in your product because I haven't used it. And then I just got one recently. I should have just fucking gotten the product, but I didn't. It was for some night vision goggles, and I said, okay, the stipulation is I'll do it, but I need to be able to be completely fucking honest in my review. I'm a fucking combat veteran. I've used these, in that setting. And so I will be completely honest. And they said, well, we want it to be positive and everything. And I said, fuck you.
Right.
No, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
If you can't tell me after I give you my stipulations that, oh yeah, you're going to love our product, easy, good shit, do what you want to do. No, I'm not going to fucking do it. I'm not even going to fucking review it. No.
Somebody else will do it.
Yep, somebody else will do it. And it's like, sure, I might have just, gotten a fucking $300 pair of night vision goggles, like, not sent to me. But it's kind of the integrity thing of like, unless it's relevant to my brand, my channel, and I believe in it, I'm not going to fucking push people to buy it.
Plus, somebody might be relying on it, and you're putting your word on the line, and they're going to take that.
There you go.
Yeah.
And it's like so Olight years ago sent me some gun lights, right?
Yeah.
I like them. I actually still use them, right? And I made videos on them.
Yeah.
And Olight, they make a good product, right?
Yeah.
I don't care where they're made. I don't give a fuck. It's like, okay, I reviewed that. They sent me shit, and then I still use them. So I made those videos, and I happily will say that Olight, I'm happy with them.
Yeah.
Okay. But when this company said, no, we need this to be positive, and here's the stipulations we need in the commercial or the ad read, and I'm like, fuck you. Nope.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
I had a really awkward Olight encounter, both because of me and because of the other person. Because I was talking to one of their reps, and she was a Han Chinese lady.
Oh yeah.
And
yep.
And she's like, my name's Sally or whatever it was, but her accent was thick and everything. And I'm like, I have a couple years of Mandarin under my belt, so it's just like
F the doubt.
Yeah, so it's just like, oh yeah, nice to meet you. I'm sorry, that's an awkward name. Like, what is your name? And she goes, Sally. And I was like, no, but like at home, like what can it would be more personable if I could call you your actual name. Like, I know it's not Celia, it's John Celia or something, like. So I was just sitting there going, what is your name? And I mean, she did not. Like, I've never had such, because normally that's happened to me many times in different languages, and they'll just yep. And this woman was like locked, like, no, we're using Sally and Sally only. And I was just like, this is the only time in my life this has ever happened, and I have no idea how to contextualize this. Like, it was very odd.
Yeah, it's that's the thing is when they start locking up like that, I get red flags.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, just fucking. If you want to do business, yeah. If I believe in your product, and your product's as good as you say,
yep,
there will be no problems. I will hold up my end of the bargain, and that's that. Like, I'll fucking put it in videos, and I'll fucking say, like, it's an older video of mine, but like it's an Olight. Like, I cleared my house at night, quote unquote, with an Olight, and there was a bunch of cats in there, and it was fucking hilarious. But I'm like, yeah, it actually does work, and here's what I found out about it. It's fucking cool. It's easy. I did the unboxing. I'm like, I want to install this on my fucking Glock, and like I did it in real time.
Mm-hmm.
I said, it's this easy. Okay, bam, easy to install. It works. Cool. Here's the charger. And then I made the video, and then they're like, okay, we want to send you this one then. And then they started getting weird with me too. It was like 2019 or 20.
Mm-hmm.
They started getting kind of weird with me. So I wonder if that was around the same time that you had that experience as well.
To be fair, I don't know what wire I tripped, but I tripped a wire. It was probably this is what we're selling. This is how we do it. Don't deviate thing. Like
I did tell them the first time. I said I'm going to do an honest response, and they said fine, perfect, easy.
Yeah.
And I did, and I was like, I like it. It works. It's fucking easy. Bam. And then they kept going, and then I said something. I was like, well, I think I said something about like the price point, a little bit high, I think. And then they got pissy with me.
I don't know about you guys, but the lithium battery thing freaks me out. Like, maybe I'm oversensitive, but I go up in the attic and there's my old Game Boy, and oh crap, the old AA battery is still in it. It's split and there's acid everywhere. Now I'm gonna have to clean it out and get some alcohol or whatever, right?
Dude, it happened.
But the problem is, like, those lithiums fail and they just catch fire. Like, when the cells fail.
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting there going.
It happened. One of the 3 volts happened in my work light. I did like it leaked a little bit, and I was like, "What the fuck, man?"
Well, I don't know. As long as they don't catch fire, but like my thing with lithiums is like,
it just corroded real bad.
My thing is like I've started paying more attention to lithiums. Like I'm just like, they go in like old devices that still have lithium. They go in the shed. Like they don't stay in the house. Like, and then even then, I've really tried to reduce the number of like lithium battery things in the house because I'm just going, I don't want everything to burn down over something this stupid. Like, I don't know. Especially vehicle batteries. Like you can get, I've got the bikes and scooters and stuff. Like, and every time they try to upsell you on the lithium version, I'm like, I'll take the chemical. Like, I'll take the chemical battery every time. I don't want my whole garage catching fire. Like, it's like there's Teslas down in Florida when the hurricane hit, and all of a sudden their house is on fire. Like,
those videos. Fucking A, man.
Yeah. And you're just like, no, I'm good. I live next to salt water. I ain't taking that battery.
Well, also the thing about Teslas is like they don't account for us up here in the upper Midwest.
Yeah.
When it's like, dude, it's like, I mean, it's a very mild winter.
Oh yeah, the cold
so far, but it does get very fucking like we're talking. Our air temperature will be 30 below, and those batteries in a Tesla not going to get you very far.
No,
if they even work. It's like gas barely fucking works,
Yeah.
It barely starts to,
Pickle P sent you a super chat. So the music went away because it was just that hard to source. Also, YouTube was fighting us all the time on it. Like we just got tired of fighting it. The music actually used to be there as an anti-piracy device because people were lifting our sounds because we have really good audio, like really insanely good audio. And so like video games and stuff were lifting our sounds. I got so many video game. I mean, I have inbox every first-person shooter that is not a AAA title has emailed me about their damn game sounds in the past 10 years. And they all want it for free. They all are like, well, I don't understand why you're just giving it to me. I'm like, because we use like 8 channels of audio to record it when we're outside and we fire $5 round ammo. And
yeah, exactly.
We took a whole day to go out and felt like this has a value to us. And also if that sound is right now in all of GunTube, that sound is exclusive to us. I still don't know of another GunTube channel that has done sound like we do. When we did Project Lightning, that was the first exposure for a lot of Forgotten Weapons casual viewers to see an Arsenal because the first episode drops on Ian's channel that has live fire in it. And the comments are all to this day, if you go back and check, it's all just like the sound, like just people freaking out about the sound of the guns because they went from his whatever shotgun to our multi-layered insanity that we've been doing since the start.
Yeah, that's the thing too, is like we made a movie, me and a couple other people a couple years ago. We made a film. It's on Amazon and whatever the fuck. And we didn't copy, but we kind of used the same thing of like putting different microphones at different places.
Yeah, I don't care. I will happily tell people my setup. I did it as affordably as you could possibly imagine.
Right, and we had very low budget, so we had just like 2 microphones from different locations. So like, we would have one set up right at the impact zone, and then one set up mid range, and then one by the actual shot going off. Right? And so we did that. We used live rounds, obviously, and so we got that, and then we used that in the film, and people were like, "Oh, those actually sound pretty fucking real."
Yeah.
And then we found videos of artillery, right?
Yeah.
And I've heard it in real life, incoming and outgoing, and so is my buddy who was on here earlier, Bravo or Jake, and so we sat down with our editor and we said, all right, how can we do this? So he went into Audacity, and I think it's Audacity, right? That's what it's called, that audio editing.
I think so.
software. Yeah, so he went into Audacity and we fucked around with it. But it's like the more recordings you have of the same sound, the easier it is to fuck with it. And kind of tweak it to what you need it to be. But like we only had 2 or 3 tops, and you guys have like fucking 8 to 10, right?
No, we use okay, I gotta think about this. So we have one sort of stereo omni mic that's sitting there up in the air, and it's set to be very insensitive, so it picks up sort of the top crack of the gun. It's a couple feet away,
and it's behind you.
Yeah, it's off to the side usually.
Sure,
it's usually hit with the cameras because we do like a quarter setup to film because we got back angles.
Yep.
So we have to hide. There's basically one slice of the pie that everything's hidden in.
Gotcha. Yep.
And then so we have that. We have 2 sort of like medium sensitivity shotgun mics that are far apart, one in front of the gun and one behind pointed at the muzzle.
Okay.
Then we have a generic good Omni stereo mic that is set for a sort of average human hearing level, like what you and I would hear, but then it's got the stupid cutoff because they all do. And then she wears a lavalier, which is set to be fairly sensitive.
Yep.
But the lavalier's job is to just pick up, because it's at her hip, and it just picks up all the clicks and pops. So when you're loading and racking and all that, it's right there sharp in the lavalier.
But it's on the hip, though, not on the...
Okay. Yeah, it's on the... Well, I mean, it'll be wherever it needs to be, depending on the gun. But usually it's just right at the hip, because that's good enough for cracky, poppy sounds. They're all crazy.
Yeah, gotcha.
And so then the lavalier's picking up these small sounds, and all the other mics are getting all the other ranges. And yes, we can't prevent any of them from blowing out, quote unquote, but because they're all set for their range and that's where their attack is, they grab what they need to grab. We throw them all together. There's a little bit of manipulation in terms of the volume levels for balancing.
Yep.
But not much. We don't add bass or anything like that, where it's actually fairly raw audio just stacked up.
Yep.
And synchronized. The way we have it set, we have a device that takes in 6 of those 8 channels and does it. They're all synced right in the device. And then unfortunately, the lavalier we have to manually sync, which is kind of a pain in the butt. But
the labs are a pain in the ass, but they also get the fucking. You're right there.
Yeah.
So it's
that's how we do it. It's really not that complicated. If we want to, we could keep the camera audio, but the camera's audio is so low definition, it doesn't really matter.
Right. That if you got there's other things like it. That's what we found out when we were making that movie is like we had the boom mic, we had lavs, and then we had fucking no, that's all we had. We had lavs and a boom mic.
Mm. And our setup, I believe, is less than $1,000. Like it's really not
right. Well, we had a pretty fucking. Our budget for the film was like $160,000.
Yeah.
And
huge.
That's good.
No, it's fucking a lot of investors, really good people, the best people,
great people, wonderful.
Best
Believe
people.
me, trust me, I know them. They're great.
Yep, but
wait, where'd you film this at? Was this filmed in Wisconsin?
No, it was in Missouri. It was in Springfield, Missouri.
Missouri.
Went down there.
Yeah.
We had. I'll have to show you that film sometime if you're interested in that.
Yeah.
It's not bad. Like for our first time, it's. No, I mean it really is not fucking bad.
It actually is. It's.
I just like the salesmanship on this, dude. This is one of the best not bad movies.
Oh no, it's not one of the best movies. It's also
I said it's the best not bad.
Yeah. No, it's a fucking 90-minute feature. So yeah, we filmed it in Missouri, and we fucking spent a shitload of time and effort on getting the uniforms and shit correct, and the rifles and the weaponry correct. And the acting is.
It's a great love story in it.
Yeah. The
checked off all the Netflix requirements: lesbian, gays, black.
Yeah.
Great.
Trans. Yep. A lot of trans in there.
Yep.
But
check them all off.
Okay.
I'm just fucking kidding. God.
No, you guys, you do you. But
we're trying to get on Netflix. You
guys have been recording too long. You're starting to lose it.
Pull it together, buddy.
Yeah, you got enough energy to sneak into bed without getting in trouble.
My favorite video from you don't get me wrong, like you have a lot of amazing videos, like austere, cool videos. My favorite is that repeating single action add-on for the shotgun.
Oh yeah, just the Alofs that like blew
That
up.
is the coolest thing. I'm like, that is so awesome.
My favorite part of that video went atomic, and then people repeatedly in person would be like, "Did you see Ian's video with the Alofs?" I'm like, "Yeah, he did one a while." No, wait, I was like, he did one where he had it in the room and he promised to do it later, but he never really did it. And they're just like, no, he showed out at work, yeah, slow motion and everything. I was like, that was me. I did that.
Oh my god, really?
Like that happened all the time. Like it's just repeatedly.
No.
I have people linking it to me, and I'm like, that's me. I did that. That's you can tell because it sounds like that. Like
yeah,
I don't.
Big hands, not like autistic small. Yeah.
My crowning achievement, like the one time I was happy, is we were at a gun show with Ian. We were up in Cody, Wyoming, and we wandered over the Winchester show from this thing we were doing, and we're walking the show and everything. And I walk over to talk to some people near the commissary or whatever they call it, the little cafe they had, and Ian walked up to me. He goes, "I just had an encounter," and I was like, "What do you mean?" And he goes, "I was talking to a nice gentleman over there. He's lauding praise on me about my show and telling me how great I am." And I was like, that's normal. And he's just like, yeah. And then he said, "I also really like how you have that woman do all the shooting." And I couldn't stop. I was like, finally, for awesome. One moment, you know how it feels. Because like everybody thinks I work for Ian. I'm just like, I don't work.
Nice.
Fucking he thinks I work for him. Like,
well, hold on. It could go a different way because Ian does have long hair.
Yeah, that's true.
So, you know,
it would have been funnier if he had been confused for me.
Yeah, oh my god. He's laying down by the machine gun, and some old boomer's like,
I didn't notice the mustache.
Oh, man. So good. But that's my one moment of redemption where I was just like, in your face.
Yeah. Get wrecked, son.
I appreciate him for telling. He could have kept it a secret I had never known, so I'm glad he gave me that.
Yeah, it's fucking. I mean, everybody can fucking win. Like, you got your own brand. He's got his own brand, and it's like, you know, because I've been watching you. Like, I'm not gonna fangirl over you. Don't worry about that. Don't ingratiate yourself. But like, I've been watching you because I'm like, hey, I like this gun. Oh, okay. CNR Arsenal. Like,
of course they got it. Yeah,
you got a video.
He did the thing.
What thing?
Did you hear what he called the channel? That's the most common thing.
What?
He said
CNR Arsenal. CNR Arsenal.
Yeah, I regret the name. It's the worst name ever.
It's CNR Arsenal. I get it. I
don't. I keep weighing out the sunk cost of like just changing the name.
I'm doing this for the fucking viewers, clown face, so like they can actually find it. But yeah, CNR Arsenal. And so, but no, like I was like, oh, you know, if like back in the day when I was getting into surplus and like getting more niche, like I got a Masson M47, and I was like, okay, well, I don't know fuck all about this thing, and you had a video about it, and you're like, this is how you fucking take it apart and everything. I was like, okay, excellent. And so that was like 2013 or 14.
Yeah.
And you know, so I was like, oh, this guy's fucking cool, man. Like, fucking knows his shit, just lays it out as it is. And so yeah, it's been fucking cool. But like,
well, the gestalt of the show is that I don't know what I'm doing because I don't remember anything, so I have to write it all down. So that's how the show got started, because I would have to I would sit there and be like, hold on. I would remember enough to know that two sources were not agreeing. And so then I'd start being like, I gotta write this down. It's driving me crazy. And so I started like comparing everything just as a hobby. And then I went, this is driving me insane. So I started writing articles, and then I moved to video from there. But literally, it's untangling Christmas lights is what I do.
That's probably the best part too. Is none of the dumbass dad jokes, or it's just straight, simple, to the point. There's no beating around the bush or this is a muzzle load and I can't get my hand down the barrel, like not naming names.
No, see, the problem is the length of our videos. Everybody says we don't get to the point. Like, they're just like, this is so long. Why can't
well, no. Your videos are there for a reason. I'm glad they're going to be there forever. Like, it's like. There's a fucking method to the madness, and it needs to be that way because nobody else fucking does that.
Well, it's just the story in a order that makes sense,
right?
Yeah.
And it's like it's like here's the fucking facts, here it is.
Yeah, back to the name story. Back to the name of the stream. You're disseminating information and or knowledge versus stupid ass dad jokes are like, well, you know, I only put 4 or 5 rounds in this 6-round revolver because you know that's how I carry the gun. Like, You're at a range, shoot 6 rounds. Like shit like that aggravates me. Like, if you're gonna concealed carry, I get that. Nothing wrong with that. But if you're on the range practicing or shooting, just showing people, load 6 rounds on a 6-round revolver. Don't tell me you can't.
Everybody
get your,
did anyway.
Yeah. Don't get your, don't tell me you can't get your monstrous ass hand down a 58 caliber bore because your hand's too big. So you got to use a
You say that,
ramrod.
but I fell for that meme a little bit in that I thought people were going to be way more people-y about the greasing and the wad because it's all you ever hear. So when we first started the repercussion series, there's actually like, I wish I could just go back and fix it, but there's like wads and we're talking about grease, and I was trying to, I started trying to do something and it was kind of incompatible with the format, but I was actually trying to walk up from like, okay, we're doing all the stupid things. Now we're doing one less stupid thing. Now we're doing one less stupid thing. Oh, look, everything worked out. But we were so busy because the repercussions are brutal. The black powder doesn't agree with being filmed as easily as the other stuff. The weather is very brutal on it.
Oh, I know.
And so I'm just sitting there going, like, they always take so much longer. The source material is harder to double check because it's all pre anything that you would digitize. And so those episodes ground me down so bad, I kind of missed the mark on being like, okay, we're doing all the stupid things now, everybody. And then I was going to walk everybody into, okay, just put the powder and ball in the gun and let's go. Like, we don't need to do all this other stuff. It doesn't work.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And then I missed the mark on explaining that. So now it's just like the early ones just have it, and then later they don't. And people are like, I don't understand why you're not using wads anymore. I'm like, oh God, I really missed the messaging on that.
It doesn't fucking matter. It really doesn't. Like, who gives
it
a fuck?
Does. It drives me nuts because the later footage of like the walker and stuff has that stupid crap in there. I'm like, ugh, I gotta refilm this at some point. So because when I do compendiums later, it's all in there, and I'm just like, because people are always learning. Like, people don't look for context; they just pluck. And so the problem is every shot has to have all of the context. Like, and I've learned it over and over. So you're like, hey, I'll lend you this. You can just explain whatever. And I'm like, I can't. Like, I can on the tabletop, in which I'm like, hey, I got this gun. The barrel band's wrong. Just ignore that for a second. But when it's shooting footage, it's got to be absolutely correct, or else people will lock onto the wrong data so hard. It's unbelievable.
And I get that, but it's like, again, like, you're doing your best. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess there's a disconnect there. Like, it's like, if you're doing your fucking best, and I know you want to get the information out there correctly because obviously it's proven in your work, right? But like, if you mildly fuck up one little thing, is it the end of the world?
No, and don't get me wrong, there's lots of little fuck ups. I'm sure there are. But as someone that's a process refiner, you want to make sure that, like, am I extracting the best information? Okay, good. Am I transmitting the information without error? Because it's all a game of telephone in the end.
Yes, but here's the thing: is like, even if you make the perfect video, you're still gonna have fucking idiots who don't get the context, and they're gonna, again, like you said, pluck, and they're gonna pull one thing that, oh, you didn't move your hand right in this fucking frame.
The M1 Gramping got people killed.
What's up?
The M1 Gramping got people killed.
I love stuff like that.
Dude, I made a video on that, and there's been a lot of fucking flack from that.
I don't know why they always think war is one-on-one. That's my favorite part.
Dude, no, it's like, I anyway, we don't have to go down that fucking rabbit hole because you're right. We've been going for 5.5 hours, and I'm getting fucking tired.
Like, he left.
But
he came back. Reload. Oh, that's your microphone. I was trying to figure out what the hell that was on your floor.
Yeah.
It's not a microphone.
I was like, what is that? It's like a really round bicycle helmet?
Snowball.
That's not a microphone. That's not a microphone.
It's just got better quality than this.
No, it's fine. It was just I couldn't understand that was in the forefront of the frame when you left. I just saw it on the floor and I was like, is that like a ball? What is that? Why is there a tube sticking out of it? Like,
it's my tube.
Well, there's a reason there's a tube sticking out of it. So, but no, it's like
it's my Napoleon 6-pounder.
Keep doing your fucking work, man. Like, whatever you want to do. Like, it's like, who gives a fuck what people think? Like, you get the information out there the best you possibly fucking can. If you fuck something up, okay, you can say, hey, I got this wrong.
Yeah.
And it's a correction. what does it hurt? Like, you're not going to be right all the fucking time. I'm not going to be right all the time. Nobody's going to be right all the time. But you're trying to get as close to the truth and like conveying the information accurately as possible. That's all you can fucking ask for, you know? So
I'm trying. We had fun with the Mondragons. Oh my god, the 1894
dude.
Mondragon.
Oh my god, dude.
Like
what the fuck is it with that fucking rifle, dude?
The double charge magazine. I don't know if you saw the episode yet, but Bruno and I sat there and looked at him and went, this thing has a magazine cut off. And like the researcher, the collector, they're both going, what? And I went, yeah, it's got a magazine cut off. You just push this in twice.
So the Mondragon, right? How common is that?
What, the 1893 and 4 rifles?
Yeah.
On a
so in my little, I did my little quote unquote like ASMR. It was like kind of a meme thing. It was just a joke videos of like loading cartridges into rifles. I cannot fucking tell you how many comments. You can go look through the comments right now. But like, what about the Mondragon? And I'm like, oh yeah, because I can just afford a fucking $15,000 fucking rifle.
Well, to be fair, if you're talking about the automatic, the automatics are semi-plentiful in the sense that they're as rare as other rare semi-automatics. Like,
so it'd be $15,000 though, right?
I don't know. What did Che Regattis go for?
I don't fucking know.
The problem is there's about 2 people that own almost all of the Mondragons. This is somebody got there and started buying them all. You know what I mean? So like the number that are in the country is probably close to the Che Regattis or even more than the Che Regattis. But then they're all on one person that doesn't want to give them up for a very long time. So like, what are you going to do? Like, it's the one type collector thing, you know? I mean, there was a time when I think Ian owned all but one of the LaBelle M27s in the United States. Like, I think obviously he traded them off and did other stuff with them. But at one point, he had almost all of them because it was just, that's where they went. People are like, hey, do you want this? You know? So, I mean, he had my LaBelle M27. Like, I sold him his first one, and the next thing I know, he had 7. I was like, well, why did I need to? So,
no, I get you, but like, it's like, fucking, it's just the Mondragon. I'm like, that's such a fucking uncommon thing. Like, it's influential. It's fucking cool, whatever. But why would I have a fucking Mondragon if I got these basic bitch fucking surplus rifles? Like, come on.
You like it? If you're going for a whatever collection, that's the way people tend to get into that stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I actually thinned down my collection a lot this year because I was like, it's what I actually fucking like. And I mean,
that's how I am now. I'm like, can I really, use it?
Well, we're moving the studio space, and I'm trying to figure out like how much I can really pare down because there's stuff that's in here that's ours. There's stuff that's on loan because frankly I have friends that are like hoarders and they're just like, I'm happy to leave it at your house. I'm like, no, I'm responsible.
Oh, okay. Well,
it was good for display, but
if you ever need to get rid of stuff, I do know a guy that's very fucking reputable.
Oh, it's fine. I've got a whole thing worked out for essentially washing my hands a little bit where it's just like I do not want to be like too deeply involved,
responsible for that shit.
Yeah, it's just another. The problem is my hours are so full now. I mean, I'm a 90-hour week is the lightest week I ever see, and it's just like I ain't got 2 hours to play. And the problem is I got friends and acquaintances that are just like they want to blow my phone up every a couple weeks. I'm just like I know it seems odd that I don't have 5 minutes for you, but actually I only do these when I'm pooping. You know what I mean? It's like when I poop, that's when I check on the friends because that's all I can do.
That's the thing. Like you happen to be in the chat, and I was like, "Hey, if you want to come on."
I'm avoiding something I should really be doing, so I'll be up till 4 a.m. Like I just was like, I can't focus.
No, but it's like, no, I appreciate you coming on, man, because like I've talked to you before, like in Matt's server and everything, but
yeah, you should go hang out in there again. That was great.
It got really.
It's always like that. That place is unbelievably bad,
dude. There was this guy in there that. I went into the voice chat a couple years ago, and he was just doing his thing, and I just fucking lost my shit, and I blew up on him.
You can't do that, though. That's how they win.
Everybody was like, "That was fucking awesome."
Yeah, of course they were, because you entertained them for a moment.
Well, yeah, but it was
Discord people are not normal people.
No,
That's why.
no,
like,
it's not
that's
great.
why my Discord is deeply unpopular with Discord people, and that makes me happy. Like they all complain to me.
Me too.
That server guys are always just like, "When are you going to unban me from your server?" I'm like, "What did you do?" And like,
Dude, I've only banned 2 people since 2017 from my fucking server.
I've had to ban a few more than that, but not as many as you think. Like it's really rare.
No,
that
it's not. It's dude. I usually convince them to escort themselves out. You know.
Oh, we don't have to
And
do.
then-
We bore everybody out because it's just like the.
Well, yeah, I
so the-
bore. Yeah.
The hard rule on our server is like you have to stay on topic, and that's
There you go. That's
that
what
is
mine
enough,
is too.
That's
what mine
enough
is
to
too.
drive everybody out because there's no general. There's no general chat. There used to be like trusted guys. We would let them have a general chat on the old server, and even that became a nightmare. And I was just like, none of you can be trusted.
Well,
you'll
I
just
sent
stay
you
nice
a
for 6 months, and then the minute you're in here, you start shitting up the place.
through your fucking email. I sent you a fucking a Discord invite. If you so want to,
did
it's
you?
also boring like that, but the content that's in there is actually. I think you'll enjoy the hell out of it.
The boomers.
It moderates itself. No, we're not
You
fucking
sure you
boomers,
sent it
Trey.
through
You're
the
fucking
email?
in
I
there.
don't see it.
No, the boomer thing in the chat.
Did you send it by Boomer Book or did you send it by?
I just replied to your fucking submission confirmation. Okay.
Hold on.
No,
Oh
the
yeah, I
boomer-
see what happened here.
You
The
got it?
boomer pics or whatever.
Did you
That's
go
what
to
I'm
this?
talking about.
Oh, you went to the site. I gave you my email on the stream. That's why you're struggling to find my. You used the site. I
Dude,
literally
I'm
said,
a fucking retard when it comes to this
I
shit.
wrote the
so.
email address in the.
He's
chat.
a trans boomer.
I'm trying to become better. I'm trying to become a millennial. Okay.
I upset my friends today because I was like, we went out for lunch I went out for lunch with my animator and his roommate, who's a good friend of mine, and I was just like, I was talking and I wasn't thinking about what decade it was or whatever. I was just like, oh, good news! I found a tranny doctor. I'm gonna get hooked up in January. And like, their both jaws just drop. Like, is this like a joke or something? I was like, what? The Lincoln needs a transmission rebuild, and they're like right down the road, and they're cheap. Like, you can't say it like that, old man.
Jesus Christ, yeah. I mean, what's the thing is like I've been talking to people and I just drop retard and faggot like it's nothing, and I'm like, I grew up in the fucking 90s and the early 2000s.
May squared up on a drunk girl over that word.
Which one?
Because we were at a bar, retard. So we're at a bar, and some dude comes by, he's drunk, he says something to May. And, she said something, we're all a little retarded or something like that. I don't remember what it was. And this woman, like 2 people down, just like, you can't say that word.
Oh, yeah.
What are you talking about? And this woman, like, who's like, I don't know, she must be like 45 and just hag drunk. And
White,
like,
yeah.
No, the other one. So
Really?
she's like, you can't say that word. Oh no, because she's so it's a whole thing. So she starts like escalating in exactly the way you would think, right? So she's so drunk she doesn't notice I'm standing next to May at the beginning. So like I have to like change positions because she has that goldfish memory thing going on. So I waited because she's just going off. You can't say that, blah 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 blah. But the problem is she keeps saying it. She keeps saying retard in her saying that you can't say retard. So she's now said it like 13 times.
Right.
So I just came up from the other side of her and was just like, ma'am, could you please stop saying that word? It's very offensive. Like just cue
Good
like
for you.
hard
Good for
wire.
you.
Like she's
Fucking
completely
right,
locked up.
Fucking right.
And she's just like, I was like, I don't want to hear it. You need to stop now, or maybe just get out. That is very insensitive. Like I was just
That's amazing. That's the best fucking way to combat that shit.
Yeah.
Turning
fire with
around
fire.
up on their own fucking heads. Yeah.
Fight fire with fire, baby.
She's like, that woman. I was like, I didn't hear her say nothing, but I heard you say it a dozen times. I ignored it the first 7. Like, could you stop? Like,
that's awesome,
dude. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like if you combat it with that, like, and also if you don't really react, like, I was at a bar like years ago, and I said the word faggot, right? Because I grew up in the fucking late 90s, early 2000s, right?
Oh, we've updated. You're supposed to say MiG 15 now.
MiG 15. Okay. Well, I'll try to remember that, but I'm not going to.
What, you don't know the NATO call sign for the MiG 15?
Faggot. Cool. But anyway, so I was like, stop being such a
He
fucking
Googled it.
faggot.
I got a faggot on my 6. I got a faggot on my 6.
He's gone.
Some guy comes up. He goes, you can't say that word. He was a gay dude, and I was like,
Whoa,
I can say whatever the
whoa.
fuck I want. And then he goes, no, you can't because that's offensive. And I said, faggot. It rolls off the tongue. Try it with me. Say faggot. No. And then he like escalates, and I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. And then I was like, no, just say it with me. Faggot. And I got him on board, like going,
Yeah, because now he's having fun.
faggot. And he's like, it does roll off the tongue. You're right. And I was like, yeah, say it with me. Faggot. He starts going around the bar going, faggot. And everybody's like, yeah, we know. But that's how you do it, man. It's
Very
like you
self-aware there.
That one word is like what broke that first season of Stranger Things for me. Because I watched that when it came out with some friends. They're like, no, you're gonna watch it. It's gonna be good. And I was like, okay. So I'm sitting around watching it on Friday night. That's my one night with like friends and family, really.
Yeah.
And so it was like years ago when it came out. But we're watching it, and I went, actually, this is, being an 80s kid, I was like, okay, there's a lot here. Like, this feels right. But after like the first episode and like part of the way in the second one, something was unnerving me, and I went, there's something surreal, like the uncanny valley of the 1980s.
Yeah.
In the middle of it, I just blurted out. I was like, I got it. And they're like, what? And then like the other people my age, I was like, they're not calling each other homophobic slurs constantly. And they're like, what? It was like every, like gay, homo, like just everything, right?
Yeah.
Because that was like mid 80s kids was just like every.
It boiled over to the 90s too. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It was like the entire childhood was just like, I mean,
you're a fucking faggot. You're a retard. This shit. It's like, okay.
And then like it sparked, because some of the guys were younger. It sparked a weird discussion because it's like, you don't understand. Like in my generation, it wasn't even, those were the words you used because you didn't get in trouble, because they weren't damn and fuck, and like they couldn't understand that like fuck was up here and then faggot was down here, and you're just like, what? And you're like, yeah, these were not curse words. They were just rude words.
It's just what you called people. Like,
well, as a kid, it had no intention, but to the adults, even if it meant something to the adults, they didn't care. Huh? Sorry.
Yeah. I love how South Park did a whole episode on it.
Oh, with they tried, but they can't. It
was like
power to.
He's like, were you making fun of a gay guy? I was like, no, we were making fun of them because they're faggots, not because they're gay.
Yeah. Well, it's the thing.
The Harley Riders, they're like,
yeah.
It's Trilobite. Hey, look, Trilobite's on. Trilobite, what are you doing, buddy?
Trilobite? Who the fuck's Trilobite?
You haven't seen Nation's Trilobite? He's like the new Arm and Gun.
No.
He does all the shorts. He has like how many viewers does he have? Oh god, I knocked my lamp. Hold on, I gotta look this up. Why are you up, buddy?
Yeah, bring it up if you want.
Oh, he's got 464,000 followers. What are you talking about?
I don't know whether, dude. I'm a fucking recluse.
How do I put
live in the middle of bumfuck Wisconsin? Like,
you have internet. He's on the internet. Don't say you're sleepy. Don't you puss out on me.
Oh, there he is.
He's like, I think he's taller than me, and he's so weak. He's just a weak man.
How tall are you?
Chica's assy bass.
6'1".
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
You sure there's a border with me? Okay. Which border? Illinois, Michigan, or Minnesota? Or Iowa, actually.
Canada.
No.
He wouldn't eat every piece of the buffalo. He's like a baby Canada, mouth. He wouldn't put things in his mouth.
So he's from Iowa. Where are you from in Iowa? What region? Northwest, that kind of shit. You don't have to be specific if you don't want to be.
I can tell you where he's from.
Give me your 4-digit social. No.
I didn't accuse you from being ill. I fucking asked you, clown.
Ass clown.
From Central Iowa. Okay. Gotcha.
Right in the
Been
middle.
there. He's in the Pacific Ocean of fucking corn. So that's fun. Yeah. Oh, senile swine is already on it. He can see corn.
Okay. But I forget what we were talking about. I got distracted by my homie.
I
was hanging out with him. I hung out with him, and he will not eat foods that he doesn't want to eat. But he hasn't tasted them yet, so how can he know that he doesn't want to eat them?
What the fuck did you? What did you?
My daughter.
That statement was retarded. Let's start this one over. So he doesn't eat foods that. What
he doesn't want to eat.
Yeah,
like as an
I don't
adult,
either.
somebody goes, "Have you tried this?" And you go, "No," and then they're like, "Okay, do you want to try it?" And you go, "Am I allergic to it? Yes or no?" And as long as I'm not allergic to it, you just put it in your mouth. And then sometimes you put it in your mouth and it tastes good. Actually, most of the time it tastes good because somebody recommended it. And then sometimes you put it in your mouth and like, oh, that's really bad. I hate it. Then you spit it out or swallow it. And then your mouth tastes bad for like 3 minutes. I mean, unless it's some stupid spicy chip challenge, but that's not, we're talking about regular food, right? Your mouth tastes bad for 3 minutes. And this is too much for this adult male. He can't handle his mouth feeling bad for 3 minutes.
If that, 'cause I mean, if you pop in something else that over challenge it, you know. But that's my daughter.
So now you're violating somebody's ethics. We're just talking about food. Like I understand the let's adjust this for wieners or whatever, but we're just talking about the flavors of foods, which are supposed to be.
There's a lot of flavor of wieners out there.
We're not even talking about like I don't care how if you like the way wieners taste, that's great. But
what kind of wieners though?
Like I said, there's a lot. You got the Hispanic, but no, like my daughter's that way, dude. She's 6, and she's like,
they're 6. They don't. Pizza. Everything's the end of the world.
Oh yeah, I was like you're going to try pizza. She's like, no, I don't want. I'm like, well, you're not eating anything else. So she finally ate it, and that's like her favorite thing ever now.
Yeah.
See,
that's the job.
And you figure
it's you know what he might have liked the thing. I can't remember what was I trying to make you eat. I don't remember.
Shit.
But
I don't need more things to like. I'm not starving. So you're a fat fuck like
we
me.
need to try to kill him. We need to try to kill him like Doritos, Code Red Mountain Dew.
You probably would eat that though. I guarantee you want to eat whatever that thing is I gave you, which is probably people food. But I bet you eat that plastic stuff at the gas station, don't you? You blinky.
Tenacious trilobite. Let me go. Just fucking.
Yeah,
it was something at the native place.
It was some buffalo bit or something. It's very. First of all, it was very offensive to my spirit
Jesus
ancestors.
Christ.
What?
Yeah, I've never heard of this fucking dude. Like,
it's because it's all shorts. Look at his shorts views. He has like insane shorts views. He's got the shorts down.
Oh Jesus Christ! Yeah, 1.2 million.
No. He's got like 30 million on his.
No. I'm just like scrolling down from the top, bud.
Sure.
Fucking. Oh Jesus, yeah. 3.9 with a Mosin PU.
Yeah, share him real quick.
Real men reload in Arasaka. I've seen that one. Yeah, okay, that's him. Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know him. Like, I don't fucking know who this guy is, but
yeah, he's nice. I like him. We're friends. I think he started the channel while hanging out on our Discord or something. I don't remember. I think he was hanging out before he started the channel.
He's a fucking asshole. I love it.
Yeah, he got right in the sweet spot when they were launching shorts, and he was just caught the wave perfect. And he's a doll baby. I love him.
Jesus Christ, yeah.
May and Seuss love him to death. They both are like they've adopted him.
I mean, he's from Iowa too. That's fucked. I mean,
yeah, he's like their official little. I don't like a nephew. I guess it would be like. I mean,
fucking. If you want to come on the stream, fucking Othia says he's gonna be up till 4. I've got a second and third wind going right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on, TT.
Well, share some of his
TT, let's go. Oh, that's he's saying it over here. He's like he started the channel because he was trying to upload things to Discord to show on the Discord, and then actually it was probably him and Sop because they would just post private videos for the Discord, and I guess he just started making his public, and everyone's like, "Well, that's interesting." There's a lot of little like private video links and stuff on our Discord.
Yeah, but he never shows his face, right? He's one of those guys.
Yeah, which is funny because he actually is really cute.
Man of the cloth.
Both of the girls were just like, he's so cute. And then I guess he has a girlfriend now, but at the time he didn't. And they're like,
what's his name?
Why don't I'm not telling you his name.
No, the girlfriend's name.
I don't know what the girlfriend's name is. He never told me. That's probably smart of him not to tell me, to be honest.
What's his blood type? What's his social security?
Oh,
is he taking a piss test yet?
Come on, man. You know the thing.
He's not. He's gone silent. I don't
Yeah,
know.
share some of the videos. Which
She goes to a different. Yeah, good one. Thank you.
She
Look
goes
up
to a
in
different
Canada.
school. Dude, no shit. My first girlfriend ever when I was in high school went to a different school. So
Do you
I've
guys
used
still
that
have
line.
dreams that you like have to go to class?
Dude, no.
All the-
But
like,
if you want
once
to
a
get in on
month?
that fucking shit, I have dreams that I'm gonna fucking fail and not graduate, which is the reality.
Yeah.
That happened, but I did graduate, and I'm like, oh fuck, I'm back in high school, and I'm like, if I don't do this, and then everything gets all fucked up, it's all weird.
So once a month, I wake up thinking I'm late for class. And I'm just
Yep.
like, the brainwash
yeah.
is hard.
Fuck
like,
yeah. Not good. And it's like, oh man, it's so fucking because like, yeah, you think like I go to my locker and I can't remember the combo, or I'm at the wrong locker and I'm like, oh god, it's all dirty and like fucking there's shit in there, and I'm like, oh, is this my locker? I can't find my book. I gotta go and do this and take this fucking test. And yeah.
Where's Trillo? Trillo, get in here. Turn on your webcam that you use to make your private shows.
Hey there, handsome. I hear you're looking for the walrus pit.
What are you doing over there? Hey, shut up.
We got.
Did you guys hear the May Noid story? That's a good story.
The what?
May and the Noid.
The Noid?
Yeah, do you remember the Noid?
No.
He was the wow, you guys are young. He was the mascot for Domino's. And then there was a guy that actually had the name like Harold Noid or something like that, and he went insane from the Noid commercials and took a hostage with a gun and a Domino's pizza, so they had to get rid of that mascot.
Well, that escalated quickly. No, so no, I don't remember that.
It's
I know
called,
it was
like,
called
well,
Noid.
you're gonna have to like Google image search the Noid, please. It's the Noid, yeah, Noid.
Jamie, pull it up.
Yeah, the commercials were of avoid the Noid. That was the whole. You guys,
yeah, I guess they would have to.
Do you recognize them at all now that you're looking at them? You guys are babies.
Oh, fuck off. You're not that fucking old, you clown.
Yeah, I remember the Noid.
Yeah, good for you.
They had a video game of him and everything. He's bigger than Cool Spot. So you have now seen the Noid, right? With his little red jumpsuit and everything.
Yeah.
His bunny ears.
And
his weird face. Okay. So we were having this conversation about the Noid. And May starts laughing along, and I look at her because she's younger than I am. She's like you guys' age. And I went, you don't know the Noid. And she goes, yes, I do. And I was like, bullshit, you're too young for the Noid. And she's like, I remember the Noid. And I was like, okay, what color is he? Now you guys can answer that question because you just Google image search him. What color is his little jumpsuit there, guys?
Red and white.
Yeah. All right. Okay. You know what she said? She went, I want to say Puerto Rican.
Good.
What happened
to
her?
And cue everyone at the table who knows what the Noid is started howling with laughter.
It's like, can't be wrong, but yeah.
That was it. That was my main Noid story. Like just out of left field. She wasn't even kidding. She's like, "Oh, is that like a Puerto Rican?"
You start second guessing yourself. You're
I'm like, "That's not even a color."
Is it? Wait, maybe he was, but what? No, yeah, I think he was.
This is the longest goddamn stream I've ever fucking done in my life, and I'm actually not tired yet.
Well, go to bed.
Was I drugged?
Yes.
No, you're just entertained for a moment because I told you the great story.
Yeah.
Trilo.
Well, fucking, Trilobite needs to be in here.
Why are you up this late, Trilo? It's not good for you.
It's not good for any of us.
Yeah, I know.
It's a fucking Wednesday.
He's coming. Look, send him a link. I'll give him a link. Is it the same link I got?
Yeah, it's the same link you got. I'm gonna go take a piss before he
Come
gets
on,
in
Jamie.
here. I don't know who the fuck he is, but we'll just fucking get him on here.
What? He's famous.
Yeah, he's famous. Yeah,
He's almost his channel's almost as big as mine is.
Yeah. Well, cool.
Everybody left? That's messed up.
How to do a tactical reload.
I sent it to you on DM. I DM'd you on Discord. Trillo. Do I have your email? I think I have your email. But I know you're on Discord right now because that's how you found this link.
tomorrow's your last day at work. Oh, never mind. So you're not
Of
like
that year.
leaving. Yeah.
Oh my
Lucky.
god, this is kind of hot in here.
If you probably remove some of the guns, it might cool it down.
That's not gonna help. It's if I shut this door, there's like one vent in this room and no fan.
That's
like,
how
if I
mine
close-
is. This
if I
room
close
is
the
like,
door.
This room's like 20 by 30 and there's only one vent.
Holy crap! How'd you get 20 by 30? Mine's like 11 by 11.
Oh, for fuck's sake! One of these guys. I don't want to show my face.
What's
What
longer?
do you mean I
so-
don't want to show your face? It's a cute face.
My house is older too, but
Are you gonna?
It's I can't add him because device is not connected.
Well, he needs.
Gotta figure that shit out.
gotta
He needs to
connect.
put on a
the
Captain. Get a cereal box and cut eye holes. Nobody cared who it was.
Back to scene, battle scene.
Maybe you'll have a
Trust me,
webcam.
nobody's gonna fucking watch this. Nobody's gonna fucking
Not this late,
figure out
not
your
this
identity.
hours, no.
Every device has a webcam. All of them. How do I do it? When you click the link, you. Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't have a webcam. Bullshit. Everybody's got a fucking webcam.
Technically, I don't have a webcam. I have a camera. But
Everybody ignore him. What do you mean you clicked it? Turn off scripts. Turn on scripts.
Jesus H.
I know about cockroaches.
You don't have
I've
a
got
sound-
hairy
what?
legs.
I don't have a sound card. Click it on your phone.
You have a
That's a webcam.
SoundCloud? I'm sure you have a SoundCloud. You know.
Come on, man.
Come on.
Oh,
man.
this guy said his room is very awkwardly shaped, but I read it as roommate, so I thought he was saying my roommate is very awkwardly shaped. And I was like, that's sad.
Half the walls are supporting slopes. Yeah, a little bit racist. God
I'm
damn
not waiting
this
on Trello.
fucking cup.
You guys get 20 more minutes max, and then I have to go do work for 2 more hours before I even try to.
Oh,
sleep.
I'm fucking tapped. But like, if this guy can get on here and not be a fucking coward with a, "Ooh, I don't have a fucking camera" bullshit.
He's
I
just
spilled
crying.
a
Don't
bunch
worry
of
about
fucking
it.
water on
It's
my
bad
tit.
pod. You got to tell some other story. Don't let him drag us down.
What story?
I don't know. Tell another story. You can't have just dead air whining at one guy. That's how you.
Well, I'm
lose
trying
all
to
your
fucking
viewers.
drink water, but I'm spilling half of it
This
on my
is a
fucking tit.
25
This fucking-
person viewership right now, right? That's record high. We got to hold on to that.
Woo!
It's 26 now, fucker.
It's because he came back after he couldn't figure out his sound card.
You got a son.
Oh God, Punisher! Holy
Uh,
shit! Look at the Punisher comment.
And we got to get on that Nick Rakita market now that that's all blown up.
Oh fuck, dude!
Like
Dude,
lonely
I've
people
been
at 2
saying
a.m.
for
That's-
fucking years, all these fucking streamers and like these YouTube celebrities and shit like that. I'm like, these guys are fucking fake. They're retarded. They've all like fucking like Six and Hammer. That guy has fucking flown the coop.
I only know like one of those guys, sort of.
Yeah, he's flown the coop. He's got a bunch of shit against him, and then Rakeda. It's like, oh, do a little bit of fucking blow. A bit of the white liquor going on there. Yeah.
Yeah, but he always needed attention. That was kind of obvious right from the start. What
Yeah.
bothers me is there's a number of guys. I don't want to out anybody, but there's at least one guy I can think of that kind of fell into the Rakeda sphere after he got some attention, and it caused him to get a little smug and like take on some of that theater kid shit they had going on.
Why are you talking about me on my own fucking stream?
You went on Rakita? Did you go on Rakita?
No, God, no. Fuck no.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
never.
no.
Yeah, no.
I know, but there was a guy that I
Yeah.
used to watch, and then like he started going on Rakita, and then his tone changed, and I was just like, ugh, never mind, because it went from informative to like I don't know what.
Dude, I've never been asked on a show before. I don't give a fuck because it's like the reason I do this is because we literally do this not being like live streaming. Like we just talk like this in Discord or just with each other. And it's like, well, if you're watching this on YouTube and I can like vet you, sure, you can come on. I don't want some fucking retard like fucking 4chan or Redditor coming on here and just like, oh, let's get you banned. But it's like, no, it's like if you want to come on, you can come on. Like we're just gonna talk like we talk normally. Like all the friends that I have on here, I talk to them the same in real life as I do.
Yeah, but to be fair, you guys are kind of doing it for you. You're not doing it entirely for the audience. Like this isn't a produced thing.
Yeah.
Whereas he was like trying to live off of it. So
yeah,
then you have
trying to like, you know, get super chats and get this and that, like, you know, smash that like button or whatever. I don't give a fuck about that.
Yeah.
It's like we're happy
I don't
to
mind
like
if people do. If that's your business model, that's great.
Sure.
But, like, you need to show
but it's
some
also not
respect to the
sustainable.
audience.
Like, you know, like you're chasing that dragon constantly. It's like, no, I
don't
just want
know.
to like
I think if you have a good audience and you have good guests and you're actually talking about contemporary issues, there's a lot of guys out there with insomnia. You know, they're looking for a voice in the night. I've definitely been that guy.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
Well, then get in here, try the bite, stop your shit. So, like, I've definitely been lonely in the middle of the night and like, I just want to hear another human voice that's actually real right now.
There you go.
So there's a market there, but I feel like instead of milking the market, maybe, you know, and I get it, there is a certain amount, I mean, we see it here in our show, there's a certain amount of parasocial that happens that you can't seem to avoid even when you're not trying to encourage it, but just being another human being for another human being, I think there's a market there. But then the problem is, I don't know what it is about people who seek fame, but they seem to have a degenerate streak in them that mile wide.
What's the term for that? Is it sociopath or?
I don't know because a lot of it's insecurity though. It's not that they don't.
It absolutely is. That's correct. It's like I wanted to become really big on YouTube at a certain point when I was at my lowest, right? A few years ago. And I was like, I just want to keep pushing. I want to keep fucking going. And I want people to like me. And, you know, it's like, it comes from insecurity.
Mm-hmm.
At this point in my life, I'm like, I don't give a fuck what you think. I just want to have fun and just do what I'm going to do anyway. And just be my actual self. And if you like it, you like it. If you don't, who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter, you know? And it's like I'm gonna make content on what I like. I made a fucking video the other day, like a couple weeks ago, about making fucking sauerkraut. Right?
Yeah.
That's what I like to do.
Yeah.
I thankfully, like, coming into this business, I saw it as a business from the start. I didn't see it as, you know, I had to be on camera because I had to be on camera, but it wasn't a vehicle for my own celebrity. And since it was supposed to be a business from the start, it's like, okay, this is what we're delivering. This is the expectation we're setting. This is when we're going to do it. This is how we're going to do it. And I've tried to be as consistent as humanly possible for all these years because I'm giving you a product. And a lot of people on YouTube, and this is why I really hate to be called a YouTuber or a gun-tuber in a lot of ways. Not because I resent it for anybody else or they have disrespect for what everybody else is doing, but because unlike most of the content, I am not marketing me. I'm actually marketing the story. You know what I mean? Like, if Primer works well, you should be able to replace me as the presenter. You should be able to replace me as the demonstrator. And as long as those people are capable of communicating as well as we are, that should work.
I do disagree with that in a sense because you are marketing yourself because nobody can replace you in your delivery. That's the thing. Is like as long as you're being yourself while you're doing it.
That's only familiarity though. Like, I suspect if you replaced me in May on the show, but had all the same level of research and attention to detail somehow, what's irreplaceable about me on the show right now is I haven't been able to find someone who will put in the comparison hours that I will. And I'm not trying to like toot my own horn, but
no, you're not tooting it. You're just stating a fact.
It is definitely the skill that I seem to have developed that I do not find elsewhere. I know a lot of curators and researchers, and they're very good at the thing that they are doing at that moment.
Therefore, that is you.
But as a rapid, well, no, because I'm sort of a rapid generalist. You know what I mean? And the closest thing that there is to me is Ian, in which Ian is a very rapid generalist. So Ian has to like skim data quickly and dump videos at a hectic rate because they're short videos and they're often. He's slowed down a little bit more now, but in the heyday, it was like bang, 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 bang. It's a lot to keep sorted, and there's going to be errors. That's not any. His hit rate is better than mine would be at that speed.
And he also owns up to it. Like if in a follow-up video, he will say, "This video is wrong." So he's golden for that too.
Yeah. His is Forgotten Weapons video is always the most available data, not all the available data, the most available data on that thing at that time because he has to be reflexive. And what we are is we're one step beyond that. We pick what we're going to cover based on the fact that we can cover it in depth, but I have to go in depth over and over and over again. So it's about a quarter of the effort it would take to write a book on a topic every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And so people often ask me, it's like, when's that book coming out? I'm like, I don't know, because I'm already writing like, I don't know, 8 a year.
Well, and also here's the thing, man, is like honestly what I've noticed about, gun tubers, quote unquote, any kind of genre, if you will, there's more than enough room on the playground.
Yeah, I don't,
because you're not just a local person doing
it's
this
not
to a
zero
local
sum.
audience. You're presenting it to the world, which is almost 7 billion people, right?
You're preserving history.
Yes, and you've got your own style. So if Ian makes a video and he's doing the rapid fire, bam, 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 there's also a place for you, and you guys can also work together as you have.
Oh yeah, it doesn't. It's better to have two of this.
Well, but here's the thing: is you do have your own style, and you are marketing yourself, and I appreciate that. Like, if you're trying to be somebody else,
TT says he's backstage.
The what?
He said he's
fuck.
backstage.
Okay, so yeah,
Do you have to hit the button, or does he have to hit the button?
No, I do.
There we go.
Oh, look at that.
No webcam, huh? No camera.
I seriously don't have one. I guess I could dig out my old laptop.
You need to
It's
print
around
out
here
an
somewhere.
Otthias mask and put it on.
Oh, there we go.
I don't know, dude. I'm a fucking boomer when it comes to this. I spilled water all over my fucking shirt, as you can see, for my fucking.
No, he's keeping himself secret until marriage.
Oh,
gotta preserve it. Yeah.
He's a proud descendant of a lot of.
So
Otter
Chibi
tribes,
Bite,
and he believes that the camera captures his soul.
I did not spell it correctly for this. It's Trilobite. It's like a prehistoric bug.
What are you doing?
Oh, is it the one that looks like kind of a cockroach and that thing?
Yeah.
It looks like a roly poly with diddly boppers.
Yep. Well, some of them had diddly boppers, some didn't, or I don't know. There's a wide variety.
Don't do this to me.
Talk about fossils.
I don't want to know that there's not diddly boppers. That makes me sad.
Oh yeah, they all have diddly boppers. Don't worry about
Thank
it.
you. Don't.
So
take
for the
it away.
whopping,
they already
the
took the
whopping
they took the
24
Triceratops from me. I don't need this too. Okay.
24 people who are watching this. I guess this is his fucking channel.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple of his videos in passing. Didn't know who the fuck he was, but apparently Otthias knows him.
Yeah. Well, he's technically a spin-off channel from ours.
It could be argued from your Discord specifically.
Yeah, he's like a Joni Loves Chachi.
I don't know what that is. That's like an old person reference.
So which do you think is your favorite video that you like? You doesn't matter about the views, but like, what is the one you had the most fun making?
Lee Navy one, loaded with a clip.
Oh my god,
that was a long time in the making. Figuring out how
the
to reload
Lee
for it.
Navy discussions were a lot.
Deep autism. I loved it.
Yeah, so I've seen, I've watched a few of these. The Ohio Ordinance, the 1903 A3.
Oh yeah,
could have shot it better, but hey.
You doing the gumdrops from the cube?
The what?
Smitty, is he doing the cube gumdrops? Is that what you were doing?
Anytime somebody says autism, I got to do the tism.
Yeah, but is this the guy from the cube? You know what I'm talking about? You ever see that movie?
No, it's just the what's it called, stemming, when you stem.
Oh yeah, that was
so
the guy.
So Winchester Lee Navy POV revisited with original clip.
Yeah. Yep. I think that's
Can I
the
show
first. That's the go
All right.
for it. I
Can
think
you guys
that's the
play
first
nicely
footage out
for
there.
5 minutes? The dog wants to pee.
You want to take 5?
Yeah, but you play with Trilobite for like less than 5 minutes. I gotta let the dog pee.
Okay.
Tell them to hold it.
Okay, not a big deal. A lot of people told me not a big deal.
Great, it's wonderful. Believe me, trust me. I know it's great.
All right. Share screen.
You know you can do this without speaking it, right?
I have to talk myself through shit because I have ADHD and I'll get fucking distracted and lose track of what I'm thinking about.
What's that? What's that?
Yeah. All right. Let's fucking go.
I think this was the first video that I'm aware of one being loaded with a clip. These clips are like $200 a piece. They're hard to find.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so it's not end block, but it's not quite stripper clip either. It just kind of passes through as you load it.
It's a packet, more or less.
Yeah, it's like a weird hybrid between the two.
And that's 3040?
No, it's 6 mil USN.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was like a 6-month process to work up safe loads for this and not blow it up. A guy died trying to shoot it.
Damn.
One of the Sarco
Oh,
founders.
shit. Yeah, it's fucking insane, dude. Like, yeah, because was that an original clip then?
Yeah, yep. There are repros, but they
Okay.
don't work. SNS sells them.
Yeah.
I tried to fix them. They're probably fixable. I should give it another pass. But the first time, that's all I had, so I didn't have anything to compare it to, and they just didn't work at all.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's fucking cool though. Like that's a gun that I absolutely am not familiar with at all.
Yeah, it's a really weird one. That was the Navy and Marine Corps' first smokeless rifle. It just kind of gets overshadowed by the
no
Krag,
shit.
which is already pretty obscure.
Yeah, the Krag is like, I mean, I've got an 1898, but like,
Go ahead and touch it.
what?
Go ahead and touch it.
It's not on this wall, fuck stick. So,
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll go fuck myself. That's cool.
yeah, please do. But no, that's pretty fucking cool. God damn, I'm hitting a fucking wall, dude. I'm like fucking tired. I've been.
See.
It's been live for like 6 hours.
Yeah, we're at 6 hours and 19 minutes right now.
Jeez.
And I'm like fucking. I woke up and I'm like, I took like a 2-hour nap. Cause I was like fucking. I did a bunch of shit this morning and shit. Didn't sleep well last night. And now I'm fucking getting tired.
Oh yeah.
Trolling through.
You know, wait till Althias gets back and then. Yeah, it's fucking so like your shorts are just blown up and like you got all these fucking subs and shit just immediately.
Yeah. It was. I think the first one that blew up was. I've got one of the 9x19 converted Steyr Hans, and I was just curious what they did to convert it. So I think I was loading like 9mm Steyr into it anyway, just to see if the mag would still hold them. And for some reason, that video just absolutely took off.
Yeah, I mean it's fucking insane. And then yeah, Althias was saying like you pretty much just kind of hit it like in 2022.
Yeah.
Or whenever the fuck shorts were like being being promoted and shit.
Oh yeah, he's
Yeah.
it.
For a while, they were brand new and they're just super overpowered in the algorithm.
Yeah.
Play the Arasaka one because y'all were talking about earlier in Virginia saying.
All right.
I got a couple. I've got a 44 video and a 99 video.
Did you still have an AI picture of yourself? You could just change your graphics to that.
I think I do somewhere.
So which one do you want to show?
He was asking about a specific
The Arasaka one.
The Arasaka one.
Yeah, which one? He's got, like he said, he's got like a bunch of them on there.
Yeah, he wants the good one.
How to reload like a man. That's the one.
Oh, the Dale Saka. Do the Dale Saka.
There's a Dale Saka?
Yeah, do the best one. The Dale Saka.
The Dale. Okay.
Have I seen that?
Dale.
I don't know
Oh,
if I saw
Jesus
that one.
Christ. This is going to be fucking insane.
Play it.
It's like the worst Bubba ever, but it's so great.
There's literally 23 people waiting to see this.
Oh, it's gonna be here. Fucking.
It's gonna be great. Wonderful.
Okay, just gonna
great. And this one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What's gonna happen? I can't.
Oh no.
Serial number 3. I'd like to point out serial number 3.
Oh god.
It's in 30-6.
Of course it is. Did you find that at the shop?
No, I went to a meetup and filmed a bunch of guns, and somebody had it there. The 30-6 is too long for the mag, so we had to,
Is this a K meetup? Is this a K meetup?
It wasn't a K meetup, but it was adjacent.
Don't drop the fucking rifle, dude. Like, just keep it on your fucking shoulder.
It wasn't cycling super reliably. We literally had to cut the tips of the bullets off with a pocket knife so they'd be short enough to fit in the mag.
Oh my god!
I like how you fired it into the most likely place to skip too.
Yeah. Well,
right.
Yeah. It's what was beyond was known. It was fine.
Yeah, just not him, right?
The Repro 1897.
Yeah, not me. Oh yeah.
It's one of those Chinese ones.
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
I want to get
Marinko.
one. I want to get one of these.
I hate how expensive they become because they're like 3 times what they came or went for originally.
Oh,
But
S&B, that's what I use for fucking home defense, man.
They used to be like $200 years ago.
We have cool guy gloves on. Are you a cool guy now?
Fuck
well,
yeah.
yes.
Fingerless
Yeah.
fucking operator gloves.
Oh, he's an operator.
Hell yeah.
You didn't load a ghost round, you fucking fag.
I dropped one in the top first. I don't know if you can ghost load
It's
it.
exactly like my favorite battle guy game.
Battle Bit?
This is my battle guy game. Oh, the battle bit was the one I couldn't remember the name of earlier.
Why aren't you slam firing the son of a bitch?
I do. You gotta wait for me to load it again.
Why is there a bayonet? You need a bayonet.
This isn't even a short.
Nah,
Most
this
of my
is a
videos
fucking-
aren't shorts. I'm just known for the
It's over a
shorts.
minute. This is fucking. You've lost my interest. Oh my
Yeah.
god. Hurry
They're
the
not
fuck
even-
up. They're fucking.
they're not even
advancing
brass
you.
shells.
I had people complaining that I didn't slam fire it in the comments.
Because
just
they didn't
make
watch
it
the
this
second
far.
thing.
Yeah.
I get that all the time. We always top comment on seeing our slow video. Why didn't you shoot it? There's like 2 videos where we don't.
I didn't even
Dude.
skim it. That's the worst part.
It's like, I mean, yeah. I mean, we could do a whole fucking stream on just comments that we get, like fucking retarded people. Like, oh my god, like so Matthias, and I don't know if Trailer, but you know my shit, but like we do a lot of helmet ballistic tests, right? Because I like helmets. That's my forte. I fucking love military helmets. I've got a whole fucking shelf of them over there. So
I'm
there's some
disappointed.
days we're just not totally spot on with shooting because we're stressed out or whatever the fuck it is, and we're not hitting perfectly where everybody wants it to be. They're like, well, you hit the fucking this part of the helmet, so that's not an accurate test. Why don't you have a fucking why don't you have a skull under there, you know, ballistic skull? And I'm like, well, it's $200 for a fucking ballistic skull for each fucking test. If you want to fucking become a Patreon supporter and help with that, they're like, no way, whatever. And I'm like, oh, whatever. So what are you doing, Trey?
So I got a comment on this one.
Which one's that one?
So this is one of the videos that I made.
Yeah.
This is my new toy that I got.
Some of the Booty Schofield.
Yep.
What was the comment?
So the guy was like, yeah, I don't like how you reloaded on your leg or whatnot. And I was like,
You're holding the camera.
Yeah.
yeah, he's like, yeah, I think it'd be better if you just flipped it up and cracked it. You know, I was like,
You can't flip up a top loader. It just goes go flying everywhere.
You ever seen Trailer Park Boys when Leahy's got his Webley? And he goes,
I was at PSA today, and this guy straight up had a giant like houndstooth button down shirt on, and I looked over and I was just like, "All right, Ricky," and he's like, "I love that show."
dude, when you know, you know. When you know, you know. It's like you meet somebody, you're like,
He's
"Yo,
like, "Hell yeah, brother!"
fucking A." Yeah, it's so fucking. That show is amazing. Like for so many reasons. Like the gunplay in there is actually like not too far off from Trailer Trash. Like
it's not, yeah.
it's like seriously, nobody gets hit. There's just guns and fucking bullets going everywhere, damaging trailers, and people are like, "Oh god, now I gotta plug up this hole because it's cold out."
I think May and I
Yeah.
watched that show when she was in her senior year of college, and we were just like sitting there eating beefaroni out of a can.
Oh, yeah.
Jug of sweet tea, watching Trailer Park Boys. And like, that's still like
Oh.
a formative memory for her. She's just like,
Yes, it is.
Dude, we watched it, and I was like, it was like 2011 when I started watching, or no, it was 2011. And I was like, I thought, here's the thing is, I thought at first, I was like, I don't like this because it's shitty and it's real. And my buddy's like, no, it's actually not real. It's a show. And I was like,
yeah, but it's kind of real.
It's actually not a documentary because I grew up around people like that, right?
Oh yeah, no, me too.
Like,
I know. Those
really
are
bad.
some guys.
But I'm like, I don't want to watch shit. And then all of a sudden we get into it and shit, and I'm like, oh my god, I know every single one of these fucking.
No, dude, it's so, especially like I don't know if it's like a Canadian Southern expression thing, like where it's just like unified. But I mean, I grew up in like I don't know. I grew up in like sprawling, dead suburbia, like post-textile suburbia, so it's like everything's just economically repressed, And the number of like trash dudes. Right now, like if you go up into the upstate of South Carolina, the downtowns are all nice and colorful, and there's a bunch of transplants there. But when I was in high school, it was dead. You didn't go downtown at night, but we did because we wanted to drink underage. And so it's like the number of times I saw a dude like that I know high on coke driving his like F-150 down the literal sidewalk until it hit a street light is like 3.
This
You know
sounds
what I mean?
like Bartonville.
Like just
Is
the
that what you're
number of
talking about?
actual literal trailer parks I hung out in with. The other thing is we had Milltown, so like now they're all trendy, right? Like they've all been revitalized. But at the time, it's like you had those little 4-room shacks that they built for the mills, and that's just like those were you could rent one of those for like $300 a month, and just it was awful.
Are you talking like Spartanburg area?
Yeah, like Greenville, Spartanburg.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I used to live up in Gurr back in the day, and then I just being a Gurr, I would wander into either of those towns. So
those places, yep. It checks out, man.
By the time you're a little younger, though, it was already revitalizing because they had the art center up and
still
running.
hasn't. I mean, they've got the Beacon in Spartanburg, but like that's it.
The Beacon's been there though. That's not like.
But that's the only thing that's still there, like that hasn't been fucked.
Yeah, but they're not like open crime on the street, low policing.
Like if you go a half mile down the road.
Greenville used to be bad because they had the bridge over the falls still, and it was just a shady ass area. Like the whole Reedy River Park was just like that place was wild.
Yeah. So anyway, no, I know, and I grew up in very fucking rural Wisconsin, and my dad was the police chief in our town of 600 people, and he would be at the police station in town smoking his pipe, reading the newspaper, and then he would hear gunshots, and then he'd be like, "Ah, son of a bitch, it's coming from the trailer park."
Yeah.
That one. And then so he would go over there, and he would just get out of his car, just like on Trailer Park Boys, no guns drawn.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? Larry, put the fucking gun down.
It's always some dude with this. The one thing they got wrong at Trailer Park Boys is they went straight for like the Beretta M9 or whatever. The answer is some friggin' 22.
Some shitty,
some stupid,
or some 1911 clone, like
Yeah.
some shitty, some like fucking High Point or fucking.
Well, no, because like a 1911 clone or the High Point or what was the other one that I saw all the time? Oh God.
That was the joke. That was a joke at the sheriff's office I worked for. The lieutenant had been there
Those
44
are like,
years.
SKS. That was the one. And then, but those were like the guns that you got out when you were trying to kill somebody.
Yeah.
Having an argument was just like, I'm just going to pull out this old, like, it wouldn't be a Colt Woodsman, it'd be like a high standard knockoff or something, but it'd just be like
It'd be a
some
Jennings,
22.
yeah. Fucking 22. Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
Some Morrison looking. It'd just be like, you'd just be popping them into the
Trey,
side.
what were you going to say?
That was a joke when I worked for the sheriff's office. The lieutenant that I worked for, he had been there 44 years. And every time we got to a call, he's like, he had a speech impediment, like almost like he didn't have throat cancer, but it sounded like he had throat cancer. He'd be like, I knew his mama. Like, yeah, I know you did, Dan. Like, you know everybody in the goddamn county, man.
Yeah. That's me. I worked at a place in college, and I went to the hardware store over the weekend and chatting with the hardware store guys. We said something about something, and she came in today. She's selling the business over to so and so. So I was like, oh crap. So I drive over there just as it's like 5 minutes away. It's on my way home. So I was like, I drove over. I was like, hey, I thought you were taking over the shop. That's great. She's like, this was decided less than 30 hours ago. How do you know about this? And just other network.
Small town politics, baby.
Like there's like
small town politics.
Charleston is huge now. Like our population is growing, but it's all transplants. So like the people that are actually local, there's like a little town within the town, and so you're surrounded by like box stores and chains, and none of the locals go to them. They're all there for the locusts that have descended on this town. And so it's like, I'm going to the local hardware store. I'm going to the local gun shop. I'm going to the local whatever. And so I'm still in that
Charleston's
network.
really not that big. Like,
oh, it's growing. It is.
Well,
also,
like,
you have to be careful because
where the fuck do they grow? Like, it's all swamp.
They. So when's the last time you were here?
2000.
Yeah, it's gone. So in the past 3 years, they've set up like they went from like 0 skyscrapers to like they're not skyscrapers, but they're like huge.
But they're what?
15,
really?
Yeah, there's 15-story buildings all over downtown, right along the highway now. Like they're
What
just
the fuck?
dumping them. Dude, it's the same. Like they don't even have them rented out. It's complete speculation. It's this real estate crap where everybody gets paid along the way, and then this final company gets holding the bag, and then the government buys out the company and fills it with Section 8. Like we all know where this is going. Like we know exactly what's happening, but the city's gonna do it. Like the city is utterly insane. Like. But yeah, you say that downtown Charleston's dead for locals, though. Like no one from here goes there. It's been complete. It used to be Charleston used to be interesting because the downtown was local. Like there's a mix of college students and other stuff.
Oh, dude, yeah.
The locals would
downtown
still go
was
downtown.
small too. Like remember when I was there, I remember it was very. It's very small, but
it was mostly centered. When you went, it was probably mostly centered on Lower King, and then it's expanded to Upper King, which is fine. It needed the revitalization, but then. The tourists would all be down in the market. Well, tourism, I don't know what happened there, but the market is fairly dead at night now. King is lit up like crazy, but it's all sort of bar clubs with lines out the door and stuff like you'd expect. No one is from there. Even the cops aren't from there. Like I talk to the cops a lot just because I know a lot of guys, and it's like everyone's a transplant. Everyone, like something like 70% of the population has been here less than 10 years. I mean,
Virginia, what city is that?
Huh?
Go ahead. I was talking to the chat. He said his city's the same way.
But I mean, it's just most people haven't even been here a decade. And it's just like, okay. Like, but to be fair, a lot of the U.S. is becoming that way. It's become this sort of migratory culture again, where it's just like, well, I'm going to stay here until I'm done with it and I leave. And then nobody has any roots and they don't really care what happens at a city level. So you get, and people feed off it. They're like, oh, they're going to vote for whatever team. And it doesn't matter red or blue because at the city level, they're monsters.
It doesn't fucking matter.
I mean, it does to a degree, but not by party. It matters by who you're voting for, but nobody knows who they are. They vote by party. And then the rats that come in at the city level all just align with the party that's going to get them to win. And then they hand out a bunch of kickback deals and screw everything up. And that's why I can't live stream very easily. Because like Charleston has a monopoly with Comcast. So I can't get Google Fiber that's literally available 3 blocks from me, but I'm in the city. Like it's unbelievable. Lynchburg? Oh, I know Lynchburg.
Dude,
you're not wrong. I've got family from Lynchburg.
You're literally 15 minutes from me.
Yeah. But I've got family from there.
I'm dead serious. I'm outside. I technically no. I tell people I work at Lynchburg, but I'm out and Lynchburg or Campbell County. But yeah, I'm 15 minutes from Lynchburg.
It doesn't matter though. They don't even need the jobs if they can build it. Why Trilobite shut up? Is he alive?
What?
He's dead.
There?
He's dead.
Why are you complaining
We went on a side quest.
He's not old. He can't yell about this.
Yeah, I'm not old enough for this.
Yeah.
I haven't really moved far either. So.
Yeah, good. Stay there. Unless you come here, you can come here. That's allowed.
You had to
It's
put
too hot
coins in your
there.
phone.
Yeah, I know you're weak. You're weak.
I have snow here.
You don't have fucking more snow than we do. So
Oh, that's
that's
true.
not that much.
We don't have any snow, and snow.
I wish I had more snow actually.
Dude, me too. It's like it's been fucking retarded this year so far. Like we've gotten a couple dustings. Like we got some snow today. It was just like, it was pretty snow, but it doesn't accumulate. It's like fucking Christ.
Yeah, I hate the in between. It's either gonna all come down and drown me, or it's got to just fuck off.
Well, it's just been a fucking big gray bucket of suck so far this winter up here, and it's
I hate winter. It's garbage. That's why I live here.
Well, back in my day, we had to put coins in the phone.
It was 71 degrees here today. I was happy.
Oh, it was. I think we got up to fucking 21 here today. Let me see the temperature.
No, we're not doing that. First of all, any humidity below 60% is unlivable.
Yeah, it's 16 right now as we speak, and
we went out west, and I saw a trilobite in them, and we were hanging out, and I was so miserable because it was so dry. And then we went into a cave, like a literal cave.
Oh yeah.
And I was so happy because the minute we got in the cave, I was like, "It's really wet in here. I can breathe again."
You really are like a swamp person.
Yeah, I'm
fucking wet.
Everybody tries to make like Gun Jesus parody names for me. It's like, no, I'm Gun Shrek. Get out of my
swamp.
We gotta link up, Virginia, because anyway, it's 48 here now.
No, thank you. We're not doing that.
Yeah, no, I hate it. I hate the cold.
Where are you from?
I'm from Buckingham, like he said.
Oh, okay, never mind. See, I was born in Florida, so this is like
Flow rider.
I'm a Florida person, believe it or not.
It's usually not this cold this soon. Like it usually hits Virginia around January or February because my birthday's in February, and we always get pounded with snow in February, sometimes March. But yeah, we really haven't gotten much in the past. Like I think the deepest snow in my lifetime was 96. We got pounded, but usually the past, I'd say decade, we haven't had much snow recorded really. Like either a powdering, dusting, a few inches maybe.
Did you guys ever? Oh, go ahead. I'm
like
sorry.
a few years ago, we got like 6 inches of snow, and then like 3 days later, it was 60 degrees. I was like, "What is this bipolar crap, man?"
Did you guys ever see The Notebook?
Yep.
Yeah.
They were filming that here in Charleston when I was in college.
That's right.
And I didn't know they were filming it. Nobody knew really at the time, I guess, or somebody did, but not me. And they were filming it on Upper King back when Upper King was kind of like a dead zone, and I was living in the ghetto. So I had gone out to the old Jewish deli that used to be on King Street and was hanging out with the old folks there eating lunch like I usually did. And they're all like, "They said it might snow tonight. It hadn't snowed here since." Oh God, it would have been like 1992, and before that was like 74, and before that was like 52. Yep. Like they're like going through the whole thing, right? And so this is like somewhere in my stupid head that remembers things. And then I go out drinking with the guys, I'm hanging out, and I gotta walk home all the way up King, down. Back then spring was ghetto, so like I had to go this whole route. So I'm walking and not paying much attention because I'm gone. You know, I'm just like, It's snowing. There's snow everywhere. It's really nice out because it never snows here. It's sticking to the ground and everything. And I'm like, that's a nice little car.
Sticking to the ground.
Yeah, and I'm like, that's like it's starting to pile up even. And so I was like, that's a nice old car. And that's a nice old car too. It's like some sort of car show in town. These are all nice old cars from like the 40s, maybe like post-war, you know. And I'm just going, huh. And I look over at the old Royal American Theater, and it's like the marquee. I can't remember what movie it was, but it's like old. You know, I'm like, what is there like a theme night? And then I look over at like the comic book store, and it's like a shoemaker's shop or something. And I was like, what is going on? All the signage has changed. There's no neon. There's no anything. And I looked around and I went, my God, I've gone back in time. Like I was so drunk that I was like, I better not meet my own dad. That'll fuck everything up. Go like a whole block on the set of The Notebook in the snow.
Yeah.
Look into the mirror.
Don't fuck your mom.
But it's like the town's that old, so it doesn't look like a set. And I finally like pass an alleyway that has like a very modern like cherry picker in it, and I was just like, oh, thank God, I'm just drunk on a movie set. Like
surreal.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Like for a brief moment, I was convinced that I'd like, oh, this is it. This is how I screw up my own birth somehow.
I want like a hidden camera version of that where you just like
you would have just seen me walking, looking around like it's all internal monologue.
Get the anxiety. Yeah. You're like, something's fucked up here.
It's like I'm sitting there like I know what to invest in the 90s, but not now. Like, what do I do? Like,
yeah.
That's my story of The Notebook.
No, it's fucking cute. It's very cute. It's just like the movie. It's very cute, you know. But no, fucking A. Charleston's fucking awesome, and snow up here. I'm not even gonna get into that conversation. I'm sure Trilobite understands snow. He lives in Iowa.
Yeah, he's coming to visit me in the middle of summer this year. That's what he's doing.
No, not the summer. That was the one time I said no to.
That's the time we're
dude.
It's not going to happen.
Going into the southeast in the middle of summer is like fucking...
Especially Charleston. No.
We are. There's one place in the Texas Gulf that is as humid as we are, and that's it. Like we tie one place in Texas, and people are always like, well, I'm from further south. And like, doesn't matter. We're in the perfect spot in the Gulf. Like Savannah, better. Myrtle Beach, better. Charleston, asshole of the south, like the east.
Well, that's the thing is it's the jet stream. And if you see how it works, that's why like where we're at is Montana, fucking Idaho, Wyoming, and shit. They're all pretty far north, right? But the jet stream, the way it works is it comes down and it absolutely fist fucks the Dakotas, Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Illinois and Michigan.
We did this on our
small section.
The commenters are trying to do the thing that everybody does where they're comparing spots. We did this religiously. I think Trilobite was there for that. We religiously did this on the server. and it's like we found like one little area in the Gulf in Texas, and then Charleston. That was it. And then you had to go like international to get for
It was like
humidity.
Bangkok or something.
Yeah, it was like for brutal humidity, you had to go. So like the only place in the U.S. was like, I can't remember where it was in Texas. I think Spot found it because he was determined. He like
It's
went
probably
town
by
town.
Houston. It's probably on like probably around there.
I don't know. It was some little whatever. It just happened to be the eye of.
But it fucking sucks, yeah, because like the way it swirls and it just fucking.
I mean, I'm fine. I don't care. I'm a swamp creature.
Yeah.
I literally own part of a swamp now. I'm very happy.
But you also couldn't handle fucking 40 below air temps and fucking.
Just like can't put on a sweater.
It gets dry too. That's the part you didn't expect because
that's the dryness would irritate the crap out of my nose. That's the
dude, it's been really fucking bad this year. It's been like it's been drier than a fucking nun's box, and it's like you fucking try to breathe and like my nose is just cracking and I'm constantly stuffed up and there's just fucking blood coming out of my nose, and it's like, oh god, I hate winter up here. It's like being in a desert, but it's fucking cold.
Yeah, you get the chapped lips going too.
Oh yeah, I've got that going right now. It's bleeding everywhere.
Yeah,
like it's fucked up.
Remember, Mike, there was no jets during the Civil War, so there's no jet stream.
My favorite part is you stop scraping your house; it just grows mold instantly. It's great.
No, the dryness kills the mold. Mold needs moisture.
Here the whole house turns to like the earth would reclaim our town in like 6 months.
Oh god, yeah, dude. Down south in the southeast, especially in Charleston, it's wet as fuck. I mean, it's like, yeah,
it's great. I love it.
It's fucking beautiful. But
my tractor broke down and like I lost access to like half the property in like 6 weeks because it was just like, well, that's a jungle now.
Oh, it's fucked. Yeah, yep, it's fucked.
Yeah.
All right, gents, it's been fucking awesome.
Yeah. Wait, Trilobite, why won't you eat food?
What?
Does the flavor hurt?
Goodbye. Nice talking to you guys.
You hurt his feelings.
I think I'm breaking up.
I bullied him real bad.
Losing connection.
Hey, wait, Trilobite, can you tell
Why
them
did
what
you-
it's like to eat dinner with me in public?
It's interesting. I mean, when it wasn't focused on me, it was fun. Like when you're bullying the waitress, that was great. But just chaotic.
So you mentioned something earlier about a food allergy. What do you have? What are you allergic to?
I'm not
No,
allergic.
Trilobite.
No, he was asking.
Yeah, what are you allergic to, Trilobite? Flavor.
Whatever
He's allergic
bullshit
to
you're trying to
flavor.
get me to try is what I'm allergic to.
Yeah.
Oh, he's one of those. I actually have a legitimate food allergy, and so that would piss me off.
Wait, what's your food allergy?
I have celiac.
Oh, Sue's has celiac.
Yeah, it fucking sucks.
I felt bad because I brought him a whole bunch of like pastries. I just gave her a box of gluten and it totally forgot she has celiac.
That's normal. It's fine, mate.
No, but like, so if you go out and somebody offers you food and you're just like, yeah, I don't want.
Yeah,
but you can
Trilobite.
literally eat anything because you don't have a fucking food allergy.
Trilobite.
I'm gonna fucking end you.
Yeah,
like that's it.
Trilobite.
You either die or you fucking try the fucking food that somebody's offering you.
You don't understand. He's gonna get the flu for 3 days, be half retarded, and he might get butt cancer. All right, he has a reason.
Not good enough. Not good enough.
No, I'm talking about you, not Trilobite. I'm describing celiac.
Oh, celiac. Yeah. I will be I will be dead for 3 fucking days.
Shit your pants, catch the flu, half retarded.
Yep,
and
exactly.
then
Well,
chance
not
of
half,
butt cancer +1.
Full retarded.
Yeah.
We're not going to half-ass that one. But like, if I saw somebody who could eat anything they wanted to, right, and somebody was offering them food, like, hey, try this out, see if you like it, and they went, I'd fucking end them. Like that's it. Like,
well, and plus, Mike, you could come to Charleston. We got all the celiac stuff like down. We got.
I can understand. Like, I don't.
Trilobite went to a celiac bar.
That's true. Yeah.
I can understand, like, if you go out, like, you should order this. I don't want to order something that I might not like because
you're paying for it.
Yeah, but if like, hey, try some of this on my plate, I'm all for it. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I'm all for
it.
Yeah.
So I can see
that's the thing. Like,
okay, back to the point at hand though. I roll with a crew of other extroverted weirdos. So like the full like Suze and Doc and Bruno slam like Doc especially. Trailer got the real treat. He got Doc.
Oh, I love Doc.
Yeah, so like he got to walk the gun show with Doc, and oh my god, he's like the world's sweetest like boomer that still does all the boomerisms.
Yeah.
Like it's like imagine like the like if there's like an evil boomer and then there's an equally nice boomer. He's like the nice
I know
one.
who you're describing. Yep.
Oh god, we love him so much, but he is such a caricature sometimes, like a Navy DO doctor. Oh my god.
Oh, the story is fantastic.
He's not allowed in Israel.
Good. Who the fuck wants to go there?
He rolled up. He was there in the 80s, and like he was trying to do like he was part of the like little attaché about with the ship being like, okay, we got to get this arranged with the hospital or whatever, and we're gonna need these supplies and blah blah blah. blah. Just make FaceTime. So it's like some State Department guy, the captain of the ship, the ship's doctor, and I forget who else, like Israeli officer or something. And it's just like, oh, okay, yeah, while I'm ashore, by the way, maybe you guys can help me out. Where's the memorial to the Liberty? I want to go pay my respects. And they're like, you're staying on the ship.
That's fucking beautiful. Fucking beautiful.
Yeah, like pre-internet, and he's like, this is
That's fucking beautiful.
God, yes.
He's like, the State Department guy was really mad.
Well, he said someone was laughing too. It was
his captain was laughing. The State Department guy was really mad.
I would have been fucking laughing. So
I know, right?
I guess it's like, yeah, fucking, hey, that's beautiful. But
oh my god,
give this man a Marine platoon.
Yeah, so like poor Tyler, I got to experience dinner with this crew because it's like pure pandemonium, and then we do it everywhere all the time. Like we're rolling.
That's
circus.
fucking beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I'm on Facebook, friend.
Yeah, I'm fucking
go to bed,
wiped, dude.
You have the button. You can literally press it anytime.
I know, but it's fun. But like, yeah, I do have to go to bed. So
okay.
Anyway,
go to bed.
well, once I end it,
bed.
you guys,
go to
you
bed.
can't just stay on and chat.
Go to bed.
That's
Well,
not how it works.
I can find Trailer Bite anytime I want. We're friends.
Well,
he has my phone number.
You think you're friends?
Finally, yeah.
I definitely am.
You told me to call you, and you never gave me your phone number.
Well, I thought you had it.
That's your fuck up then.
Did you have May's number? You probably had May's number.
I don't have May's number.
Oh, okay.
Any hoozle. Fucking cool shit to fucking shoot the shit with everyone that has come and gone tonight.
Can I have your girlfriend's phone number?
No, hell no.
What?
Not only no, but hell no.
I want to ask her questions.
Absolutely not.
Why not?
No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
Why not?
No.
Oh,
No.
You just send him the fucking Tony Soprano clip of he's a fag.
No. I'm helping. That's the worst. I'm a very helpful friend.
I don't trust your brand of
You
help.
would have the best Christmas gifts if I had your girlfriend's phone number.
You're a
Oh,
simp.
my gosh.
You're a simp for a simp of a simp. Oof. Oof.
Is that the same as my enemy of my enemy is my friend, or
No, it's
No way. First of all, I am
it's a triple entendre.
I'm an
but-
excellent relationship counselor. This is like
Oh my gosh.
I'm
How
the
about
number
this?
one.
We'll
I'm
pick
the
this
number
up.
one.
We'll pick this up next time, maybe on Friday.
yeah,
How
sounds like
about
Matthias is going to hire a private investigator.
I could help your other friend out. He seemed really sad.
Who?
My other friend?
The D1 guy that was on when I showed up.
Oh, did she?
Like, yeah. Oh, is it Digi? It said D1.
He's in a pretty healthy relationship. So
Is he? Because he's like, the way he was talking about communication, it just felt like he had been burned before. I don't know.
well, he has, but like we all have been.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Like,
Oh man,
it sounded like couples counseling. I don't know. I was worried about him, but I didn't know the context.
Yeah, because
I came in at exactly the wrong moment because I was just like, "What the hell are they talking?"
Well, no, we were discussing a very abstract topic, like an involved, like very multi-layered topic of how people communicate.
Uh-huh.
And you came in you did come in at the wrong time.
I'm sorry.
Because it was like you didn't listen to the fucking previous like 40 minutes.
Uh-huh.
And then you were like, is everyone okay? What the fuck is this? I'm like, just go with it.
yeah.
It's not that bad.
It's not about the journey; it's the destination.
Charlotte, I don't have a DM from you yet. I need her phone number.
Hell no. Absolutely not.
I'm
No.
gonna text her.
I'll let
No,
you
you're
two clowns work
I'm
that
gonna
one
text her
out.
nice things about you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So, All right, everyone. Thanks for fucking watching, and
Yeah, hit the button.
We'll see you on the next one.
Hit the button.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem, man. Anytime.
Hit the button.